Ander had been a brass dragon for a century, and finally, through a twist of fate, he returned to the earth he had longed for. Initially, he wished to live a quiet life as a recluse, peacefully enjoying his remaining years. However, he discovered that this world was, in fact, a realm dominated by dragons whose mission was to slay their kind. Even worse, the so-called pseudo-dragons had sullied the noble name of true dragons. In order to combat these deceitful pseudo-dragons and restore the honor of his lineage, Ander found himself reluctantly compelled to introduce something extraordinary to this world. While others transmigrated as gifted youths, ancient sorcerers, or tribal leaders, he had transformed into a brass dragon imbued with a century of wisdom, bearing the heavy responsibility of redefining the dragon's reputation. It was this unique experience that led him to forge an entirely new path for manipulation behind the scenes to a legendary counterattack. Confronted by self-proclaimed heroes among the dragon slayers, Ander would unveil the true nature of the pseudo-dragons with his intellect and might, re-establishing the essence of what a true dragon embodies. Chapter 1. The Brass Dragon's Return to Transmigration. Is this my return? In the lush expanse of a broadleaf forest, a golden dragon, measuring approximately 20 meters in length, lay languidly on the ground, its paws tucked beneath it like a cat. Its elongated neck turned curiously as its golden eyes surveyed the surroundings. His name was Ander, full name Andrix, once a human on Earth a century ago, now a youthful brass dragon. Indeed, Ander was a fortuitous transmigrant. Unlike other predecessors who had transformed into formidable dragons, he was acutely aware of his limitations and, given the perilous nature of his environment, had always approached life with a sense of prudence. Thus, after gaining the ability to transform in his youth, Ander chose to revert to human form, traversing various nations while mastering the innate magic that coursed through his veins, all the while seeking a way to return home. Leveraging his advantages as a transmigrant, he wandered between cities, employing the tales he had heard in his previous life and his natural eloquence to thrive in this medieval world as a minstrel. To his kin, Ander's peculiar behavior was a disgrace to dragonkind. He neither nested in arid deserts nor hoarded precious treasures and artworks. Instead, he clutched a modified lute known as a guitar, mingling among humans in taverns and courts, occasionally indulging in romantic encounters with human women. Yet, for Ander, survival was paramount. He deemed it unseemly for his kin to bury themselves in the sand when danger loomed, regarding such ostrich-like behavior as a true affront to the dragon's dignity. As for him, he considered himself the finest minstrel on the continent, self-proclaimed, with his popular songs like The Wasteful Warrior and The Ringed Elder, The Grass Boy and Miss Rabbit, and the Easter Mage's Western Studies resonating as the most beloved tunes in taverns. Certainly, there are times when he indulges in singing romantic tales of love, often at gatherings of the nobility, recounting poignant love stories like Chronicles of the Red Mansion, while engaging in profound exchanges of souls with the radiant ladies present. Such behavior is commonly referred to as clinging to wealthy women, yet to Ander, it merely represents a delightful transaction. Compared to those who choose the mercenary path of the brass dragons, he considers his approach to be far more dignified, as it allows him to maintain a semblance of superiority on occasion. Throughout his extensive draconic existence, Ander has frequently encountered treasures that stir his heart, such as a level 9 wish scroll. With such an artifact, perhaps he could escape this wretched world and return to his homeland of a past life. He has always looked down upon this realm, deeming it excessively primitive and perilous. The younger ladies are tolerable, but those of a more advanced age emanate an odor that is simply unbearable. Meanwhile, his kin are far from idle. The benevolent metallic dragons and the malevolent chromatic dragons often engage in fierce battles, where dragon blood and scales fly about, almost as if they wish to bash the very brains out of one another. Having barely reached adulthood, he is already confronted with such chaotic affairs. Contemplating the myriad of bizarre deities, the endless bloodshed between hell and the abyss, and the confrontation between Bahamut and Tiamat, one can only conclude with a singular thought: Earth is far superior. After paying a price known only to him, Ander acquired the wish scroll from a certain sorceress and activated it within his lair, fervently praying for it to transport him back to Earth. Then, he recalls being enveloped by the light emitted from the scroll, his body feeling unprecedentedly weightless, drifting like a feather. He witnessed the bloodshed of the seven hells and the bottomless abyss, glimpsing deities and celestial beings upon the mountain of heaven, as a strange energy enveloped his form, breaching the indomitable crystalline barrier. Ander felt as though his body were trampled by 1,000 infernal blue dragons. His insides twisted and turned, only to be shoved back into his form. Just as he feared he might be transformed into a grotesque dish, he beheld the blue planet he had longed for, his homeland for which he had searched for a century, Earth. However, he was unceremoniously discarded here, had he not reacted swiftly to cast a featherfall and transformation spell upon himself. Those within a 300-kilometer radius would have been treated to a rather embarrassing sight. As he surveyed the surrounding trees, with their broad leaves and straight trunks, he noted that some leaves had already turned red, indicating to him that he must be in a temperate region of Earth. These trees suggest a northern climate. I hope it's in Huaxia and not among the Russians, he mused, inspecting his body and grumbling, a trait typical of brass dragons, who are often voluble and relish the opportunity to converse, especially if there's someone to engage in dialogue. My claws are fine, although they are somewhat dulled. I didn't pay attention on the descent. What happened to my scales? The ones on my belly are completely charred. Need to tend to them later. Wings. Ender turned his neck, scrutinizing his bat-like wings. The tips were slightly charred, and some scales had fallen off, but these were merely superficial injuries. Perhaps I could become a Batman in the future, adored by many. With the innate talent of the brass dragon, that notion of being akin to Batman was not entirely far-fetched. He explored his golden, bone-like crown, which extended from his jaw to the apex of his head, forming a pair of elfin ears on either side. The crown seems to be intact. Did I truly return in full form? How could a 9th-level spell possess such power? By the grace of the great Io, this wish spell is remarkably potent. Having traversed the other world for many years, Ander was well aware of the capabilities of wish spells. This 9th circle spell was not omnipotent in most instances. Sorcerers employed it to locate significant artifacts or to simulate spells they required but could not recall. If one wished for vast riches or immortality, the wish spell was unlikely to fulfill such desires. Indeed, there were tales of wishers being transformed into golden statues, thereby realizing their aspirations in another dimension. Nevertheless, Ander had returned, and according to what he had perceived during his transition, he had indeed come back to Earth. At last, I am home, though I wonder what time it is. I hope it is the 21st century. Life without the internet is truly arduous. Reflecting on the inconveniences of using rudimentary methods, even for the simplest tasks in the other world, he could not help but reminisce about life on Earth. This time, he could finally rest in peace. Boom! A colossal mushroom cloud erupted, tearing a gaping hole in the sky, while a torrent of shockwaves battered against Ander's robust dragon form, tossing tree trunks and debris upon him. Ander's limbs gripped the ground tightly as he beheld the rising black smoke, his mind coalescing into a familiar exclamation, "Damn!" Chapter 2. Scorched earth. In the charred remnants of the forest, a man of Asian descent, adorned in resplendent attire reminiscent of a poet from a mural, hastened toward the site where the mushroom cloud had recently emerged. He deftly navigated fallen trunks and evaded panicked creatures, traversing the burning ground with astonishing speed. This man was Ander, and this visage was the very one he bore before his transformation into a magnificent dragon. Typically, Ander donned this guise to masquerade as a wandering bard or a formidable sorcerer from the Eastern Empire, engaging in delightful encounters with his targets at noble soirees. Yes. Yet now, he was compelled to sprint across the scorched earth, driven by the urgent need to uncover the identity behind the recent explosion. As a true brass dragon at heart, Ander had initially sought to evade the cataclysmic blast, one that approached the magnitude of a 9th circle spell, by burying himself in the sands. Much like his brethren. However, this was Earth, not that cursed medieval fantasy realm teeming with dragons. Ander needed to ascertain the nature of this world, particularly whether supernatural forces existed, lest he fall victim to a fate shrouded in mystery. Damn it, have I truly ventured to an island nation? Is this a mere child or a rotund figure? Must they resort to nuclear devastation? Yet, Ander quickly deduced that the explosion's force was insufficient. Had it been a nuclear bomb, he would have been incinerated long ago. Still too slow, he chided himself, urging himself to hasten further. The magic flowing through his veins began to manifest. Dragon scales appeared on his human visage, and a pair of wings erupted from his body, propelling him with increasing velocity. He needed to remain inconspicuous to conceal his true nature. With a flick of his will, the magic cloaked his wings and scales, rendering him more ordinary for the time being. Thus, amidst the scorched earth left in the wake of the explosion, an Asian man clad in tattered, singed garments hovered in an unusual posture, soaring at an incredible pace toward a specific destination. At least I am still human. I can always claim to be cultivating my powers. Ander muttered to himself, resigned to his inability to mask his identity fully. As he raced toward the epicenter of the blast, he began to process the events that had transpired. I can still fly. I can wield magic. I should have realized it sooner. Damn it, this land possesses magical energy. Gradually, he became aware of the circumstances. Everything had unfolded too swiftly, leaving him somewhat dazed. It seemed this world also held magical properties. Surely, I Haven-T stumbled into a Marvel universe. I certainly do not wish to grapple with a purple-skinned fiend. As his thoughts wandered, he recalled the plethora of works infused with magical elements from his previous life, most of which were anything but tranquil. If only I found myself in the world of Harry Potter, I could reside at Hogwarts, serving as a mascot, receiving 60 sheep a month and 1,000 gold coins. I would be the guardian dragon of Hogwarts, Ander, at your service. Should there be a duel of sorcery, such a blast might lead to mutual destruction. Leaving behind 2 lifeless bodies, would I, the master of corpse collection, be called upon once more? I comprehend the meaning of 1 corpse, 2 lives. Yet amidst such a cataclysmic explosion, it is likely that one would be utterly obliterated. Previously, only 1 body could be discerned, thus this phrase aptly applies. To onlookers, Ander appears to be a lunatic, muttering to himself, but in truth, this is merely the manifestation of stress characteristic of a brass dragon. These sociable giants, when deprived of conversation, resort to soliloquies, yearning for any living creature with whom to engage in discourse. Amidst this tiresome ramble, Ander finally arrived at the site of the explosion. The meticulously cultivated shrubs and the twisted remnants of railings serve as grim reminders of the location's erstwhile splendor. This cursed place has endured either a meteor shower or a barrage of molten lava. It resembles a scenario where 10 red dragons ravaged the land and then rolled it in magma. Ander, upon witnessing the devastation before him, could not help but utter an expletive. The structures that once graced this land lay completely in ruins, ravaged by flames and explosions, akin to the excrement of red dragons upon a volcano. At the core of the explosion, a pit, half the size of Ander's dragon form, lay nestled, its sandy earth transformed into a ceramic-like texture from the shockwave and searing heat of the blast, all of which underscored the horror of the preceding detonation. I hope the body is unharmed, and it would be splendid if it yielded gold. Bahamut, grant me your blessings. As Ander silently prayed, he employed his keen senses to search for any remnants of wealth in this desolate site. As a young dragon nearing the age of establishing a family, he understood the adage, a horse does not flourish without nighttime fodder, nor does a dragon prosper without unexpected fortune. Even upon returning to Earth, the temptation of scavenging for riches from the deceased would not escape him. Cursed be it, everything has been utterly consumed. There is nothing left. These profligate fools, who would store explosive materials within their own abode. Disheartened, Ander discarded the charred remains in his grasp. It was evident that this was likely a fragment of an invaluable wooden carving. Yet, now it stood as mere charcoal, too hard even for gnashing teeth. Thump, thump, a faint, languid heartbeat resonated. Yet to Ander, it felt like a treasure unearthed. Ha ha ha. I hear you, little one. Where are you? Ander chuckled mischievously, for he had finally discovered another being. As long as it was an intelligent creature, the ensuing events would be considerably simpler. Whether by masquerading as the other or by subjugating it to expand his influence, it would be a trifling matter for Ander. What is this? Red wine and roasted meat? With brute force, Ander excavated the debris and uncovered within the subterranean wine cellar a dark, humanoid-shaped entity. Gazing at the almost unrecognizable figure exuding aromas of wine and roasted flesh, Ander felt a swell of confusion. Is it still alive? Oh, dear brother of red wine and roasted meat? Upon contemplating the near-corporeal, half-conscious state of the roasted entity, he resolved to carry it away. Hoping to extract as much information as possible, for his current condition rendered him ill-suited for interactions with others. Shouldering the roasted brother, Ander discreetly swallowed. For if brass dragons consumed intelligent beings, he would hardly be able to resist indulging. Portal, as a dragon of the heart, how could he not master the divine art of teleportation? transporting himself and the roasted meat to a forest sufficiently distant from the epicenter of the explosion. Ander transformed back into his draconic form and resumed his age-old craft as a brass dragon, burrowing, utilizing fossils to fashion a makeshift den. He casually gathered a few dry twigs to create a fire pit at its center. He then covered the den with branches and leaves, completing a concealed sanctuary. Indeed, it appears that the skills I acquired in my youth are still applicable, truly a testament to my prowess. With a touch of self-congratulation, Ander carefully placed the roasted meat beside the fire, retrieved a spatial pouch from the scales on his chest, and poured a vial of healing potion over the meat. He then produced another vial, pried open the roasted meat's jaws, and unceremoniously forced the potion inside. Whether you survive depends on your own will. If you do, you shall serve as my subordinate. If not, this place shall serve as your grave. With these thoughts, Ander coiled his massive form, resting against the warmth of the fire, the conical shape of the den accommodating his grand physique. Sleep, sleep, tomorrow will come. Meanwhile, in a city several kilometers away, a man with golden eyes meticulously recorded the findings from his prophetic utterances. In the autumn of 1900, the castle manor was besieged by dragons. The elders of the clandestine council, Mayek, Gambet, and Charlotte perished in battle. The Lionheart president, heir of the secret society, Minute Castle, invoked the spell of utterance. Rhine met its end alongside the attacking dragons. Other members, Lu Shanyin, fell in battle. Hilbert Jean Inge went missing. Chapter 3. The Tale of the Brass Dragon. The slumber of a dragon can be protracted or fleeting. Once a human, Ander had grown accustomed to indulging in brief naps each day, allowing him to blend more seamlessly among humans. In the nebulous realm of dreams, Ander's consciousness emerged amidst a vast sea of stars, a celestial tapestry woven like a spider's web, with each star representing a fragment of his memory. These memories encompassed not only the knowledge inherited through his lineage, but also the myriad experiences of his past lives. At the heart of this constellation of memories resided a colossal dragon adorned with a plow-shaped crown, embodying none other than Ander himself. Upon the dragon's majestic form were inscribed ethereal letters. Name, Anderex. Gender, male. Age, 98 years. Youthful. Race, brass dragon. Alignment, chaotic. Good class, 13th level sorcerer, 5th level bard. Spells, light. Mage hand, acid splash, comprehend languages, disguise self, fireball, magic missile, hypnotic pattern, dimension door. This extensive list of spells attested to Ander's diligent cultivation over a century, particularly as he discovered that, despite being a sorcerer, he could also learn spells from the wizard's repertoire through his bloodline. He referred to this ethereal space as his Hall of Memories, a sanctuary where he could not only acquire diverse knowledge from his ancestors, but also meticulously organize the recollections of his previous existences. Before him, he stood at the forefront of a radiant star, which harbored the memories of his day. Excellent, he mused. He had left his mark on the scene, albeit in the guise of a human. Even the most observant individual would only discern the peculiar sight of a strange human rescuing a piece of roasted meat. Ander could not allow the meat to inexplicably vanish. He needed to leverage this individual to integrate himself into this world. When the time came, he would masquerade as Nayland Ander, a chi practitioner from the Yunlan sect, and those mere mortals would undoubtedly bow before him. Rubbing his chin, Ander contemplated his strategy for assimilation. Eventually, he would extort a sum from this unfortunate soul, transformed into roasted meat, claiming, "Esteemed ancestral Ander has saved your life with the million-year lotus of Buddha's wrath. Surely, a few hundred gold coins is a modest request." Per Anger, unaware of his aspirations to slay dragons, was on the brink of being extorted by one. After indulging in visions of the future within the Hall of Memories, Ander re-emerged into consciousness, his spirits elevated, yearning for companionship. In the cavern, Ander's immense form curled beside the flickering campfire, resembling a feline, with his hands tucked beneath him, gazing intently at the roasted meat lying upon the ground. "Young human, I am Anderex the Brass Dragon. Permit me to share some wisdom from the elders." Ander mimicked the deep voice of an elder, adopting an air of superiority as he recounted a tale reminiscent of the Arabian Nights. Once upon a time, a young brass dragon disguised himself as a formidable wizard, preparing to embark on an adventure. At that moment, his mother inquired, "Little one, have you heard the story of the wizard and the blue dragon?" Thus, his mother recounted a tale of a brass dragon in disguise who cunningly deceived and ultimately vanquished a blue dragon. As the young brass dragon stepped out of his abode, he encountered a sand giant spirit at the threshold, who inquired, "O great brass dragon, have you heard the story of the warlock and the blue dragon? The sand giant then narrated a captivating account of a brass dragon masquerading as a dragon blood sorcerer, who played tricks on and defeated a blue dragon. If one were to disregard the elements pertaining to the blue dragon within this adventurous narrative, the tale remains quite enthralling, illustrating a band of adventurers uniting to fulfill a lord's commission, triumphing over ogres and giants beyond the city, and ultimately returning home in glory. How reminiscent it is of the present, a group gathered around a campfire, singing songs while the captain lies upon the ground, dreaming of the future. This exaggerated tale is, in fact, an adaptation of Anders' own experiences. In his youth, he yearned for the life of adventurers until his group was ambushed by a horde of despicable goblins and ogres. Before he could comprehend the situation, his companions had already fallen. Reality seldom mirrors the splendor of stories. After transforming back into his draconic form to eliminate those wretched creatures, Anders could only curl up by the campfire, shielding himself from the biting wind, helplessly witnessing his comrades succumb to blood and agony. Reality is not akin to a role-playing game, and healing potions are not omnipotent. May this roasted meat summon some resilience. The dignity of dragonkind forbade Anders from voicing the grim truth, yet he fervently wished to avoid a repeat of past horrors. As the tale concluded and Anders processed his inner turmoil, the sun rose once more from the east, sunlight filtering through the branches above the cavern. Casting his gaze upon the pitiful, charred human figure. Is he dead? I hardly have time to play doctor. The wretched body lay motionless, devoid of breath and heartbeat. The essence of life had fled, and the soul had ventured into the river of oblivion. He is dead. Impossible. Have those treacherous merchants sold me counterfeit potions again? Ever since I turned one into stone, none dared to do so. Anders felt a twinge of frustration. Even benevolent metallic dragons do not mourn the loss of humanity, unless the individual shares an extraordinary bond with them or the dragon is exceedingly young. Never mind. I shall bury him shortly. Where is there soil that does not embrace the deceased? Anders shook his head, resolved to inter the unfortunate soul before transforming into a beleaguered wildling to mingle with the crowd. Alas, my plans have crumbled. I must adhere to the righteous path. With this roasted meat's demise, I am left uncertain of when I shall encounter supernatural forces. Thump, thump. A faint heartbeat? What in the world? Thump, thump. Anders turned towards the source of the sound, which emanated from the previously charred corpse. Dead yet alive, who might you be? Anders gazed at the body with a mix of astonishment and trepidation. It took him a considerable time to comprehend that powerful hybrids could feign death for a time. Yet at that moment, he was overwhelmed with both delight and dread. Unable to perish, how vexing. Though he grumbled, Anders knew he had to devise a plan to save the situation. If only he had chosen the path of a cleric in his earlier days, alas. He had devoted all his skills to the art of escape. To rescue him, he would have to resort to the most extraordinary relics in his possession. Yet the thought of wasting them on a stranger was difficult to bear. As Anders pondered, a spell he had encountered in the bloodline inheritance suddenly came to mind. Closing his eyes, he once again found himself amidst the starry expanse of the universe, searching for the radiant celestial bodies. The young dragon's wealth of knowledge was at odds with the presence of the goblins. What a curious juxtaposition. And those tales of 1,001 nights with the drow. What were my ancestors truly up to? Aha! He had found it. Zero-cost transformation of familiars, a revelation courtesy of Bahamut. In reverence to the platinum dragon, Anders gazed upon the luminous mass before him. Within it lay a method to transform a humanoid creature into one of draconic lineage using dragon blood and scales. This technique, requiring only a modest offering of blood and scales, was highly valued among impoverished dragons. Roasted meat. Oh, roasted meat. You should feel honored. Soon you shall possess the bloodline of my dragon kin. Chapter 4. The Rebirth of Onlu. This is an array crafted from dragon scales and dragon blood, capable of endowing a humanoid being with the bloodline of dragons, thereby transforming them into a true dragon's kin. Its remarkably low cost has rendered it immensely popular among young dragons, whether for extending the lifespan of their alien lovers or rewarding their gatekeeping minions. It proves to be an excellent choice. Upon departing the Hall of Memories, Anders swept the campfire aside with his tail and rubbed his arms, shedding a few dragon scales in the process. With his sharp claws, he traced the array onto the ground and placed the dragon scales at the designated nodes. Frowning, Anders made a small incision on his hand, allowing dragon blood to flow forth and fill the entire array. Now, all that remained was to place the subject within. Though the cost of scales and blood would certainly not amount to less than 1,000 gold coins. Grabbing the charred body nearby, he roughly tossed it into the center of the array. You are quite fortunate. I had considered simply departing. Yet, as a benevolent metallic dragon, your fate now rests in the hands of fortune. He then positioned a dragon scale upon the subject's chest and gently placed his still bleeding claw atop it. Let us hope this is indeed the chest and not some less appropriate area. Otherwise, your wife may have a complaint. Steeling himself, Ander took a deep breath, channeling the magical energy within him, accompanied by the resounding chants of a bronze dragon, akin to the tolling of a great bell. He utilized the blood as a medium to infuse the unsuspecting body with power through the wound on his palm. The dragon language reverberated through the confined cavern as flecks of golden magical energy surged forth from the array on the ground, coalescing upon the human form at its center. A contract of just judgment, bestowed by the dragon god, was inscribed in the mind of the transformer under the array's influence, ensuring that he could never harm the bloodline's master. However, unbeknownst to Ander, the being he was transforming was a rare hybrid of this world, endowed with a bloodline that rivaled that of true dragons. The subject, Onglu, possessed a high-purity dragon bloodline, qualifying him as an S-class hybrid. Within Ang Li's body, the crimson true dragon blood from Ander clashed violently against his own dark red dragon blood, akin to two battalions of well-trained soldiers waging an intense war within his form. Meanwhile, Ander, oblivious to the turmoil, remained a young bronze dragon mingling among humans, far from the age of acquiring wealth to build a nest, let alone transforming dragonkin. He mechanically applied the dragon blood onto Onglu, supplying the necessary energy for the ritual. Seems to be taking longer than expected. I may need to invest more gold soon, Ander mused, contemplating how to extract greater wealth from his future subordinate to adorn his nest. Yet, Ong Li's body was already in ruins from the conflict of the two bloodlines. Muscles and organs dissolved, only to be reborn continuously under the influence of their power. In mere moments, his body would be reduced to a mass of decayed flesh. At this juncture, the array, modified by numerous dragon ancestors, finally revealed its formidable capabilities. For dragons, the notion that great effort yields miraculous results is not merely a saying. It is a profound truth. Ander felt an abrupt intensification of the suction upon his palm, as the wounds on the dragon claws were torn open, causing large droplets of dragon blood to cascade onto the magical array. Each intricate line of the array glowed a fiery red, reminiscent of a scorching branding iron, radiating heat that cracked the damp ground beneath. What is happening? Is so much blood necessary? This is such a loss, such a loss. The blood lost, in comparison to Ander's substantial physique, was not particularly significant, yet he felt a pang of regret. If collected, this blood could fetch a handsome price, sufficient to procure a magical weapon. Within the body of Anger, the golden red blood surged like a needle-pricked stallion, a spirited pup, or a whirling forked soldier, effortlessly cleaving through the dark red blood veins' confinement, dancing unabashedly in the enemy's fountain, celebrating its triumph. The dark red blood veins, rendered helpless by Anger's unconsciousness, were already at their wits' end, unable to continue the fight. Just as they were on the verge of defeat, a miracle unfolded. The dark red blood veins, witnessing the golden red army wreaking havoc in their homeland, grasped a profound realization. If one cannot win, one must join. They appeared almost sentient, tentatively merging with another type of bloodline. In truth, both the true dragon blood of the bronze dragon Ander and the dragon lineage within the dragon realm possessed remarkable inclusivity paired with an equally potent exclusivity. To put it simply, these bloodlines resembled a callous philanderer, willing to engage with anyone, provided they maintained the upper hand. Now that the true dragon bloodline and the dragon bloodline had established dominance, it was time to transition into a phase of fruitful development. Under the guidance of the traitorous dragon bloodline, the true dragon bloodline navigated through Anger's body with impunity, mending wounds, enhancing structure, replenishing organs, and rejuvenating skin. The once charred skin served as a cocoon, as a new Anger was poised to emerge, akin to a butterfly from its chrysalis. The future S-rank dragon slayer was about to embark on an unprecedented journey with Ander's assistance. At this moment, Ander remained oblivious to the transformations occurring within Anger. The substantial loss of dragon blood left him feeling somewhat feeble, prompting him to grumble incessantly. Yet, driven by curiosity and a sense of duty, he did not halt the transformation array. This is it. It's over. I'm going to faint. I knew I shouldn't have offered. But I'm not fainting yet. Once this fellow awakens, I'll send him to America to invest in real estate, make a fortune, and then have him become the president of the United States, to win the favor of the nation. At least 2 lambs a day, the tenderest of lambs. A golden bed, a gem-encrusted bed, alternating between the two, a Renaissance-era sculpture, by one, toss one. Just as Ander felt he was on the brink of fainting from excessive blood loss, the suction emanating from the array finally ceased. What are you? A person whose face is made of gold, or a heart of gold, tormenting a dragon? Ander complained, extending his finger to tap on Anger's charred skin, only to find that this scorched exterior cracked under his touch, revealing a humanoid form beneath. Hey, it's like a boiled egg, and the shell has been peeled away. Within the charred exterior, a young Caucasian man lay in slumber, his hair and eyebrows reduced to ash by the fierce flames, leaving only a round, pale head exposed. Reminiscent of a boiled egg devoid of its shell. He appeared rather handsome, somewhat akin to that character from Titanic. What was his name again? Jack something? It had been a century since and had last seen a film, yet that did not hinder his recollection of the old classics he had once watched. At that moment, the sleeping man abruptly opened his eyes, revealing a pair of dark golden dragon-like pupils brimming with fury and hatred. In the blink of an eye, akin to a poorly edited internet movie, the man materialized at Ant's neck, opening his mouth to reveal white teeth and biting down fiercely, and was momentarily taken aback. But he soon realized that both the punches and bites were utterly feeble, akin to an infant suckling or a lover's gentle caress. The bloodline covenant forbade the kin from harming their master, rendering the furious assault of the dragon a mere drizzle. Well, have you licked enough? As a male dragon, I rather prefer engaging in such activities with the opposite sex. The atmosphere became quite awkward in an instant. Chapter 5. Chat time. Ander had not anticipated that this human, resurrected from the brink of death, would regain his faculties the very moment the ritual concluded, and without a hint of hesitation would dare to lash out at his master. Had it not been for the binding contract of blood that tethered him, he might have been in danger of losing a chunk of flesh from his neck. Calm down, there's no need to exert yourself, he remarked, though his words belied the activity of his dexterous tail, which coiled around his new subordinate like a serpent, enveloping him tightly and rendering him immobile. Taking a deep breath, Ander filled his chest, exhaling a plume of yellow gas, his signature hypnotic breath, a hallmark ability of the brass dragon. The newly awakened Ange had no means to resist the assault of the hypnotic gas and promptly succumbed to unconsciousness after inhaling some of it. Clearly, he was a man with a story to tell, and speaking of stories, it was time for the most exhilarating part, chat time. Ander grinned broadly, a sense of pride swelling within him. He had been waiting for this moment to uncover the happenings of this world. When Ange regained consciousness, he discovered himself partially embedded in a rock, the stone enveloping his form like a soft mire, leaving only his upper body exposed, immobilizing him completely. Beside him stood a man of Asian descent, in front of whom loomed a massive wooden barbecue grill, skewered with a freshly slaughtered doe, its enticing aroma wafting through the air, accompanied by the crackling of the fire. Having just returned from a hunt, it was the host's duty to prepare food and drink for his guest. Yet, Ange did not consider himself a guest at that moment. He resembled more of a captive or a slave. Ander observed the man, noting the remarkable success of his transformation. Dragon scales had begun to emerge from his chest, and his pupils had morphed into a dark golden slit resembling those of the brass dragon. Are you awake? I have some food and wine here. Would you care to chat? Ander tentatively inquired, bringing the still bloody roasted meat to Ange's lips, completely disregarding the fact that Ange remained bound to the rock. However, he soon realized this man was far more obstinate than he had anticipated. Ange merely stared at him, as if Ander were the nemesis who had slain his father. There is no need for such fury. I am quite benevolent, and I saved you, after all. I do enjoy a good conversation. Why not share your story? Ange, trapped beneath the stone, with only his upper body and his bald head visible, remained silent, seeing as you're not much for conversation. Perhaps we should start with an icebreaker. What is your name? Still no response. The man before him resembled a fervent zealot awaiting martyrdom, his scornful gaze fixed upon Ander, which made him quite uncomfortable. My patience is limited. Have you heard of a spell known as Charm Human? You can choose. Speak willingly, or I shall compel you. The man inhaled deeply, his voice rasping and low as he uttered a name. Hilbert Jean Ange. Ander's eyes brightened. The willingness to speak signified a chance for communication. You must surely be a warrior. What battles have you endured? Ander, eager to extract more information, sought to press further. Yet the man remained as unyielding as stone, revealing nothing beyond his name, steadfastly guarding any detail related to the explosion. As a brass dragon, Ander preferred coaxing the truth from his counterpart rather than resorting to spells. Observing the stalemate, he subtly cast a spell to unveil Anger's arm, offering him a wineskin made of sheepskin. In his quest for profit, Ander had once crafted distilled spirits, only to discover that the dwarves had long since perfected superior concoctions, rendering his creations mere relics in his space pouch. Care for a taste of some fine dwarven brew? The man before him, named Anger, remained silent, merely seizing a bloody piece of roasted meat and ravenously devouring it, followed by a hearty gulp of potent liquor, nearly as strong as medical-grade alcohol. The fiery sensation coursed down Anger's throat, a painful reminder that momentarily dulled the anguish of past battles. I am Hilbert Jean Anger, a natural-born dragon slayer. Are you not afraid, little dragon? The revelation startled Ander. Dragons existed even here. This was indeed disconcerting news. Must he continue to battle the chromatic dragons? Do not adopt such an air of superiority. Enlighten me about the dragons in your realm. Ander feigned composure as he addressed Anger. Anger, perplexed, retorted, Are you not a dragon? Whose lineage do you belong to? I know not of any monarch. I am a brass dragon, a benevolent brass dragon. The absurdity of this development left Anger bewildered. Could the records of the secretive order be flawed, leaving dragons unfamiliar with the four great monarchs? Yet Anger was reluctant to divulge too much about the clandestine society and thus began narrating the mythos of the dragon realm, weaving tales from the Black King Nigger to the creation of the cosmos, reminiscent of verbose web fiction. As Ander listened to Anger recount the legends of the dragon world, he drew comparisons between the dragons in the stories and those preserved in his memory. It soon became evident that he had traversed into a world that felt vaguely familiar. Back when Ander was human, in his middle school days, a book titled Dragon Tribe had captured the imaginations of his classmates, chronicling the journey of an underdog slayer. It was rumored that the story had ended poorly, leaving Ander curious about the fate of that hapless protagonist. While he listened to Anger's increasingly far-fetched narrative, he closed his eyes, delving into the recesses of his memories, juxtaposing them with the manuscript of the book. It dawned on him that this man, resembling a boiled egg, was none other than the illustrious Headmaster Castle from the tales, Anger. If the timeline of the story was accurate, it must now be the year 1900. At this juncture, the day of mourning event had transpired, resulting in the demise of a significant portion of the secretive order, with only Anger surviving. To gain more from this world, one could only align with humanity. Ander felt no affinity for the dragons here, for according to the narrative, they scarcely deserved the title of dragon. Before me stands a fated child, impervious to harm, a hybrid imbued with my own blood, yearning for vengeance. At this moment, only a modicum of assistance is necessary. Meanwhile, Ong is recounting the mythical tales of the Dragon Clan, nearing the epic of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, elucidating how dragons have influenced humanity, and pondering whether Fushi is indeed of mixed heritage. Ander interjects, Do you seek revenge? What? The hatred gleaming in your eyes is palpable. Do you desire vengeance? Yes, but at what cost? 200 sheep, a bed of pure gold, 20 masterful wooden sculptures, and gemstones the size of pigeon eggs. The atmosphere of this profound and bitter quest for retribution is suddenly steeped in the stench of mercenary transactions. Aang's lips quiver as he struggles to process the information, finally stammering, I wish to slay dragons. Ander, however, remains unfazed. When it comes to dragon slaying, none do it better than dragons themselves. If you seek a dragon slayer, you've come to the right place. The brass dragon mercenaries, those who employ them know their worth. So, will you hire me or not? A delightful collaboration awaits. Their greasy hands clasp together in agreement. Chapter 6. There is only one dragon in a lush forest. A small clearing bore witness to a modest feast, where 2 individuals conjured the spirit of a grand army. The shackles of restraint had been cast aside, allowing them to sit cross-legged upon the ground. They voraciously tore into the blood-streaked roasted meat. Across the flickering campfire, Andy retrieved a cherished bottle of mead from his spatial pouch, savoring the exquisite brew sip by sip. Preferring the sweet notes of mead over the potency of spirits, Andy relished a drink that spared him from inebriation while satisfying his modest appetite. As they dined on meat and sipped wine, a profound camaraderie blossomed between them. With unreserved candor, Andy proclaimed, Let me tell you, I saved your life. You are now my subordinate. Do you understand? The price for your rescue is separate and does not fall under the terms of employment. I require no gold or jewels from you, merely that you serve as my gatekeeper henceforth. Wealth must be earned, and a subordinate must be collected. Only then can we achieve a balanced rapport. Anger remained silent, focused solely on his meal, his thoughts consumed by the act of eating. Amidst Anne's incessant chatter and Anger's quietude, time slipped by swiftly. The sun had begun its descent, and the majority of the venison lay consumed, leaving only cleanly picked bones as testament to Anger's prowess. Once satiated, Andy proposed a discussion of more serious matters. Having spent a time as a mercenary, he adhered to a strict code of conduct. He expressed his willingness to serve as Anger's mercenary, with the duration of service undetermined, contingent upon Anne's discretion, and the cost being considerable wealth and rare artifacts. Without hesitation, Anger accepted these terms. Wealth held little significance to him, as he was prepared to sacrifice everything for the sake of vengeance. Yet this was not Anne's sole condition. As recompense for saving Anger, he required Anger to become his vassal. In Anne's words, "You shall assist me in maintaining my scales, polishing my claws, and additionally, prepare my bed and meals. Do remember to clean out the dragon droppings in the lair." This demand struck Anger as reminiscent of a cat's caretaker, eliciting a moment of amusement. Despite the stringent requirements, Anger did not refuse. He readily acquiesced to all of Anne's seemingly unreasonable conditions. In his eyes, he had already perished within the confines of Castle Manor, rendering all terms inconsequential, whether as a slave or vassal. His corporeal form was destined for destruction in the pursuit of vengeance against the dragon kin. Andy harbored no doubts, merely extracting a piece of parchment from his spatial pouch. Dipping a quill into a mixture of wine and carbon soot, he inscribed the terms of the contract. "Sign here," he urged. Andy was forthright. Dragons eschewed the convoluted deceit of demonic contracts, opting instead to articulate their needs plainly, confident that no one could contravene an agreement with a dragon. The man opposite him pricked his fingertip, allowing blood and oil to mingle and drip onto the parchment. With a flourish, he penned his name in elegant cursive, Hilbert Jean Anger. In the name of the divine, this contract would undoubtedly be fulfilled. The parchment ignited spontaneously. Yet its contents had long been etched into the hearts of the two individuals. Andrew displayed a cunning smile, contemplating the next step, to assume a fitting identity and return to the human realm alongside Anger. "What guise do you think I should adopt?" Andrew inquired. Anger remained silent, merely gazing vacantly at the ground before him. "How about a solitary warrior? Or perhaps a martial monk from the Eastern Empire?" Amidst Andrew's incessant chatter, the youthful Anger soon found himself exasperated. His muscles tensed, as if he desired to land a punch on Andrew's face. But then he recalled the strange sensations coursing through his body, and his hands fell helplessly to his sides. He took a deep breath and posed a question to Andrew. "What have you done to my body?" Andrew stroked his chin and shifted his posture. "Do not speak so grotesquely. I merely infused your body with my blood essence." This statement evidently led to a misunderstanding for Anger, who glanced down at his lower half, seemingly inspecting for any abnormalities. No, not that kind of infusion. Do not misinterpret." Andrew continued. "You now possess my bloodline. Do you see the dragon scales upon your chest? With the passage of time and the strengthening of your lineage, you may grow even more powerful, sprouting dragon claws, or even acquiring a pair of dragon wings. How about that? You should be grateful." Anger caressed the scales on his chest, revealing a rather peculiar smile, as if he were relieved. "Then why do I still feel like myself?" he murmured. Andrew, having learned through memories that once a half-blood surpasses a critical bloodline threshold, they gradually transform into mindless abominations, feigned curiosity and asked, "What do you mean?" Perhaps under the influence of strong spirits, Anger began to recount the history of half-bloods. As the sun set and birds returned to their nests, Anger's narrative reached its conclusion. Although there were related descriptions in novels, experiencing the tale firsthand in this world offered a distinctly different sensation. The dragons of this realm were vastly different from those in Andrew's world. They boasted longer lifespans, could wield a special magic known as word spirits, and even after death, could cocoon and be reborn. Fortunately, their intellect was somewhat lacking. Taking the example of the brass dragon. The ancient brass dragon lived for merely over 1,000 years, with a lifespan cap of around 200-300 years, which paled in comparison to the dragons of this world, some of which lived for 5,000 to 10,000 years. It seemed that the dragons here were a cadre of deranged creatures clad in dragon skins. After listening to Anger's exposition, Andrew concluded, "Thus, you cannot truly be considered a dragon descendant, but rather a tiefling, a hybrid of demon and human." Andrew endeavored to correct this half-blood's perception. There was only one true dragon, represented by himself, and he would never acknowledge these demon-shaped aberrations as part of the dragon kin. "Rest assured, the bloodline of a true dragon is flawless. It will not transform you into a mere killing monster like those demons." Angelique's lips twitched slightly. as if on the verge of a smile, seemingly reassured that she would not transform into Deadpool, though it might well be a ploy of the dragonkin. Ender stretched his body and rose to his feet, his black pupils shifting to dark golden slits, as the formidable aura of a dragon emanated from him, startling a few wolves that had been wandering amidst the thickets. Although what you seek to slay resembles more of a demon than a dragon, our pact remains intact. With a flick of his hand, Ender unleashed several arcs of magical luminescence, and Angelique instantly felt her body grow lighter, her mind becoming clearer. I hope you still remember the way out. Let us hasten forth. I can hardly contain my eagerness to explore this world. Chapter 7. The funeral in the stillness of the night. The moonlight cascaded through the treetops, illuminating the beast path forged through the forest by the passage of time. Two men traversed this narrow trail, one bare-chested and clad only in a girdle of animal hide, while the other donned a peculiar robe, adorned with intricate folds reminiscent of the garments worn by ancient Greek sages. Henceforth, I shall be your uncle, the first man remarked. Do remember to address me as such. Dear nephew. Originally, Anger had intended for this peculiar dragon to masquerade as an unwitting hybrid, yet Ander was reluctant to assume the guise of an inconsequential figure. He preferred to embrace the role of Anger's elder. Upon hearing Ander's words, Anger slowed his pace, pointing at Ander's face. I do not possess an uncle from the East. I never anticipated you to be a racist. The majority of the secret society comprised European nobility, and if one were to label them as racists, it would be a fair assertion. Compared to before, Anger's words flowed more freely, perhaps revealing his true nature. Surely, within your secret society, there are individuals who resemble me? Ander inquired knowingly, aware that the sole individual of Chinese descent within the society was Lu Shanyan, the great-grandfather of the dragon protagonist, Lu Mingfei. Indeed, he could transform into a Caucasian visage, yet having returned to Earth, he found solace in retaining his original appearance. Why assume a different guise? There is one. I shall be his uncle. What is his name? Lu Shanyan. Then I shall henceforth be known as Lu Ander. Anger halted, gazing intently at Ander. What now? Lu Shanyan perished, met his end at the castle manor. He was a hero. Ander shrugged, relishing tales of heroism, for as a bard, stories of bravery were always in high demand, whether in the courts or taverns. I admire heroes. If you would share this tale, perhaps I could compose an epic of a dragon-slaying warrior inspired by him. Anger fell silent, turning away to roughly rub his face, ceasing conversation, and lowering his head to continue the journey. Do not tarnish that name. A rasping voice drifted from ahead, like a specter carried by the wind. I am a dragon. Cannot you extend a modicum of trust? Ignoring Anger's slight, the brass dragon maintained a generally amiable disposition, particularly in discourse with other sentient beings. As they advanced, the number of charred trees multiplied. At that moment, Ander, illuminated by the moonlight, scrutinized the peculiarities of these trees. Unlike ordinary wood consumed by fire, these appeared as if all moisture had been extracted, preserving their original form. Even the branches retained their natural configuration, albeit entirely carbonized. Ander felt a surge of astonishment. Was this the might of the word spirit, Rhine? This force was not mere destruction. It bore semblance to a transformation of living trees into charcoal. The moisture within these trees has entirely vanished. One can only imagine that, at the moment of the explosion, this entire area transformed into a realm of fire. Then, all converged, boom. The sheer power is truly terrifying. Even a 9th-tier spell would struggle to achieve such devastation, murmured Ander softly. It was at this moment that he noticed Anha had come to a halt. He approached unhurriedly and found Anha standing at the edge of the castle manor. Anha caressed the twisted, molten iron railings, standing like a stone statue, gazing silently at the ruins of the manor. In this instant, the world felt profoundly quiet. The surrounding animals had long fled in terror from the explosion, and not a single bird or insect could be heard. When you found me here, was there anything left? Anha broke the silence. Perhaps you could venture inside and see for yourself. Ander, preoccupied with searching for gold and gems, had paid little attention to anything else. He followed Anha into the manor, encountering countless intertwined corpses along the way, embracing like lovers, not in affection but in mutual slaughter. An overturned cart lay in the middle of the road, the horses long deceased. Their blood appeared to have been siphoned away by some unknown force, leaving only desiccated carcasses. These bodies exhibited an eerie texture, resembling a fusion of wood and stone, akin to grotesque sculptures. Ander had not taken this path when he entered the manor. Hence he had not witnessed these horrifying remains. Before him lay human corpses, resembling wood carvings adorned with dragon scales and claws. As if dragon talons had been violently ripped away and grafted onto human forms, rendering them akin to zombies. Ander felt as though he were gazing upon a mass of intertwined maggots, these creatures desecrating the true dragon, evoking a sense of revulsion. Is this what Deadpool is? Flames flickered in Ander's hands, and as he unleashed a few fireballs, the wooden bodies erupted into flames, along with the entangled human corpses, all reduced to ashes. That was my teacher. Anha did not hinder Ander's actions. Instead, after the flames had extinguished, he collected a handful of ash with his animal skin attire. I apologize. You should have informed me sooner. Ander appeared utterly unrepentant as he continued onward. The ground fractured beneath him, parched and barren, leading him once more to the immense pit he had observed the day before. Anha surveyed the center of the pit, seemingly searching for something. Was there anyone here when you arrived? There was nothing. The explosion obliterated everything, Ander replied. Anha remained silent, recalling the visions he had seen during his unconsciousness. Apart from the intertwined corpses, he had glimpsed his dear friend, Menek Castle, standing at the center of the explosion's aftermath, wielding a knife, as if still engaged in battle. I had hoped to see him once more. Anha's tone was remarkably calm, as though recounting a trivial matter. Beneath such an explosion, no soul could remain intact. Unless one's comrade happened to be a legendary warrior. Indeed, he was a legend, and a fighter, responded Ong, and observed as Ong stepped into the great pit. Rummaging through its depths, he unearthed a corpse strikingly similar to the dead servant previously encountered. Its hands had been obliterated, their whereabouts unknown. Upon witnessing this, Ender discreetly wiped his hands, recognizing the severed hand he had encountered earlier, a grotesque artifact he had touched. A wave of nausea washed over him at the thought. He retrieved the wooden carving he had discarded the day before, using his magical hand to toss it to Ong. This is what I found above, he remarked. At this moment, Ong had already uncovered several other bodies, most of which were mutilated, save for the one resembling the dead servant that remained relatively intact. Ong nodded in gratitude towards Ender, gathering the remains of his fallen comrades, placing them together along with the collected ashes. A fireball shot forth from his hand, igniting the pile of bodies. Ender raised an eyebrow at this, noting that Ong had begun to tap into the latent magic within his bloodline. Before long, Ong emerged from the pit, his hands caked with earth. Have you mastered the fireball spell? Ender inquired. I learned it while walking. It's considerably simpler than incantations. Ah, such is the mark of genius, Ender mused. What lies below? My comrades, and my past. Chapter 8. Talwan City 2 days later. Within a residence on the outskirts of Hamburg, Ender reclined on a plush leather armchair, basking in the warmth of the fireplace, relishing a day of leisure. In the palm of his hand rested two naturally occurring black opals, each the size of a pigeon's egg, which he gently caressed. Though Ander harbored little knowledge of gemstones, the dragonkind possessed a unique aesthetic, where brilliance and vibrancy dictated the quality of a gem, provided it was formed naturally. The secret society seemed to be quite affluent, justifying the considerable effort he had exerted for this endeavor. He idly picked up a hefty volume nearby, an ancient tome penned in Latin, chronicling the latter days of the Roman Republic and its intricate ties to the dragonkind, detailing tales such as Caesar being a dragon and 500 half-breed axe-wielders lurking within the Senate. At that moment, the tightly shut door swung open, flooding the room with light, reminiscent of the brightness that enveloped the desert of his youth, where the sun blazed upon the sands at noon. Anger. You should wear a hat. The glare is quite blinding, Ander remarked. Anger's hair, singed in the explosion triggered by the word spirit, Rhine, had been completely incinerated. And he now donned a sharp suit, resembling a bald enforcer from a film noir. There's no need. It will grow back in a few days, Anger replied. After burying his fallen comrades, he had joined Ander at a safe house established by the secret society. Following several days of recuperation, Anger appeared considerably more composed. Though Ander understood that the madness lay dormant within him, awaiting its release. At last, you have time to converse with me. Although there are numerous books here, I wish to understand this world through your perspective. For the past 2 days, Ander had immersed himself in reading, publicly claiming it was to familiarize himself with common knowledge. Yet, deep down, he sought to unearth treasures hidden within the society's prized collection, such as the blood fury technique. According to the novel's depiction, blood fury could purify and enhance one's lineage through psychological suggestion. As Ander's bloodline traced back to Bahamut and Tiamat, deities of immense power, he was willing to take the risk, however slim the chances might be. Anger marveled at Ander's astonishing capacity for learning. Upon his arrival, He had behaved like a noble from the Middle Ages, scrutinizing the flushing toilet with considerable intrigue. Yet, within just a day, he found himself in a tavern, drinking beer and savoring sausages, while exchanging ribald jokes and lamenting the injustices of fate. The racially prejudiced Germans around him were oblivious to the fact that he was of Asian descent. Unbeknownst to them, Ander had never encountered a flushing toilet from 1900, though he was well acquainted with one from 2020. Curiously observing the book in Ander's hands, Anger inquired, "When did you learn Latin?" Ander tossed the book aside and exclaimed theatrically, "Magic. Can magic accomplish such feats? Do you wish to learn? I can teach you." Ander resolved to cultivate this melee-oriented subordinate in the direction of a mage. Although Angi's spell could halt time, it was evident that time-stopping in close combat would never rival the efficacy of ranged attacks. If Dio were to wield magic, there would be no need to lift a steamroller. A single dragon's breath spell would suffice to conclude the matter, suppressing the wildly running thoughts akin to a feral dog. Ander cast a first-tier spell, Comprehend Languages. To Angi's astonishment, he found himself capable of understanding the peculiar language spoken by Ander, despite its abundance of plosive and guttural sounds. He grasped the essence of Ander's words. "Your head resembles that of an egg." This was rather different from the fireball spell I learned. As Angi felt the power of this magic, he noted that it was distinct from the incantations. It was gentler, more benign, and more comprehensive. This spell enabled one to comprehend and read all languages. It must reside within your bloodline as well, so remember to practice it. Angi seemed to ponder something before inquiring. "All languages, including Draconic?" "What I just spoke was indeed Draconic," Ander replied nonchalantly, stroking the gem nestled in his palm. "Focus less on your incantations and practice magic more. It will at least ease your escape in the future." Angi paid little heed to Ander's words. He approached the bookshelf in the room and retrieved an exceptionally thick tome from a concealed compartment. This book housed various paper artifacts preserved by the secret society, some inscribed with bizarre symbols on papyrus or smeared with blood and frantic utterances. Each artifact was separated by glass panels, and the primary reason for their placement here was that the script on the paper had long been lost to time, rendering even the most talented members of the secret society incapable of extracting information from these texts. Angi placed the weighty tome on a nearby table and leafed through to the final page. There, he discovered a silk manuscript inscribed with Hunnic script, the words of which were so ancient that no one remained to decipher them. Yet, this manuscript held significant importance. It was the penultimate artifact sent back to China by Friedrich von Long. Friedrich von Long was a member of the Lionheart Society, tasked with collecting dragon-related relics in Beiping. Following his dispatch of this manuscript, he severed all contact with the secret society, and the only remaining connection to him was the skeletal remains of a lizard, those of the Dragon King, which led to the obliteration of the secret society. The crate containing the lizard's bones bore Friedrich's signature and seal, yet it was a trap that precipitated the final calamity. Regardless of Friedrich's fate, whether alive or dead, whether he had betrayed them or not, Angi resolved to journey to China to uncover the truth of what transpired. Perhaps this silk manuscript sent by Friedrich contained vital information. "What are you looking at?" "Let me see." Ander leaned closer, scrutinizing the cryptic symbols on the manuscript with a disappointed expression. "What is this? A sacrificial ritual?" Engaging in such superstitions, Angi, aided by the Comprehend Languages spell, deciphered the text of the manuscript. It detailed a sacrificial ceremony performed by a Hunnic priest within the city of Tongwan in China, where humans, during an arcane ritual, would carve open their chests and extract their hearts, channeling immense power into a noble individual. As for what transpired after the sacrifice and the changes that occurred in the noble's body, the silk manuscript offers no insight. Tongwan City, the capital of the Daxia kingdom established by the Xiongnu during the Eastern Jin period, shares intricate ties with the dragon lineage. Is it akin to the path of divinity? Anger understood that this was likely some form of alchemical ritual, forcefully elevating the bloodline concentration through the deaths of various hybrids. Friedrich's last message indicated he was engaged in archaeological excavations at Tongwan City. What had he encountered? Or had he already undergone this ritual within the city's confines? Enough of this. I have grown weary of these sacrificial ceremonies, which inevitably revolve around blood, bones, and an assortment of chaotic offerings laid upon the ground. While sorcerers chant incantations, culminating in a gathering of bare bodies entwined, ultimately pleasing the malevolent deity, who then allows a trickle of refuse to seep through their fingers. Andy yearned to enhance his bloodline, yet he found such methods utterly unacceptable. He would rather be transformed into a dragon lich than partake in such a profane ritual. Anger cast a cautious glance at Andy, carefully closing the tome and adjusting his attire as he said, "Do not slacken. We must prepare to depart. Is the adventure about to commence? Where are we headed?" Huaxia, Tongwan City. Chapter 9. Temptation in a Safe House in Hamburg, Germany. Ong was preparing for his journey to Huaxia. The core strength of the secret society had been swiftly eradicated, leaving Ong as the principal beneficiary, swiftly ascending to a position of leadership. The remaining members of the society harbored suspicions regarding Aang's survival during the conflict, yet in such dire circumstances, they found themselves compelled to rely on him. Intriguing, indeed. Ander held a cylindrical glass vial, filled with formaldehyde, within which floated a creature resembling a scorpion. Its hue a pale yellow. Curled with a slender tail, it bore a resemblance to a fetus in the womb, its scales and long whiskers gently swaying in the solution. Its closed eyes exuding an aura of serene innocence. Were it not for the two membranous wings unfurled behind it, Ander might have mistaken it for an unusual lizard. The specimen he held was a red dragon hatchling discovered in India in 1796, preserved by the secret society since its taxidermy. Ander had requested it from Ong to discern the differences of dragons in this world. Ong, too, was eager to understand what made Ander distinct, in his estimation. This red dragon hatchling specimen served as the most effective means of evaluating Ander. Although the hatchling had been preserved, the formaldehyde did not kill it. It merely induced a state of dormancy. Should a hybrid of significant lineage or a dragon appear nearby, there was potential for the hatchling to awaken. If Ander exhibited even a modicum of aggression upon viewing the specimen, or if the hatchling were to be roused by its bloodline, Ong would not hesitate to strike, employing a unique method to ensure their mutual demise. However, nothing transpired. Ander merely observed the specimen with curiosity, while the red dragon hatchling remained remarkably stable. Notably, even Aang's proximity would cause the hatchling to quiver, yet in Ander's hands, it seemed akin to an inanimate object. Ong asserted this to be a red dragon. Yet I found myself entirely unfazed. It was truly fascinating. Metal dragons and chromatic dragons are born adversaries, no matter how noble or graceful a metal dragon may be. It loses its sanity when confronted by a chromatic dragon, transforming into a fearsome beast until one party is reduced to mere fragments in the breath of the dragon. Yet, Ander exhibited no such reaction toward the hatchling. He regarded the creature in the vial as if observing something similar in appearance but fundamentally distinct. Akin to viewing a preserved gorilla or an extraterrestrial specimen, Ander concluded, "It seems you are indeed not a dragon." Ong replied, "I am a dragon, but not of the dragons in your world. I strongly suggest you rename the dragons of this world to the irredeemable evil pseudo-dragons. What do you think?" "I shall propose that to the council," Ong replied dismissively, recalling a conversation from a few days prior. "So you truly were sent by magic? I thought that was merely a tale. Dragons are quite straightforward. I am no babbling chromatic dragon. It seems I must find time to enlighten you on the glorious history of true dragons. How about now?" Clearly, Anger was deeply intrigued by the subject, yet he deemed it inappropriate to pursue it further at that moment. He waved his hand and suggested, "Let us instead discuss matters pertaining to magic. By your account, I am now to be regarded as a dragon blood sorcerer?" Ander set down the cylindrical flask, scratched his chin, and muttered a few unintelligible phrases before hesitantly responding. "From a magical perspective, that is indeed accurate, yet you still possess that word spirit, which is truly remarkable. Were I a mage, I would undoubtedly seek to unravel this mystery. However, as I am a sorcerer, reliant on charisma to cast spells, I shall refrain from doing so." "Charisma?" Anger pondered, unable to grasp the connection between spellcasting and charm. Noticing Anger's curiosity, Ander continued along this line of thought. "Charisma, a divine gift bestowed upon individuals, is the essence that distinguishes you from others. The greater your charisma, the more potent your bloodline's power becomes. It seems akin to that of a mixed blood. The purer the lineage, the stronger the magic," Anger surmised. "Your word spirits can indeed be considered a form of sorcerous magic, yet you possess but one, while a sorcerer wields a multitude of spells." Ander rose to his feet, stretching his limbs, concluding that some truths are best understood through physical experience. In the face of Anger's bewildered gaze, Ander began to remove his garments one by one. Given his origins from the corrupted lands, Anger was acutely aware of certain implications and immediately thought of some rather heated matters. "Stop. What are you doing? Are you trying to display your charm? I am not from the corrupted lands, so do not harbor such thoughts. I merely wish to demonstrate the prowess of a sorcerer, with a flash of magical brilliance." A pair of dragon wings sprouted from behind Ander, and curved dragon horns emerged from the back of his head, encircling his skull like a crown. His hands and feet transformed into dragon claws, and his once black pupils shifted to dark golden slits. Unlike the lifeless visage of a reanimated corpse, Ander radiated vitality, resembling a regal emperor, disdainfully surveying the world. Do you see? This is the true form of a dragon blood sorcerer. In time, you too shall transform thus. How magnificent! How powerful! This is the essence of the dragon's might. Ander reveled in his splendor, while anger caressed the scales upon his chest, seemingly assessing the defensive capabilities of Ander. I still prefer to remain human. Anger clearly expressed his aversion to such a transformation. Fear not, it is merely a matter of shape-shifting. Now, let us engage in a spar, so you may witness the might of a sorcerer. Anger remained motionless, acutely aware that he was incapable of harming Ander. Do not concern yourself with the contract. I have temporarily suppressed it. Before Ander could finish his sentence, time froze, leaving him with his mouth agape, exposing his vulnerable throat. Anger struck Ander with a punch, and the contract did not activate. He recognized that Ander spoke the truth. Clutching his folding knife, Anger contemplated the possibility that an action at this moment might indeed slay this peculiar dragon. However, he refrained from striking until the duration of his word spirit expired. Returning to his original position, feigning that nothing had transpired. Perhaps this fellow deserves a chance. As Ong contemplated, Ander merely felt a slight impact against his chest. Yet he grasped the underlying truth. Ong had just activated his word spirit. Time zero. He sensed Aang's mistrust towards him, aware that given the chance, Ong might strike. Thus, Ander intentionally revealed a flaw, enticing Ong, all to gauge his disposition towards him. Ander had no desire to become a lost soul like the dragons of this world. All his probes were predicated on one fundamental premise: Ong could not kill him. Ander had tested this before, the legendary Damascus folding knife. Said to be capable of harming dragon kings, was merely an ordinary steel blade in his hands. The potent toxins that were lethal to the dragons of this realm had no effect on him either, though Ong remained oblivious to this fact. The secret society had studied for centuries how to slay dragons, yet Ander was not one of this world's dragons, rendering most methods ineffective against him. It appeared that Ong had passed the trial, establishing a rudimentary trust between them. At the onset of their battle, Ander had cast a stone skin spell upon himself, and coupled with the defense of dragon scales, he was confident that Ong could hardly scratch his skin. With Ong having already invoked his word spirit, it was now time for Ander to perform. Regaining his composure, he placed one hand on his hip and pointed dramatically with the other, striking an extraordinarily flamboyant pose reminiscent of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Now it is my turn. Magic Missile. Chapter 10, Combat and Sacrifice. A new round of battle commenced the instant Ander unleashed his magical missile. Onglar deftly sidestepped the missile's conspicuous trajectory, allowing it to shatter the painting that adorned the wall. Come forth, little one, and behold the might of a dragon. Clearly, Ander was brimming with exhilaration. He abhorred combat, yet relished the opportunity to educate his opponent from a position of superiority while rendering them utterly defenseless. Perhaps Ander merely enjoyed toying with the weak. While the magical missile may have proved ineffective, there were always alternative methods to achieve victory. Sleep spell. Perhaps due to his lineage, Ander was particularly fond of employing this enchantment. Capable of casting a slumbering state upon enemies within a conical range, reminiscent of the breath of a bronze dragon. In the confines of an indoor setting, such area of effect magic became a formidable weapon. As the conical beam was released, Onglar had just evaded the magical missile and, upon witnessing Ander raise his hand, swiftly sought refuge behind a chair, using it as a shield against the sleep spell. Magic cannot be thwarted by mere wood. You shall have a restful slumber. As a penalty for your defeat, I shall inscribe words of power or not upon your forehead. Ander, unable to resist the influence of time zero, seized the moment while Onglar's words had yet to recover, displaying his dominance. The beam pierced through the wooden chair, and Ander revealed a malicious grin, approaching with a leisurely gait. Hush, little Onglar has fallen asleep. Let me ponder where to inscribe my message. Confident that Onglar could not withstand his sleep spell, he believed the boy had just used his words and could not recover swiftly. However, in the next moment, he realized he was mistaken. Ding! A folding knife emerged from the periphery of Ander's vision, only to be thwarted by an invisible shield. Mage armor, a useful little trick. Always remember to cast a shield upon yourself. Ander gazed at Onglar, who had suddenly appeared behind him, gripping the intricately designed folding knife with a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. There's no need to exert yourself so fiercely for a mere spar. I still anticipate receiving the remainder of my reward. Ander discerned that Onlar had forcibly employed his words to escape the reach of the sleep spell. This is the power of humanity. Onlar uttered words akin to those of Ander. Yet, contrary to his usual demeanor, Ander remained silent, gesturing for the contest to continue. Just as Onlar intended to move, he discovered that his feet seemed ensnared by some unseen force. Glancing down, he saw a segment of rope adeptly coiling around his ankle like a serpent. First tier transmutation spell, awakened rope, fall before me. Ander laughed heartily. He had summoned the magical rope while Onlar spoke, stealthily maneuvering it to ensnare Onlar's feet, all for this very moment. Wisdom, too, is a facet of strength. Foolish Onlar. With a swift tug of the awakened rope, Onlar could no longer maintain his balance and tumbled forward. At that very moment, everything fell silent once more. Anger unleashed the time zero again, blood spilling from his mouth as he struggled to break free from his bindings. Yet, he could no longer sustain his incantation and could only raise the folding knife in a final act of defiance, hurling it towards its gaping maw. Whoosh! Time resumed its flow as the blade, propelled by anger's last vestige of strength, pierced through and still-parted lips, embedding itself between his teeth and leaving a minuscule wound upon his tongue. Howl! Andy hastily extracted the folding knife and gulped down a healing potion. The proudest trait of the brass dragons was their dexterous tongues, and Andy was determined to avoid any affliction to his mouth. My tongue, he exclaimed in distress. Under Anne's relentless healing, the small incision inflicted by the knife swiftly mended. Now truly incensed, Andy considered that this was perhaps his most treasured organ. Even if he were to lose a couple of pounds from his loins, he would rather part with it than his tongue. I shall strip you bare and toss you into the grasp of those accursed magical tendrils. Andy instinctively uttered a rather unfortunate statement, quickly realizing that his adversary was not a flamboyant sorceress, but rather a bald, suit-clad brute. Turning his gaze towards Anger, Andy suddenly noted that Anger had succumbed to the strain of forcibly employing his incantation. A trickle of golden blood oozing from the corner of his mouth and staining the carpet. Witnessing Anger's dire state, Anne's fury subsided considerably, and he grumbled as he retrieved a half-empty healing potion, pouring it into Anger's mouth. What can I say? You are my kin. Under Anne's care, Anger soon regained consciousness, coughing up a clot of blood that had lodged in his throat, pushing Andy aside as he limped toward the door. You nearly ruined my tongue. I've made my decision. You shall serve me by cleaning up 200 years' worth of excrement. Very well, if I manage to survive for 200 years, Anger shrugged, raising his hands in a gesture of indifference. If you die, I shall transform you into the lowest form of undead. Wait, where are you headed? To pack my belongings. We depart tomorrow, Anger replied dismissively. Andy did not press further, merely emphasizing, remember to learn magic. If my kin cannot even cast petrification, how shall I face a dragon? Anger nodded. He was acutely aware that in terms of raw power, he was utterly outmatched by Andy. His previous advantage had only arisen because Andy had been too overconfident. Meanwhile, after seeing Anger off, Andy began to contemplate his own predicaments. It was evident that he had not fought in quite some time, during their recent sparring. He had merely acted as a stationary artillery mage. More critically, he realized he had no defense against the time-stopping ability of Time Zero, relying solely on brute resilience. Moreover, the Dragonkin's incantations in this world were undoubtedly more formidable than Anger's. The four great monarchs were akin to calamities, striking him as if he were a mere child. Soon, he would accompany Anger to that place, Tongtian City, to seek out the sacrificial ritual. His power was still insufficient. What could he possibly do? Andy lamented his own inadequacies when suddenly a spark of inspiration ignited within him as he gazed upon the visiting specimen of a young red dragon upon his table. Sacrifice. Specimen, pseudo-dragon, specimen, sacrifice. Sacrifice. What would happen if this artifact were offered to the divine? This thought surged uncontrollably into Ander's mind. In Ander's universe, which is shaped by the Dungeons and Dragons mythology, all dragons are considered the progeny of the original dragon god, Io. The metallic dragons believe themselves to be Io's most exquisite creations. However, while the dragons in this world bear a striking resemblance to their DD counterparts, they are fundamentally different. They are not creations of Io, but rather descendants of the Dark Lord, Nyagard. Consequently, in Ander's eyes, the dragonkin of this realm appear as mere imitations crafted by some malevolent deity, a grave affront to true dragons that could ignite the wrath of any pure dragon, including the exalted dragon deities themselves. When the attention of these deities turns toward this world, they will soon realize there is but one among them, Ander. He suspects that he is likely to become a mercenary for these deities, infused with divine power to enact justice and vanquish evil in this realm, while concurrently promoting the dragon pantheon. Without further ado, Ander sprang into action, retrieving a spatial pouch. Do not question where he produced it from. Dragons inherently possess crevices suitable for concealment. From within the pouch, he extracted 3 altars. The largest bore the intricate carving of a galactic nebula, representing Bahamut, the noble dragon god, known for his endeavors to propagate justice and combat evil. The second, slightly smaller altar, showcased the smirking visage of a brass dragon, symbolizing Asterina, Ios divine messenger, revered by the brass dragons for her love of knowledge and playful spirit, embodying a chaotic alignment. The third altar displayed an open book, representing the trickster, Hurl, the most amiable of the 3 deities, presiding over inspiration and humor, to whom Ander is but a modest acolyte, often beseeching him during bouts of Rider-esque block. With a powerful ally at his disposal, Ander could not resist the temptation to see the expressions of these dragon deities upon encountering this faux red dragon. A mischievous grin danced upon his face as he eagerly cleared a space on the table, setting down the altars to prepare for a grand surprise for the deities. The trickster would likely delight in such an unexpected revelation, while the other 2 would surely be incensed. Their fury would only amplify the rewards for Ander's conquest against these false dragons. Steeling himself, he began the preparations for the sacrificial rite. Chapter 11. Hello. Are you there? In a disordered room, chairs and books were carelessly cast aside as Ander knelt on the floor, diligently painting a meticulous magical array with some kind of pigment. Praying to the divine was akin to making a phone call, yet Ander was situated at a considerable distance, necessitating a long-distance connection, which naturally escalated the costs. I am left with but a single vial of magical ink, containing a mixture of silver dust and the blood of a red dragon. I hope it proves useful. Ander spared no expense for this long-distance call, extracting various magical items he had meticulously gathered over the years through various, shall we say, creative means. With Ander's efforts, a geometric array soon emerged, and he positioned the shrine of the jester, Hel, at its center, while he himself embraced the red dragon hatchling and stood within the array. The jester was the most amiable among the deities, and Ander intended to test the waters first. As magical energy surged into the array, it gradually illuminated, and Ander recited Hel's divine name in Draconic. This was akin to dialing a number. At the moment he uttered the deity's name, Ander sensed a faint connection. The call had been established. He promptly recited a complex prayer, which essentially conveyed, "Hello? Is Sister Hel there? I have something splendid to share with you." On the other end, there was silence for a moment, before a response came, "She is not here." The connection was severed, and Ander remained momentarily stunned, before realizing that Hel was a cultured being. How could a cultured entity engage in violence? Well, never mind. Let us try the next one. Ander then brought forth the shrine of Asterina, placing it within the array, and attempted to reach out to another prominent figure. "Is the Great One available? I have something marvelous to offer you." However, once again, he was met with rejection, as this esteemed figure simply retorted, "Use your brain, believe in yourself," and hung up. What on earth? Was there not a reliable deity among the metallic dragons? After 2 unsuccessful calls, Ander set his sights on the final prominent figure, the platinum dragon, Bahamut. Bahamut, the lord of good dragons, cherished justice, vanquishing evil dragons and upholding righteousness. With such a dragon, it was essential to appeal to its virtues. "Hello? Great One. There are numerous chaotic and evil creatures masquerading as true dragons, tarnishing our reputation. The people suffer, and they claim to be more perfect than true dragons. I am at my wit's end. Please intervene." After establishing the connection, Ander lamented to the dragon god, describing the local dragons through the twisted narrative of a brass dragon as beings more malevolent than the demons of the abyss, which undoubtedly captured Bahamut's attention. Sensing Bahamut's focus, Ander raised the red dragon hatchling in his hands and declared, "Great One, behold, this is what those false dragons have become. It is said their lifespans exceed our own, and upon death, they can resurrect like liches." Upon uttering these words, Ander distinctly felt a lightness in his grasp. The red dragon specimen began to levitate. Ander regained his senses, only to find himself transformed back into his dragon form, surrounded by an infinite expanse of space, encircled by a galaxy woven from countless stars. He understood that Bahamut had summoned him. His expenditure of divine power to pull himself into this realm was far beyond a mere call for a conversation. A voice, resonant and thunderous, echoed through the void. This was the voice of Bahamut, the Platinum Dragon, which Ander had only encountered in the most ancient of legacies. Such malevolence, such sacrilege, how could such a terrifying entity exist? Bahamut, occupied with his myriad divine responsibilities, could not possibly attend to every supplicant's prayer individually. Yet, Ander's long-distance call was akin to the President of the United States receiving a phone call from Mars, prompting Bahamut to carve out a moment to investigate. However, upon his arrival, he was taken aback to discover that this small, slumbering hatchling, immersed in a liquid cocoon, belonged to none of the dragon breeds he recognized. Bahamut had emerged from the remains of the dragon god Io, who was the progenitor of all dragonkind, and thus every dragon bore Io's mark. Yet, this hatchling was devoid of such a signature, leading Bahamut to quickly realize that it was not a creation of Io. If that were the extent of the matter, it would suffice, but upon a meticulous examination of this being's structure, Bahamut found that these pseudo-dragons excelled in certain aspects compared to true dragons. They possessed the ability to resurrect after death, boasted larger physiques than ordinary dragons, and exhibited a shape-shifting affinity reminiscent of aberrations. Left unchecked, they might one day supplant true dragons. It was precisely for this reason that Bahamut lamented the terrifying potential of such creatures. Let me behold the creator of these beings. With his omnipotent divine power, Bahamut delved into the memories concealed within their bloodlines. He envisioned a colossal black dragon birthing a legion that blotted out the sun, subjugating humanity and establishing a vast empire, only to rebel against their creator, unable to restrain the madness coursing through their veins. Yet, Bahamut's focus was not on the Black King. His attention was drawn to two slender-bodied dragons with membranous wings, commanding the winds as they soared through the skies. They were the rulers of sky and wind among the four sovereigns. As one whose divine portfolio included the essence of wind, Bahamut instantly discerned that these two dragons could manipulate the very nature of wind itself, an essence of divinity, a coveted authority sought by countless beings. Such power could not be allowed to remain in the hands of those nefarious creatures. Should he possess it, he could ascend even further. Even the benevolent Dragon King could not entirely resist the insatiable greed stemming from bloodlines. Based on the memories within the blood, Bahamut surmised that these two pseudo-dragons were merely at the level of demigods, likely due to the dispersal of their authority. Gazing down at his frail progeny, he weighed the advantages and disadvantages before reaching a resolute decision. At that moment, Ander had been adrift in this space for an extended period, attempting to swim through the air in his dragon form, practicing his butterfly stroke. Ahem, my progeny, a noble task has now been entrusted to you. Upon hearing these words, Ander immediately stood tall, raising his head high, as if the previous foolishness belonged to an entirely different dragon. This false dragon was so malevolent that it deserved to be vanquished by justice. However, the cosmos is boundless, and my powers must be allocated to matters of greater significance. Bahamut expressed this sentiment with eloquence, which translates to my being quite occupied, unable to intervene directly, for your location is too distant, and I cannot dispatch anyone there. Nevertheless, I have procured some valuable resources for you. The pursuit of justice rests upon your efforts. After consuming a hearty bowl of benevolent dragon broth, Bahamut bestowed upon Ander a magical array capable of extracting the powers from these false dragons, devouring them, and thus growing stronger. Bahamut understood that the world Ander inhabited was far removed from his own, making it challenging to offer tangible assistance. And crossing the crystalline barrier to obtain authority would be counterproductive. Therefore, he chose to allow Ander to absorb these powers, using his progeny as a safeguard. Treasures in his possession were preferable to entrusting them to outsiders. After Ander had imbibed a generous bowl of broth, his mind was filled with arcane knowledge. And upon hearing Bahamut's words, he could not help but retort, absorb? Evolve? Are you raising a Leviathan here? Chapter 12, The Voyage to Huaxia 10 days later. Aboard a passenger ship sailing from the port of Hamburg to the bustling city of Huaxia, Ander leaned against the ship's railing, gazing at a minuscule red gem, no larger than a mung bean, nestled in his palm. After receiving the magical array bestowed by the platinum dragon god Bahamut, Ander immediately employed this artifact during an exhilarating magical ritual in the underground chamber of anger, transforming the young red dragon into this diminutive gem, which now shimmered with the enchanting brilliance of mineral light. Although Anger jested that this was an act of dark magic, Ander himself maintained a pragmatic view. Whether a cat is black or white, what matters is its ability to catch mice. As long as he swallowed this gem, he would grow stronger. What was the underlying principle? Was magic truly omnipotent? Ander pondered in confusion. As a sorcerer, he had no inclination to delve into the mysteries of magic, his knowledge insufficient. It was precisely because this magic was a complete black box to him that Ander handled the crafted gem with utmost caution, refraining from consuming it until the day he departed Hamburg for Huaxia. He was uncertain about the consequences of ingestion, and the last thing he desired was for his eyes to resemble light bulbs. Unlike the golden eyes of hybrids, the eyes of true dragons, akin to those of felines, could reflect light but did not possess the ability to emit it naturally, let alone exhibit the fiery gleam of golden eyes. As Ander contemplated, a rotund Caucasian approached him. "You yellow-skinned monkey, how did you crawl out of third class?" In a bid to conceal his identity and prevent any potential attacks from foes, Ander was forced to masquerade as a tourist alongside Anger. However, he overlooked a crucial detail. It was the year 1900, and the Qing dynasty had yet to fall. "Where is your braid?" The white, portly man clearly sought to provoke a confrontation, reaching out to grab the back of Anderson's head. Yet, Ander was disinterested in engaging with this individual. He raised his hand and cast an enchanting spell, which rendered the hefty man motionless. "Since you are so proud of your skin, why not strip down and run naked?" No sooner had Anders spoken than a naked figure began to dash across the deck. "After running, be sure to wash yourself in the sea." With that, Ander turned and departed without a backward glance, ignoring the screams that followed. "Ah, rogue! Someone help! Mr. Distaway has gone mad. Quick, someone!" Just as Ander was about to leave the deck, the sound of a heavy object splashing into the water reached his ears, prompting a wicked smile to spread across his face. "Who told me to be a kind dragon?" The naked Mr. Distaway was soon rescued, but remained dazed and confused, not emerging from his cabin until the voyage concluded. Upon returning to the opulent suite aboard the cruise liner, Anger sat in a chair, eyes closed, gently stroking his folding knife, seemingly in a state of meditation. On the second day of their return to society, Anger had taken a group to meticulously search the castle manor, finally discovering a fragment of his friend Minute Castle's longsword. The blade tip. Anger had modified that small piece into a folding knife, often taking it out to fondle absent-mindedly. This is a poignant reminiscence of old friends. Simultaneously a silent accumulation of strength, awaiting the opportune moment to launch a decisive strike. As Andy observed this scene, he finally resolved to act, calling out to Anger, who was resting with his eyes closed. "Awaken, come and guard me." Anger opened his eyes, revealing an expression of resignation. "Must you do this every day?" Silence. "This time, I shall not falter." Andy had attempted many times before to persuade himself, but had never dared to place the gemstone in his mouth. "If I revert to a dragon, you must provide me cover," Andy instructed. Understood. "This room is spacious enough for your antics," Anger replied, slightly impatient. "I actually swallowed it. I truly did." Anger seized the gemstone and thrust it into Anne's mouth. "Stop dawdling." Andy instinctively swallowed, the gemstone, no larger than a pea, descending into his stomach. "I wasn't ready yet." "You won't be ready even after 10 years. Considering the lifespan of true dragons, spending a decade to make a serious decision is not entirely implausible." "Well, I've swallowed this thing now. What next?" The anticipated golden radiance enveloping him or the emergence of dark mud from his pores did not materialize, leaving Andy somewhat disheartened. "Perhaps you merely require a little nudge." As the finest of the younger generation of the secret society, Anger quickly connected the dots. He attempted to recite the dragon incantation he had learned years ago. "What did you say?" "Wait." As Anger intoned the incantation, Andy felt an ethereal presence establishing a connection with him, imparting a certain knowledge. Accompanied by Anne's soft chant, a tiny flame flickered to life at his fingertips. This is the power of the word spirit. Although reluctant to admit it, Anger recognized that Andy had invoked the word spirit through his recitation of the dragon tongue. Andy closed his eyes, entering the sanctuary of his memories. He immediately noticed a dim, red star that had manifested within the Hall of Memories. This red star was tethered to a crimson thread, extending into the vast, endless void. "Let me see what you are concealing." Andy leaned closer, hoping to glean some insight from the star. In the muted red glow, he discerned a colossal dragon, towering 100 meters, exhaling flames. Though the dragon appeared majestic and formidable, it was regrettably immobile. Clearly, this was merely an image. Is this a joke? Just a picture? Andy attempted the word spirit several more times, swiftly uncovering certain patterns. The so-called dragon script was merely the key to trigger the word spirit. The true catalyst was likely something of a higher order. It resembled a mediocre pay-to-win game, where hybrids and dragons are the players, and lineage represents the currency spent. However, hybrids lack wealth, and thus wield less power, while dragons possess riches, granting them greater authority. And here he was, having pilfered another's account, forcefully logging into this game. What of the four great monarchs and the Black King? They are the servers, the game masters, the architects, the very foundation of everything. This evokes thoughts of Lu Mingfei from the book. Enda is acutely aware that this individual is either a game master or a hacker. Enda immediately recalls a concept akin to divine arts, spells mediated by deities. Following this line of reasoning, the four great sovereigns possess divine attributes, which constitute the authority and power of the Dragon King. Well, there is a piece of good news and a piece of bad news. The bad news is that the four great sovereigns are astonishingly formidable. But the good news is that I only need to wait for a century to follow in the footsteps of the protagonist and acquire divine attributes. The longevity of dragons renders the wait inconsequential. To Enda, a mere 100 years is nothing. At worst, he can find a place to slumber and stockpile provisions. And he shall eventually arrive at that moment. After pondering in the Hall of Memories for quite some time, he ultimately reaches a resolute conclusion. Lu Mingfei, I have made my decision regarding your ancestors. Chapter 13. The midnight gift upon the tumultuous sea. A passenger ship valiantly confronted the towering waves with its iron frame. Excess rain lashed against the deck, enveloping the surroundings in a thick mist that obscured all visibility. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning cleaved through the darkness, followed by a deep rumble of thunder that sent tremors through the surging waters. Just as every maritime film is graced by a tempest, so too did the vessel that housed Ander encounter a minor squall. Were this a tale of pirates, Ander would be found on the deck, singing while bailing water. However, it was the 20th century, and thus, Ander found himself seated in the cabin, engaged in conversation with Ange. Yet, Ange appeared somewhat distracted, reminiscing about the rain from that fateful day, which seemed eerily similar. Ander, however, remained oblivious to such sentiments, boasting instead of how he had pierced the throat of a blue dragon with 3 shots from a Ma Yufu acid arrow. As the story reached its crescendo through Ander's vivid mimicry, he found himself yearning for more. Your turn, your turn. He urged Ange to share tales of his own adventures, eager to mock Ange's brief and meager life experiences. Despite Ander's encouragement, Ange remained unenthused, prompting Ander to pose another inquiry. Come on, you must tell me who exactly killed your friends. Although Ander possessed the knowledge gleaned from his past life regarding that day's events, he still yearned to hear Ange recounted in his own words. Ange tightened his grip on his folding knife, contemplating giving this insipid dragon a taste of salt upon his wounds. I don't wish to speak of it, don't be like that. Trust me a little. I don't even know who the enemy is. You truly have a heart of stone. During their time in Hamburg, Ander had posed similar questions, yet Ange was reluctant to revisit that day's haunting memories. Some matters are best spoken aloud to lighten the burden on all. Perhaps the busyness of recent days had dulled the sorrow, for at last, Ange began to speak. All stories begin with Lu Shanyan, who followed the ministers of the Qing dynasty to England. Ange's narrative unfolded rather monotonously, devoid of grandiloquent language or deliberate suspense. He merely recounted a tale with a dismal conclusion in a straightforward manner. Lu Shanyan was an anti-Qing revolutionary, and with his assistance, the secret society procured artifacts related to the dragon lineage from China for research. Yet, the decaying Qing government, in collusion with hybrids within the realm, ensnared the secret society in a trap, delivering a dormant dragon king disguised as a lizard skeleton into their hands. In the castle manor, the dragon king awakened, and the members of the secret society fought valiantly, leaving only Ange to stand alone. You stole treasures from other nations, only to be deceived? I must say, I have no sympathy for you artifact traders. Ange flushed with indignation, stammering in defense. The matter of slaying dragons cannot be deemed theft. Ander waved his hand, choosing not to delve deeper, and continued, then where did the funds for purchasing the artifacts ultimately end up? This matter was once addressed by Lu Shanyan, to which Anger replied, it is not the Qing government that collaborates with us, but rather the anti-Qing factions. Revolutionaries require funding, hence. And he sighed, reflecting on the illicit trade of antiquities, financing rebel forces, and the grave acts of tomb raiding. It was no wonder that the secret society had drawn attention. Indeed, the days are becoming increasingly perilous. Anger then chose to elaborate on his plans. We will disembark in Shanghai, first establishing contact with the locals, and then proceed to Minzhou to seek out Lady Lu, the wife of Lu Shanyan. Your identity necessitates her assistance. Andy, now recognized as Lu Shanyan's uncle, a mixed-blood Chinese expatriate named Lu Andy, was considered a distant branch of the Lu family. Yet, all of this required Lady Lu's cooperation. Returning to one's roots is quite commendable. Anger glanced at Andy, surprised by how quickly he had grasped the customs of Huaxia. However, Lu Shanyan's remains are no longer suitable for relocation. They have been irrevocably tainted by dragon blood and must be interred at the castle estate, which is fortified by protections designed by the secret society. How will you explain this to his wife? Anger lowered his head, pressed his lips together, and after a prolonged silence, could only utter, "I do not know." Observing Anger in distress, Andy patted his shoulder, shifting the topic. "What shall we do next?" Anger squeezed out through clenched teeth. "We head north to Tongwanqing and confront that scoundrel Friedrich. This is hardly a plan. Plans are unnecessary. We require only to fight. Do we have any support? None. I healed too swiftly. The secret society does not trust me, given the nature of the explosion." It was indeed suspicious that Anger emerged unscathed. No support, no plan. Are you prepared to embrace death? Anger raised his head, fixing a steely gaze upon Andy. You will assist me, will you not? Andy scratched his head, feeling as though he had fallen into a pit. Very well, you are the employer. The decision lies with you. Anger smiled, though the rigidity of his facial muscles rendered his smile more akin to a grimace. Andy shifted to a more comfortable position, continuing this oddly tense conversation. Let us discuss the dead servants. They are likely to encounter many of those repulsive beings this time. Anger offered some insights into the nature of the dead servants. These hybrids have transcended the threshold of the living, yearning to metamorphose into dragons. Alas, they are fated to become mere half-human, half-dragon corpses. Following Anger's impromptu lecture, Andy posed a question. Do you think those dead servants can swim? They should be capable. That cargo ship transporting antiquities for the secret society was sunk by dead servants. The Mary Queen, the vessel laden with goods for the secret society, sank in the Atlantic the day after the lizard bones were transported. All crew members aboard transformed into dead servants, appearing in the battle at Castle Estate. Anger envisioned those dead servants, clad in heavy garments, attempting to swim in the water with a comical demeanor, and a smile briefly graced his lips. However, he soon found no reason to smile again. Do you think we might be discovered by the enemy? Andy inquired. Anger reacted swiftly, his wrist flicking as the folding knife was drawn from its sheath. What have you discovered? While you were recounting your tale, I heard the sound of claws scratching against the steel plate. Why didn't you mention it sooner? Anger sprang from his chair and dashed towards the deck. I detest swimming. They must have made it to the deck by now. Ander followed closely behind, his pace unhurried, yet no less swift than Anger's frantic sprint. You scoundrel! The two stood upon the deck, torrents of rain relentlessly pouring down as the colossal vessel advanced through the darkness. A bolt of lightning illuminated the entire world, revealing the lifeless figures of the reapers on the deck. Anger gazed upon the motionless reapers, a sinister grin spreading across his face. It appears someone has delivered us a gift, a midnight offering. Chapter 14. You have been empowered, now go forth. On the deck of the passenger ship, Ander gazed at the grotesque figures of the undead, a wave of nausea washing over him. The appearance of these creatures far exceeded the limits of what Ander could tolerate. Emerging from the sea, they were adorned with strands of kelp and seaweed, resembling a bizarre amalgamation of fishmen, dragons, and zombies. Was the aesthetic of those faux dragons truly so poor? These abominations were utterly repulsive. Yet, Ander couldn't help but complain. Silence, urged Anha, wielding only a folding knife, yet it was more than sufficient to slit the throats of the undead. He looked at the advancing horde, feeling no fear, only the thrill of battle and the sweet taste of vengeance. Anha yearned for immediate action. Stay still. I shall grant you a buff. Ander intercepted Anha, who was eager to charge forth. At that moment, Anha was not yet the formidable principal of Castle who could slay gods. He was the finest young talent of the secret faction, but still merely a youth. Raising his hand, magical luminescence enveloped Anha, bestowing him with the grace of a cat, the strength of an ox, the endurance of a bear, and resistance to energy damage. To be a mage, casting fireballs is vital. Yet granting buffs is even more crucial. Anha felt power surging through his veins, stronger than when he had activated his bloodlust. Ander observed Anha's eagerness and recalled a line from a game. You have been empowered, now go. At Ander's command, Anha dashed forward like a rabid dog. In an instant, He appeared on the other side, severing the heads of multiple undead, showcasing the might of Zero Time. Pleased with Anha's performance, Ender nodded in approval. Why should the elder brother intervene when the younger could handle it? All right, enjoy yourself. I shall return to my slumber. Ender had no desire to engage with these repugnant foes. However, the undead would not spare him. Anha charged once more into the throng of undead, eschewing spells for close-quarters combat. While the undead resisted Anha's onslaught, they began to encircle Ender. There was no escape now. I had no intention of battling these vile creatures. From behind, Ender retrieved a space bag, producing a stout, lengthy staff. You have forced my hand. Unlike other staves, this one was crafted from high-grade dwarven alloy, topped not with a gem, but with a metallic sphere. This was Ender's weapon. More akin to a hammer than a staff, it was the instrument of a sorcerer. Wielding the iron hammer, he cast 2 4th-level spells upon himself. Stone skin. Enormous strength. Ender's skin transformed to a cement-like gray, significantly enhancing his defenses. With a sinister grin, he reveled in the long-awaited return to this weapon. Very well, my spells are precious. Are you prepared to face the wrath of the dragon? Ender raised his staff, and under the influence of his formidable power, the staff emitted a terrifying sound as it struck fiercely against the skull of a corpse. A true mage should envelop himself in a myriad of buffs before engaging in close combat with a warhammer. The warlock Ender had arrived to make his presence felt. Accompanied by his exaggerated laughter, his form began to undergo a transformation. Bathed in the glow of magic, his visage contorted, and a pair of enormous dragon wings unfurled from his back. A creature, half man and half dragon, materialized upon the deck. He wielded a colossal iron hammer, toppling the approaching undead. The claws of these undead, capable of rending steel, proved utterly inadequate against his skin, fortified by a stone skin spell. Their assaults merely left superficial wounds upon him, which healed swiftly due to his draconic regenerative abilities. The viscous, black blood of the undead pooled upon the ground, crafting a beautiful yet gruesome tableau. Come on. Come and strike. Ender bellowed as he swung his mighty hammer, delivering punishing blows to the undead before him. The undead howled in agony, desperate to crush the beast obstructing their path. Yet Ender stood firm, like a rock amidst a tempest, impervious to the relentless onslaught of wind and wave. Though his attacks lacked finesse, his overwhelming strength rendered the undead powerless to retaliate. On the other side, Angeli faced a more arduous battle. His combat style resembled that of an assassin, fragile yet high in damage output, excelling in single-target strikes but faltering against groups. Despite the numerous buffs Ender had bestowed upon him, Angeli gradually found himself overwhelmed by the relentless assault of the undead. He slashed open the throat of another foe, dark crimson blood gushing forth. A sharp sting on his face alerted him to the corrosive nature of the undead's blood. His suit was tattered from the skirmish, with countless wounds marring his body from the undead's attacks. Gasping for breath, Angeli once again felt the weight of his own frailty and helplessness. Engrossed in his own melee, Ender noticed Angeli's plight and mustered the last remnants of his magical energy. Firewall, he conjured, flames igniting to create a barrier that separated Angeli from the majority of the undead, granting him a moment of respite. The undead skirted around the blazing barrier, lunging towards the sole living being before them. Ender, damn it, do you not know fear? He lamented, having exhausted his magical reserves in buffing Angeli, leaving him unable to conjure even a drop more. Ender could only continue to swing his hammer, repelling wave after wave of the undead assault. The warhammer, forged from high-strength alloy, had become battered and worn, the physical resilience of the undead surpassing Ender's expectations. With mechanical precision, he swung the hammer until a sharp crack resounded, the staff splintered into 2. The iron ball at one end was flung away, striking one of the undead and creating a gaping hole in its body. Meanwhile, Ender thrust the remaining half of the staff forcefully into another undead's torso. This could not continue. Ender resolved firmly within himself. Angeli, step back. I am about to transform. Before his words faded, a magnificent brass dragon materialized upon the deck, illuminated by the glow of magic. With a powerful flap of its wings, it ascended into the sky, while Deadpool below stretched out his arms in a futile attempt to grasp it. You wretched, loathsome creatures, prepare to be engulfed by my dragon's breath. The brass dragon possessed more than just a sleep-inducing breath. It could also exhale a searing line of flame. Ender, distancing himself from Deadpool, descended once more upon the deck and inhaled deeply. Under the influence of an unknown organ within his body, a flammable gas was released and ignited in Ender's throat. He opened his mouth, gathering the flames into a concentrated blast, and then, boom, a torrent of fire surged across the gangplank, slicing through the air like a sword from bow to stern. Deadpool screamed as he was engulfed in flames, his desiccated flesh emitting a repugnant odor under the heat. Gazing upon the golden dragon at the bow, fear gripped Deadpool. Chapter 15. The battle among the speedsters upon the vast passenger ship. The brass dragon lay low, its immense form casting a shadow as its breath, like a sharp blade, pierced through the vessel. Under the onslaught of Anders' fiery exhalation, the Deadpool melted away like wax, transforming into pools of ash that reeked of fish and decay. In a desperate bid to eliminate these repugnant creatures, Anders' breath persisted for nearly half a minute. The searing flames eradicated the majority of the Deadpool, leaving the remnants trembling in fear, cowering in a corner. Seeing this, Anders could not help but exhale a sigh of relief. At last, these monsters had been vanquished. He hoped no further calamities would arise. Just as Anders prepared to revert to his human form, a sinister shadow darted forth, revealing that more Deadpool lay in ambush. The figure moved with terrifying speed, its sharp claws aimed directly at Anders' open eyes. In a flash, a silhouette appeared before Anders. It was Ange, who shielded Anders from the oncoming attack with his own body. As a consequence, a massive gash appeared on Ange's side, deep enough to expose bone. Blood flowed from Ange's mouth, yet such an injury would not impede his advance. Dodge! Ange shouted, recognizing the Deadpool's linguistic ability, which mirrored his own, known as zero time. Ange understood that within this realm, everything would be decelerated. Consequently, every user of the time spirit was born an assassin. While Anders was formidable, he could not withstand the assassination attempts emerging from the shadows. Although Ange had utilized his linguistic ability multiple times at this moment, he was the only one capable of contending with this Deadpool. Damn it, must I resort to that technique? The secret society had risen among the myriad of hybrid factions, owing to the extraction of the blood fury technique from ancient knowledge. As a member of the young generation of the secret society, specifically the Lionheart Guild, Ange was naturally adept at employing blood fury. However, he was no longer merely a hybrid. He had evolved into a dragon blood sorcerer, possessing the bloodline of a true dragon. What transformation would occur should he now invoke the blood fury technique? With urgency pressing upon him, Ange could afford no further contemplation. As he had practiced countless times before, golden light began to emanate from his eyes as he ignited the power of his lineage to its utmost potential. Under the enhancement of the blood fury technique, the brass scales on his chest began to spread, his fingers morphing into claws. In an instant, his visage was adorned with scales, and his skull began to expand. A pair of semicircular, plow-shaped dragon horns manifested, forming a pair of prominent ears at the back of his head. Compared to his previous transformations, Ange felt an entirely different sensation. The power surging within him was not chaotic. It obeyed his commands with docility. Flames erupted from his hands, awakening the latent magic within his bloodline. Now, the second round was about to commence. The battle of the speedsters was one where no interference was permitted. Through blood fury, Ange once again seized the opportunity to unleash his linguistic ability. The domain of his language spread forth, and everything slowed to a crawl. Yet, the opponent's ability was identical to his own, allowing them to move freely even within the realm of zero time. Anger sought victory through two means, either by overwhelming the opponent with unabashed force, or by further enhancing the domain of zero time, rendering himself swifter than his adversary. As a mature individual, Anger desired both. Empowered by the bloodline of the brass dragon, he forcibly elevated the intensity of zero time once more. The movements of the Deadpool, ensnared within the realm of linguistic power, began to decelerate. This was the moment he awaited. Anger surged forward, grasping Deadpool's head with a vice-like grip. Now it is my turn. The colossal might of the dragon, combined with the magic previously bestowed upon Anger by Anders, allowed Anger's claws to pierce through Deadpool's skin. A harrowing scream erupted from Deadpool as the flames upon Anger's hand seared him. The skull, being the most resilient part of the human body, was comparable to the hardest metal in Deadpool's transformed state. Yet, all of this proved futile in the face of the dragon-transformed Anger. Deadpool clawed wildly, leaving a myriad of wounds upon Anger's body. Nevertheless, Anger relentlessly tightened his grip, his claws sinking deep into Deadpool's brain. With a resounding crack and a splatter, Deadpool's skull burst forth like a watermelon, red and white viscera turning to ash in the flames of Anger's grasp. Their battle, though lengthy, transpired in the blink of an eye to onlookers. Such was the combat of the speedster, untouchable and unassailable. Ander, maintaining his dragon form, approached Anger's side. Though reluctant to admit it, it was evident that anger had salvaged him once again. Anger turned his head, resting his palm upon Anders' scaled claw. "Thank you." After considerable hesitation, Anders finally expressed his gratitude. "Now, it is your turn." With those words, Anger succumbed to unconsciousness. "Honestly, must I always clean up your mess?" Anders summoned the last vestiges of dragon breath, incinerating the audacious Deadpool that dared to ambush him, reducing him to ashes. In a burst of light, he transformed back into human form, aware that the battle had finally concluded. Following the demise of the assassin Deadpool, the remaining ones leapt into the water, fleeing from the ship. Silence once again enveloped the deck. After regaining a measure of magical energy, Ander employed his mage's hand to dispose of the corpses, casting them one by one into the sea. Gazing down at the blood-soaked Anger and recalling his earlier actions, Ander clenched his teeth and retrieved a prized possession, a vial of purple potion. According to the eccentric alchemist's claims, this potion had the power to restore a dying individual to health. It had cost him a considerable sum, and using it on Anger would not be deemed wasteful. Ander muttered as he splashed the potion over Anger's body. After cleansing the deck of traces, he hoisted Anger's form and stealthily returned to their quarters. He tossed Anger's bloodied body onto the bed and bandaged him with care. Slumping onto the sofa, Ander reflected on the exhilarating battle of the day. As a bard, this thrilling confrontation had resonated deeply within him. "Perhaps I should compose a song to commemorate today's encounter," he pondered. Ander rhythmically tapped his palm against the wooden surface beside him, harmonizing with the sound of rain outside as he sang a robust sea shanty. "So it's into the void now, me girls and me boys. From Mother's hands we go. We'll be sailing to the sun till the voyage is done, then we'll be sleeping in the cold below." This melody, titled "The Cold Return," was one he had learned years ago from a Yankee sailor. Although it would have been more fitting for Ander to sing a gentler tune at that moment, he felt that this powerful shanty better expressed the fervor within his heart. As the song concluded, a voice interrupted. "Stop singing." Ander turned to the recently awakened Anju, smiling as he inquired, "Did you find it enjoyable?" It was deafening, came the reply. "Next time, I'll choose something more exhilarating." Chapter 16. The calm before the storm. In the early morning, sunlight danced upon the surface of the sea as the colossal vessel glided smoothly through the waters, just as it had the day before. It was as if nothing had transpired in the preceding days. The battle of that night remained a secret, for all had slept soundly, oblivious to the turmoil. Upon awakening, those on deck discovered several large holes and charred marks spreading like a spider's web. Passengers aboard the cruise ship engaged in lively discussions, ultimately concluding that the thunder the previous night had been quite formidable. As the tale was recounted, it morphed into something increasingly peculiar, leading an American author to craft a story inspired by it, titled The Thunder God and the Titanic. Regrettably, that book failed to gain traction. Otherwise, one might have been able to find its cinematic adaptation on popular platforms. After shedding his violent form, Ong regained his human appearance, though the mechanics of this transformation eluded him. Nevertheless, he felt a sense of relief. Since that night's assault, the mastermind behind it had not reemerged. Anders speculated that perhaps the adversary had been intimidated by his own valiant demeanor. However, Ong understood that the lethal mercenaries who had nearly claimed his life were merely trifling gifts sent by the unseen orchestrator. "How do you know this?" Anders had inquired after Ong reached his conclusion. "The patterns," Ong replied. "They all possess subtle insignias. The secretive organization employed a unique cipher, and Friedrich, dispatched to China, was well versed in its intricacies. Thanks to his mixed heritage and exceptional memory, Friedrich could recall thousands of distinct patterns and their meanings. These codes conveyed significant messages. Each time he dispatched a letter, Ong would peruse a hefty dictionary, deciphering the cryptic symbols alongside his friend, Castle. During the skirmish, Ong had caught sight of a symbol the size of a thumbnail illuminated by the flash of lightning. It was a circle marked with an X at its center, with a horizontal line beneath it. Ong recognized that symbol. It signified gift. He understood that these mercenaries were merely trifling offerings from the puppeteer, who had even more surprises in store for him upon reaching China. Anders, however, harbored a differing perspective. It seems the mastermind is rather unwise, failing to grasp the essence of eradicating threats completely. "What do you mean?" Ong inquired. Anders loosened the button at his collar and explained. "Instead of finding ways to eliminate us, he sends wave after wave of minions to their demise, thereby weakening himself. Isn't that a sign of folly?" "Indeed, a gentleman." Ong jested. "I never knew you had a penchant for self-deprecation." Ong, being of British descent, typically comported himself with the decorum of a refined gentleman. This was quintessential British humor, a juxtaposition that seemed incongruous. Anders recounted British jokes with the finesse of a Gallic, perhaps a result of specialized training in Germany. On was reluctant to delve into his own sense of humor as a Briton, subtly redirecting the conversation. "We are about to dock." Anders, puzzled, queried, "What is the significance of docking? You are now identified as a subject of the Qing dynasty, so what?" Anders retorted, "You require some essential disguise." A profound sense of crisis surged within Anders as he began to grasp the implications of Anha's words. "Don't even think about telling me to." Anha nodded, disregarding Anders' protests, and retrieved a short, thick black braid from a nearby box. "You must don this braid." A mischievous grin adorned Anha's face, reveling in his prank. Not a chance. Moments later, a short, stout braid flew out of the cabin window, slicing through the air before plummeting into the sea with a splash. Amidst the chaos of the cabin, Anders stood resolutely, vociferously protesting Anha's affront. "I swear, even if I were to consume 100 Deadpools, I would never attach a pig's tail to my own head." Anha, somewhat exasperated, retorted, "But even Lu Shanyan, a revolutionary, sports a braid at the back of his head." At that moment, Anha failed to comprehend the profound disgrace that this pig's tail represented for Anders and could only offer. However, in the Qing dynasty, lacking a braid is exceedingly conspicuous and could lead to numerous troubles. Yet Anha overlooked one crucial point. Anders was not one to be daunted by trifling inconveniences. "Then we shall resolve it with magic. I am a dragon. Must I cower in fear?" "But the Qing is also home to dragons," Anha argued, "and Lu Shanyan's greatest aspiration is to slay this dragon." "This pseudo-dragon has little time left to live," Anders scoffed, dismissing Anha's assertions with disdain. After a brief dispute, Anha ultimately relinquished the notion of compelling Anders to wear the braid. He tidied up the disordered furniture and commenced their daily instructional routine. As a sorcerer, although the ability to cast spells relies entirely on innate talent, one's capacity to learn a spell hinges on the fortune bestowed by one's ancestors. There exists a fundamental body of knowledge that must be understood. Thus, in the ensuing days, Anders endeavored to impart some essential knowledge to Anha. Previously, it was recounted how the goddess of magic, Mishtra, embodied the weave of magic, unifying all spells and harmonizing the cosmos. Anders narrated peculiar historical tales in the style of a storyteller, enlightening Anha about certain commonalities from his world. Although his idioms may have been improperly used, and his historical accounts not entirely accurate, the customs and culture of a different realm indeed opened Anha's eyes. "I never imagined there existed a world where dragons coexisted with humans," Anha remarked. "Isn't your world also one where dragons and humans coexist?" Anders reminded Anha, "This world is not solely inhabited by humans. You should grasp my meaning. I refer to a peaceful coexistence." Upon hearing Anha's words, Anders shook his head. "You must understand. In my world, even benevolent dragons do not act solely for the benefit of humanity. Rather, they are often driven by their own inner desires. Some metallic dragons believe themselves inherently noble and feel entitled to be guardians of humanity. Others may seek power or wealth, aspiring to become rulers of nations. For humans, benevolent dragons are not inherently kind. Their actions merely align more closely with human values in fulfilling their own desires." Anders illustrated an example from his own race. "You must understand that my compatriots possess an insatiable desire for communication, yet they merely regard those intelligent beings as mere wooden stakes, incessantly repeating the drivel they glean from books." Anha was somewhat taken aback by Anders' candor and subsequently inquired, "And what of you? How do you differ?" "I ponder and then reiterate the nonsense I encountered in years past," Anders replied. "It seems there is little distinction." Anders shook his finger in refutation. No. This merely renders me more cultured than those fellows." Anha chuckled. "You have quite the talent for self-deprecation." "Indeed, that is why I became a wandering bard. The dragons at the time believed I had lost my mind." As Anders recounted his tale, Anha listened intently, relishing this rare moment of tranquility. The calm before the storm. Chapter 17. Arrival in Huaxia. How long does it take to travel from Europe to Huaxia? The answer to this question varies significantly across different eras. Centuries ago, it might have taken a year or two, while in 70 years, the answer would shift to mere days. At this particular juncture in time, the year 1900, the answer is 2 months. After enduring 2 months of sea travel, Anders felt as though his body were succumbing to mildew. As a brass dragon, he preferred a dry environment, although the maritime conditions did not make him ill. Being in an undesired setting rendered him somewhat listless. In stark contrast, Anger adapted splendidly to the rigors of their journey. Beyond engaging in conversation with Ander, his favorite pastime was to charm the young and beautiful maidens at the balls, presenting himself with a sophisticated demeanor, a stark departure from his previous wild antics in battle. At times, Ander found himself yearning to return to his former pursuits, to engage with a few young ladies and converse about the intricacies of life. However, this was the damned year of 1900, an era rife with racism, and every time Ander contemplated venturing out, he had to resort to enchanting humans or employing invisibility to conceal himself. For in this age, the Huaxia people were regarded as the lowest of the low. Not even permitted entry into ballrooms or dining halls, relegated to crammed lower decks, awaiting the end of their journey like mere livestock. Frankly, had it not been for Anger's fervent intervention, half the passengers aboard would have been compelled to leap overboard in a naked frenzy. Thus, during the latter part of their voyage, Ander found himself confined to the cabin, engaging in prolonged conversations with Anger. Now, this wretched journey was finally at an end. No longer would he endure the discomfort of the damp sea breeze, nor the presence of those loathsome racist white men. The passenger ship on which Ander traveled was finally approaching the shore. Balancing his belongings, he stood at the rail, gazing at the ancient yet evolving empire before him. Suited foreigners mingled with locals adorned with braids. On one side stood colossal vessels forged from steel, on the other, wooden structures exuding traditional elegance. This juxtaposition was so disjointed, as if creations from two disparate realms had been haphazardly intertwined. Huaxia, I have returned. Ander silently intoned within himself. I sincerely apologize for returning at such a time. Witnessing your most dismal facade. Turning away, he chose not to dwell on the emaciated laborers at the dock, quietly reining in his emotions. Anger approached, informing Ander that they were soon to pass through customs. At this juncture, the customs of the Qing dynasty were administered by foreigners. Thus, Ander would not face scrutiny regarding his hairstyle. However, problems could arise once they exited customs. Ander remained unfazed, for at times, the power of magic proved to be omnipotent, especially in navigating interpersonal relations. When struck by a fireball, one truly comprehends the significance of maintaining a calm demeanor in conversation. Anger resolutely fixed his gaze upon Ander, determined to prevent any rash actions. Perhaps it was due to Anger's appearance aligning with the customs officer's aesthetic that they faced little obstruction and passed through customs with remarkable ease. What shall we do next? Anders inquired of Anger. We need to procure some items. Contrary to appearances, Anger was well prepared for this journey to China. Not far from the port stood a row of Western-style buildings, standing out amidst the surrounding Chinese architecture. Hurrying towards one of these foreign mansions, he produced a key and unlocked the grand entrance. The preparations for the secret society in the Far East are minimal. This mansion serves as one of the safe houses in Shanghai, Anger explained. It looks quite decent. At least we have a place to rest, Anders remarked. As Anger waved a finger. Allow me to show you something remarkable. Anger led Anders to the basement of the mansion. To their surprise, the basement was unexpectedly deep, with several concealed doors and wooden crates stacked within. Anger retrieved a folding knife and pried open one of the crates, tossing 2 rifles to Anders. German-made Mauser G98 rifles. Moreover, as Anders raised the oil lamp to illuminate the basement, Anger continued to pry open more crates. Inside lay rifles, machine guns, ammunition, and even explosives. With so many weapons, why not acquire a cannon? Anders jested, pointing to 2 large crates at the back. 2 Krupp cannons, the most formidable type, Anger replied. Gazing upon the formidable arsenal, Anders mused that with such power, one could easily become a notorious warlord in 2 decades. I assumed you preferred close combat, he remarked. I merely favor strength, Anger retorted. Well, now that we possess enough military equipment to topple a nation, what shall we do next? Anders asked. Anger skillfully produced a revolver, loaded 6 bullets, and tucked it into his waistband. While he often relied on knives, he was eager to experiment with his mentor's combat techniques. Next, we must locate Yamabiko's companions, our collaborators here. What are they called? I believe they are referred to as the Heaven and Earth Society. Upon hearing this familiar name, Anders felt a fleeting illusion as if he had stepped into a tale by Jin Yong. Historically, the Heaven and Earth Society indeed existed. Dedicated to the restoration of the Ming Dynasty. Its founding location was in Fujian, the hometown of Liu Shanyan. Very well, how do you intend to find them? Anders queried. Is it not sufficient to simply ask someone on the street? Not a chance. You are still too naive. Allow me to make contact with the Heaven and Earth Society. Anger hesitated, unsure about leaving Anders alone. Recognizing Anger's concerns, Anders vowed, "I promise not to use magic against ordinary people. Is that satisfactory?" After much persuasion, Anger ultimately entrusted the task of making contact to Anders. An hour later, clad in a grayish-white cotton outfit, Anders strolled through Shanghai. The bustling crowd around him turned to glance at the back of his head. In this era, those who lack a braid at the back of their heads can be categorized into two distinct types: the madman and the one whom no one dares to provoke. Anders accepted this task out of a desire to witness the intricate entanglements of the heaven and earth society. Years ago, after watching Stephen Chow's portrayal in The Deer in the Cauldron, he harbored the misconception that the society comprised individuals who were merely perverse aficionados of tattoos on their souls. Now that he had finally arrived in this world, he yearned to uncover the true nature of the heaven and earth society. So, where would one best seek out such an underground organization? The answer is unmistakable: a tea house. Presently, tea houses serve as a favored retreat for many common folk. And the Heaven and Earth Society, along with the Brotherhood and the Green Gang, have established their strongholds within these establishments. Anders swiftly identified his target near the bustling thoroughfare of the concession area, a tea house teeming with patrons, which appeared to be thriving. The words "One Cave Heaven" were emblazoned on the sign above the entrance, suggesting it had stood the test of time. This was the place. Perhaps he could uncover some clues here. As Anders stepped into the tea house, the chatter of patrons came to an abrupt halt, and the waiter froze in place. It became evident to all that an extraordinary individual had entered their midst. He had no braid at the back of his head. Chapter 18. Searching for a person in the tea house. The Dongtian Tea House, established during the Tongji era, is an ancient establishment. The person behind it is none other than the illustrious Hong Min. Situated in the bustling British concession of Shanghai, the tea house typically attracts a clientele of young ruffians and dock workers. Yet, even these fearless rogues cannot help but admire the distinctive hairstyle of Andy, secretly applauding his boldness. In Qing Dynasty China, the absence of the traditional queue signifies a rebellion against the imperial authority. Such acts of defiance must be conducted in secrecy, for being discovered by the court could lead to dire consequences. Within the British concession, while the foreigners wield significant power, it remains quite effortless for the imperial court to compel foreign constables to apprehend individuals when necessary. As An's feet barely touched the ground, the young waiter immediately reacted. His face contorted in desperation as he bowed low and pleaded, "Esteemed sir, might you consider another establishment? Our humble abode is ill-equipped to accommodate someone of your stature." Indifferent to the limitations of the tea house, Andy brushed past the waiter and ventured deeper inside. The young ruffian stared intently at this young man with a foreign hairstyle, curious to ascertain his identity. Some astute individuals quietly slipped away, intending to visit the authorities to seek a reward. For the revolutionary faction is worth a considerable sum of silver. The tea house owner, a person of discernment, seized the anxious young waiter and offered him a few urgent words of advice. The waiter, compelled to comply, approached Andy with a forced smile and inquired, "What may I serve you, esteemed sir?" Andy casually requested some tea, and shortly thereafter, the waiter returned with a selection of tea paraphernalia, cheerfully preparing the brew. Andy remained silent, then grasped the waiter's arm as he attempted to depart, discreetly slipping a silver coin into his palm. The waiter quickly bent forward as Andy whispered softly in his ear, "I seek to find the distinguished members of the Tiandihui. Could you inquire with the owner about facilitating an introduction?" In a tea house such as this, no common folk could be found. To locate the Tiandihui, one must rely on the connections of such individuals. The waiter trembled internally, realizing the audacity of Andy, lacking a cue and openly seeking the Tiandihui. He seemed to court danger recklessly. Accepting the coin, the waiter hurried to the counter and engaged in a hushed conversation with the owner. Soon, the rotund proprietor in a long gown approached with purpose. Producing a package of foreign cigarettes, he offered one to Andy. It became evident to Andy that this individual had connections with the Tiandihui. Had he acted with less bravado, a typical person would have summoned the constables to apprehend him by now. Accepting the cigarette, Andy shielded himself from prying eyes and recited an incantation in the dragon tongue, igniting a flame at his fingertip. This ability, acquired from the red dragon, had finally found its purpose. The proprietor, startled by the flickering flame, recognized that Andy was a person of immense value, someone he could not afford to cross. "Please follow me," he instructed. Andy complied, trailing behind the proprietor through the back door of the tea house, while the patrons in the main hall speculated about the extraordinary visitor that had graced their establishment that day. At that moment, the waiter stepped to the entrance and announced to all the guests, "Gentlemen, our establishment is unable to accommodate you today. We shall close early. And we appreciate your understanding." As the attendant called out, the idle youths rose one by one, grinning as they assisted the proprietor in ushering out the patrons. Before long, the once lively tea house became desolate. The attendant carried a ladder outside, removed the sign of One Cave Heaven, and exited through the back door. A few hours later, the concession police stormed into One Cave Heaven, but the tea house was already deserted, with nothing left behind. Meanwhile, Anders squeezed into a rickshaw alongside a man in a traditional coat, making their seating somewhat cramped. "Which faction do you hail from? Do you possess a waist token?" The waist token served as proof of membership in the Hongman, but Ander naturally lacked such an item. "I am newly returned from overseas, just back in China," Ander cautiously replied, attempting to gauge the man's background. "Ah, a scholar who has studied abroad. What brings you back?" The man in the coat engaged in casual conversation, evidently eager to glean more information. "You must be from the Heaven and Earth Society," Ander conjectured. The man waved his hand dismissively, replying, "You are mistaken. Everyone now refers to it as the Hongman. The Heaven and Earth Society is too conspicuous and prone to attracting trouble." Ander scrutinized the man. His standing within the Heaven and Earth Society evidently held considerable weight. "So, you are still a hall master of the Heaven and Earth Society?" Ander inquired. "I am the hall master of the back hall in the Shanghai branch, responsible for logistics and procurement," the man replied. "A hall master running a tea house?" Ander questioned in surprise. "You see, One Cave Heaven is a hidden venue for the Hongman in Shanghai. Where else would I be?" Ander had not anticipated stumbling upon a stronghold of the Heaven and Earth Society, and the man before him seemed to possess significant authority. "You must know who I am seeking," he stated. The man in the coat shrank back slightly and replied, "You are likely looking for someone from the Demon Slayer Hall." But it was evident that he was reluctant to take Ander to that hall. Noticing the man's unwillingness to cooperate, Ander blinked, and his dark eyes transformed into golden vertical slits. He fixed his gaze upon the man, subtly unleashing a hint of his dragon's might. A tactic that had proven effective on numerous occasions. "You should understand the consequences of offending me. Take me to the Demon Slayer Hall." Under the pressure of the true dragon's aura, the man's legs trembled uncontrollably. Without further deliberation, he instructed the rickshaw driver to a particular address. Throughout the journey, Ander posed more questions to the man, gradually uncovering the nature of the Demon Slayer Hall. In China, demons occasionally emerged, possessing immense strength and the ability to traverse walls. Only the demon slayers could confront them. Naturally, the Heaven and Earth Society also had demon slayers, who formed an independent faction known as the Demon Slayer Hall. It appeared that China had a distinct nomenclature for hybrids. The deceased were referred to as demons, while hybrids within the borders were called demon slayers. The man had limited knowledge of the Demon Slayer Hall, only knowing that its master was named Lu Shanyin, styled bopping, and was a formidable individual. "I have heard he is also a scholar who studied abroad, much like yourself." Ander was taken aback to hear the name Lu Shanyin in such a place, suggesting that Lu Shanyin's identity was indeed remarkable. The rickshaw puller moved with remarkable agility, transporting the two to a temple on the outskirts of the city. The man in the traditional long gown led Ander through a labyrinth of paths within the temple until they reached a secluded building in the backyard. He gestured towards the unassuming structure and said, "Esteemed hero, the base of the demon-slaying hall is here. It would not be appropriate for me to accompany you further. You may proceed on your own." With that, he hurriedly departed, as if eager to avoid any potential trouble. As Ander stepped into the room, he found only a solitary man seated on the ground. The man was bare-chested, revealing well-defined, powerful muscles, and his golden slit-like eyes fixed intently on Ander, reminiscent of a ferocious beast. "Are you in charge here?" Ander inquired. However, the man's response astonished Ander. "Mr. Luander, we have been awaiting your arrival for quite some time." Chapter 19. The Riddler. Ander gazed at the man before him, whose serious, square face bore no expression, reminiscent of a valiant hero from a martial arts novel. It was now the 12th month, and although the city of Shanghai had not witnessed snowfall, the streets were filled with people clad in winter garments. Yet this man stood bare-chested, proudly displaying his well-defined muscles. "Mr. Lu, we have awaited your arrival for quite some time," he said. Ander could assure himself he had never encountered such a stoic figure, as unyielding as stone. However, he understood precisely how to handle this enigmatic Riddler. With a silent surge of power, Ander prepared himself. Before the man could finish speaking, he cast a Mire spell that struck the ground beneath him. The man seated upon the earth remained oblivious to the softening ground, which swiftly ensnared him like a quagmire, rendering him unable to escape. "Mr. Liu, I harbor no ill intentions," he attempted to clarify, yet Ander was disinclined to heed the words of such a cryptic individual. He gestured subtly, channeling his magical energy, and directed the spell to transform the mire into stone. Under the influence of this incantation, the once soft ground solidified, effectively immobilizing the man. Ander had employed this tactic numerous times, sometimes to thwart an adversary's assault, and at other times to infuse a dull existence with a touch of amusement. "Mr. Liu," the man began again. But Ander deemed it prudent to restrain him and transport him to a safe house for thorough interrogation. Given that the man had uttered his pseudonym, there were but two possibilities. Either he or his companions possessed some form of prophetic ability, which, while rare among hybrids, was not entirely unheard of. Or he had been investigating Ander and had gleaned certain information about him. Regardless of the truth, Ander was resolved to extract every shred of knowledge the man possessed under the influence of magic, ensuring that the initiative remained firmly within his grasp. The man, realizing that Ander was wholly dismissive of his words, furrowed his brows in a display of deep conflict. "I apologize, Mr. Liu," he exclaimed, closing his eyes and releasing a powerful burst of light from his exposed skin, akin to the radiance of a blazing sun illuminating the entire room. Caught off guard as he focused intently on the man, Ander prepared to cast his next spell, only to be momentarily blinded by this flash. "Flash spell, you despicable wretch," he cursed, the words spilling forth as he swiftly encased himself in a stone skin spell to guard against the impending onslaught. The brilliance lasted but a fleeting moment. However, it left Ander in a state of temporary blindness. Upon regaining his senses, he discovered that the man had vanished, leaving behind only a large pit in the ground filled with rubble. Has he fled? Ander pondered, observing the sizable crater, clearly indicating that the man had shattered the stone binding him. The fissures in the earth suggested that his strength was roughly equivalent to that of two Angers combined. Footsteps approached from behind, and the man, having inexplicably appeared at Ander's back, clenched his fist and delivered a punch, slicing through the air toward the back of Ander's head. "Do you intend to kill me?" Ander turned around, unleashing a rapid and potent arcane missile that struck the man, propelling him across the room. "Mr. Liu, we merely wish to ask you for a favor." The notion of assisting with such a troublesome request, especially one devoid of reward, was inherently unappealing to Ander. As the man rose to his feet, the meticulously prepared spell finally found its purpose: dominate person. The man, having just regained his stance, was immediately ensnared by Ander's fifth circle enchantment, his limbs moving involuntarily. "Very well, we can discuss matters later." Ander commanded the man to stand aside while he settled down to recuperate his magical energies, having expended considerable power in the confrontation. Muttering esoteric phrases, mentioning names like Jiao Yang and Li Lu, Ander seated himself on the ground, awaiting the restoration of his mana. After a brief respite, feeling a slight replenishment of his magical essence, he stood and guided the man to his side. Possessing the spell of memory transmission, Ander chose the hall of the safe house as the destination, a place he had frequented often. As he chanted his obscure incantation, a significant portion of his regained mana dissipated, and both the man and Ander vanished. Within the secretive enclave, Anger was engaged in target practice, wielding a revolver. Despite his disdain for such firearms, they were the lightest available in their arsenal, with the others being cumbersome for urban navigation. To an outsider, it appeared he had emptied 6 bullets in an instant. However, a closer inspection of the target paper would reveal 60 new bullet holes, a feat far from his limits, though I still favor the blade. Having multiple methods of attack is certainly advantageous. Anger had gleaned a lesson from previous skirmishes. Both blade and firearm were essential for a well-rounded approach, as wielding a knife with one hand while leaving the other empty seemed rather impractical. Just then, he heard a heavy thud from the living room. Damn it! Miscalculated the distance again. Upon investigating, he discovered Ander sprawled on the stone floor, the remnants of the shattered tiles indicating a significant fall. "I didn't know you had such peculiar tastes," Anger remarked, observing the man pinned beneath Ander. Ander pushed the man away, shakily moving to the side and collapsing onto the sofa. "I encountered a mishap during the teleportation, falling from the ceiling and inadvertently serving as a cushion for this fellow." Perhaps due to the severity of his fall, Ander bypassed any pretense of pride and candidly relayed the events of his day. Listening to Ander's tale, Anger was taken aback by the dragon's familiarity with the intricacies of Huaxia, yet the bizarre spells mentioned dissuaded him from probing further. Didn't you say you wouldn't resort to magic? I did not. My ability to locate the Tianxia society is solely reliant on my extensive experience as a bard. Anger did not place his trust in Ander's words. However, what truly mattered at this moment was the man before them, who seemingly possessed prophetic abilities. Under Ander's manipulation, the man was tightly bound by ropes and secured to a chair. Ander conjured a fireball, illuminating the man's face, prompting him to awaken and respond. Name: Chu Hao. Identity: Deputy Lord of the Heavenly Earth Society's Demon-Slaying Hall. Chu Hao indeed held a notable position. Soon, they would inquire about the lofty heights of the earth and the picturesque landscapes that have captivated generations. To see if he could provide a satisfactory answer. What do you seek from me? Assist us. At this moment, the man paused, seemingly resisting the mental control imposed by his captors. Ander was compelled to amplify his magical energy, and ultimately, Chu Hao could no longer withstand it. Uttering 4 words, detonate the dragon vein. Chapter 20, exploding the dragon vein. Ander gazed at the expressionless man before him. Moments ago, this man had requested Ander's assistance in detonating the dragon vein. Though Ander was unfamiliar with the concept of a dragon vein, it was evident that it was a matter of considerable complexity. Ander endeavored to compel the man to divulge their plans. Yet his ability to dominate human will was insufficient to bend this man to his will. The magical influence was met with resistance from the individual named Chu Hao, and Ander found himself unable to penetrate his resolve, at least, not with this particular spell. This was indeed troublesome. Realizing that his attempt to dominate human will was futile against Chu Hao, Ander chose to relinquish his control. There exist numerous methods to interrogate an individual, and there was no need to fixate on a single spell. Your secret society must possess its own interrogation techniques. Perhaps you might give it a try? Ander suggested that Anjali take the lead, for he had expended considerable magical energy that day. Perhaps a physical approach might yield better results. Perhaps we need not resort to such measures. He harbors no ill intent towards us. Anjali regarded Chu Hao, who was nearly incapacitated by the magic, and hesitated to inflict further harm. Ander dismissed Anjali's compassion, attempting to impart some wisdom drawn from experience. Let me enlighten you, Anjali. Those who present a task without offering anything in return are seldom benevolent. Mark my words. He will undoubtedly invoke notions of national duty to manipulate us into becoming mere pawns, while he himself reaps the rewards. Anjali, observing Ander's fervent demeanor, inquired with genuine curiosity. How do you know this? Because I have engaged in similar schemes, persuading those lawful and virtuous individuals to toil on my behalf, achieving splendid results without monetary compensation. In that moment, Anjali grasped the true essence of the Chinese phrase to measure others by oneself. Just then, Chu Hao finally broke free from the influence of the spell, and his once impassive face displayed a strained smile as he addressed the two. Mr. Liu, may we engage in a candid discussion? Anjali, possessing the gift of tongues, understood Chu Hao's words. He exchanged a glance with Ander and, in somewhat flawed Mandarin, asked, "What is your objective?" The man, observing the ropes binding him and the poised Anjali nearby, reverted to his previous poker-faced demeanor and replied with calm composure. Mr. Liu possesses remarkable skills. I, Chu Hao, am the second in command of the demon-slaying hall. Even when confronting formidable demons, I can hold my ground. Yet, I have succumbed to your spell, and I must concede my respect. As Ander listened to the man's eloquent words, frustration welled within him, and he slammed the table, exclaiming, "You are currently a captive. Confess honestly. How did you learn my name?" The man did not evade the question, responding straightforwardly. A certain individual spoke of you, instructing me to await your arrival, and mentioned that you are the key to the success of our Dragon Vein plan. This revelation conveyed 2 pieces of information. First, the individual referred to as the real person was likely a hybrid serving as a strategist within the Heavenly Earth Society. Second, the Dragon Vein plan pertained to the scheme to obliterate the Dragon Vein. Ander pressed further. How did this real person come to possess such knowledge? The true art of magic, often referred to as words of power by the Westerners, possesses the ability to foresee the future. The method he derived to break the stalemate using the ladder to divinity points directly to Mr. Liu. Andre glanced at Angel, who, after reflecting on the words of power periodic table he had previously studied, responded, words of power, the prophet, capable of glimpsing fragments of the future. The ladder to divinity must be akin to an esoteric blood ritual. Andre cradled his head in his hands, expressing his disdain for two types of individuals, those who speak in perplexing riddles and those who manipulate others like mere pawns. A vague prophecy, a handful of desperate adventurers. And a seemingly grand objective, this narrative is utterly trite, reminiscent of the most inept bard concocting tales to swindle for coin. Listening to Andre's grievances, Angel could not help but chuckle. It was evident that they had been ensnared in a far greater maelstrom. What about the true person? Andre inquired. The true one utilized the ladder to divinity, but could not withstand its power. He has ascended, replied Chu Hao, his expression devoid of sorrow. As if recounting an ordinary occurrence. Ascended means death, Andre explained to Angel. I understand. Angel's mood dimmed, perhaps recalling fallen comrades. Disregarding Angel's somberness, Andre pressed on. What, then, is the dragon vein, and why must it be destroyed? A flicker of vulnerability crossed Chu Hao's impassive face, as he appeared to wrestle with his own sorrow and anger. The dragon vein is a large formation set by the Qing demons, using us demon slayers as bait to ensure that none can eradicate the Qing demons. It seemed that the dragon vein functioned as some form of alchemical array. Yet the notion that such a formation could guarantee the perpetual survival of a feudal dynasty was unprecedented. How does the dragon vein operate? How does it render the Qing court invincible? I do not know, he replied, but the elders have said that as long as the dragon vein exists, the emperor of the Qing demons is the dragon. No one can usurp his throne. It sounded as if the dragon vein could bestow upon the emperor the might of the dragon. Yet, if that were the case, how could there have been so many uprisings against the Qing dynasty over the past 2 centuries? Many have rebelled, but the dragon vein has proven ineffective. Chu Hao shook his head, clarifying, you are unaware. The dragon vein is reserved for the Qing demons alone and will not be employed unless the situation becomes dire. Andre found this perplexing. Isn't this a critical moment? He asked. The old hag from the 4-9 city was expelled, yet the dragon vein did not activate. Although the realm is in peril, the emperor remains the emperor. As long as there is no revolution, the dragon vein will remain dormant. Andre began to grasp the concept. The dragon vein functioned like a nuclear weapon, poised to be unleashed when the Qing emperor's reign was under threat. No wonder the heavens sought to destroy it. So Lu Shanin, Andre mused. Brother Lu has long orchestrated this plan, crossing oceans in search of funding and procuring equipment for his brethren, all with the intention of obliterating the dragon vein. It appeared that Lu Shanyan's involvement with the secret society was merely to profit from antiquities, a rather unpretentious goal. I am Lu Andre, the uncle of Lu Shanin. I ventured abroad for trade in my youth, thus you may not have heard of me. Andre introduced himself, unconcerned with whether the other party recognized Lu Shanin. He first needed to establish their familial hierarchy. Chu Hao, being a perceptive individual, responded, I have encountered my second uncle. Ander, pleased, continued. Are you aware that Lu Shanyan has perished? He met his demise at the hands of a dragon king. Chu Hao's body quivered slightly. He clenched his fists, then relaxed, stating, Brother Lu fell in battle against the dragon, truly a paragon for our generation. Ander shook his head. No, he was betrayed. By whom? The man slumped in his chair as if his very bones had been extracted. I knew it. We should never have permitted that foreigner to enter Tongwanqing, nor to seek the dragon vein. As Ander listened to the man's words, he suddenly recognized a familiar location. You say the dragon vein is to be found where? Tongwanqing. Chapter 21. The origins within the sanctuary of the secret society. A naked man was bound to a chair, while Andy and Angeli sat across from him, engaged in hushed conversation. During the interrogation of this individual, known as Chu Hao, they had uncovered that a faction of hybrids in Huaxia was conspiring to detonate an alchemical array known as the Dragon Vein, constructed by the Qing dynasty. Furthermore, the reason Lu Shanyan appeared in Europe alongside the Minister of Foreign Affairs was to execute this diabolical scheme to destroy the Dragon Vein. Most crucially, a suspected traitor within the secret society, Friedrich von Long, seemed connected to the Dragon Vein and had even ventured to Tongwanqing in search of it. After a discussion with Angeli, Andy turned his gaze toward the still-bound Chu Hao. It appears we have a common adversary. Now, take a moment to reflect and share what you know. Chu Hao's expression morphed into a grimace, perhaps triggered by the news of Lu Shanyan's demise. He inhaled deeply twice before commencing his tale. In Huaxia, those who surpassed the threshold of bloodshed were referred to as demons, and the dragon that bestowed dragon blood upon hybrids was deemed a great demon. Due to its geographical isolation, Huaxia had developed its own unique organizations of hybrids, known as demon slayers. These slayers lived inconspicuously among ordinary people, silently battling the demons until over 2 centuries ago, when the Tartars invaded. The Qing demons, utilizing unknown means, established their own dragon vein. The dragon vein, however, came at a significant cost. It required a substantial number of hybrids to function. Consequently, after the Tartars established their rule, they began capturing hybrids to sacrifice to the dragon vein, thus prolonging their own existence. Throughout history, many dynasties aspired to create a dragon vein, but the immense cost rendered such endeavors futile. Only the Tartars succeeded in establishing one. Why couldn't you simply flee if you were outmatched by the soldiers? Andy questioned. Perplexed, for hybrids possessed physical capabilities far beyond those of ordinary humans. Chu Hao sighed. How could we possibly contend with those soldiers of mere ordinary caliber? The Qing demons were guided by powerful mentors when they established the dragon vein. This dragon vein not only sustains the Qing's fortune but also exerts control over the demon race. Control over demons? Are you referring to those death servants? Andy expressed astonishment at the dragon vein's formidable abilities, realizing it was akin to a nuclear bomb that could annihilate foes while simultaneously controlling mindless death servants. Indeed. As the Westerners term them, demons are indeed referred to as death servants, Chu Hao continued. The Tartars seldom utilized the powers of these death servants, only deploying a fraction to capture hybrids. Otherwise, they remained dormant. Even when the old witch was expelled from the city, none of the demons came to her aid. Chu Hao elucidated. It is precisely due to the relentless persecution of Huaxia's hybrids by the Tartars over the past 2 centuries that our numbers have dwindled so severely. My parents were also seized by the Qing demons and sacrificed to the dragon vein, leaving only my brother and me to rely on one another. As Chu Hao recounted this, the muscles in his face twitched, desperately attempting to mask the sorrow in his eyes. Observing Chu Hao's poignant display of grief, Andy felt compelled to redirect the conversation back to the matter at hand. What, then, is the matter with Friedrich? Chu Hao fell silent for a moment, seemingly attempting to compose himself, before continuing his narrative. Friedrich was introduced to us by Brother Liu, and we naturally could not afford to be negligent. However, we could not engage in the foolish act of selling off our family's heritage either. Upon his arrival in China, Friedrich quickly made contact with the Tianyi Society, yet he was woefully uninformed about the local context, treating the organization as a mere clandestine group akin to a secret society. Under the demands of the secret society, Friedrich began procuring antiquities related to the Dragon Clan in China. While the Tianyi Society possessed such relics, most were treasured heirlooms belonging to various families, thus not for sale. Consequently, the demon slayers within the Tianyi Society devised schemes to procure worthless scraps of paper or particularly perilous alchemical items to sell to the secret society, essentially deceiving. No, rather, exchanging for some funds. So, you regarded the secret society as a gullible patron? André felt a surge of satisfaction at having abducted this fellow, as he was now privy to such an intriguing tale. Anger, meanwhile, wore a grim expression, recalling a time when antiquities from China were either covered in nonsensical scribblings or exceedingly hazardous alchemical items. For instance, there were murderous terracotta figurines in Hanfu that would strangle the wearer. At that time, the secret society believed they had stumbled upon a treasure, while he and Meineke were embroiled in a struggle against those alchemical items, ultimately discovering that they were utterly unusable and merely sought to eliminate anyone who approached them. So that was the case. Anger gazed at Chu Hao, realizing that the secret society had been thoroughly misled by that scoundrel, Liu Shanyan, remaining oblivious to their status as unwitting victims, thus squandering considerable wealth. We are willing to sell foreign goods, which is indeed a stroke of fortune for you Westerners. Chu Hao exhibited no remorse for deceiving the secret society. Robbing the affluent to aid the impoverished was a noble endeavor. André disregarded anger's apparent fury, as the tale was not yet concluded. How did Friedrich become entwined with the dragon vein? The story continued, revealing that Friedrich was not entirely ignorant. After being swindled out of a significant sum by the Tianyi Society, he likely began to catch on and suggested searching for older artifacts in the 49 city. The Tianyi Society, not wishing to exploit a fat sheep too aggressively, saw an opportunity as an ancient hag had fled from the city, and they too wished to establish a presence in the capital by leveraging the foreigner's influence. Thus, Friedrich and the Tianyi Society reached an agreement, and he journeyed north with a contingent from the society. Meanwhile, the demon slayers, having amassed considerable wealth, initiated their dragon vein demolition plan. However, after procuring explosives and firearms, they suddenly realized they had overlooked a crucial detail. Where exactly was the dragon vein? You don't even know where the dragon vein is? André exclaimed. What has the Tianyi Society been doing for centuries? Drinking tea and idling away time. Chu Hao averted Andre's gaze and retorted, the demon slayers have been capturing our kind indiscriminately, severing many lineages. How are we to locate the dragon vein? In the land of Huaxia, due to the imperial court's relentless pursuit of those of mixed heritage, many once illustrious families of demon slayers have been shattered, their legacies largely severed. Even the desire to acquire knowledge pertaining to the dragon lineage has become a futile endeavor. Within the society of heaven and earth, the most educated individual is Lu Shanyan, a graduate of the Imperial Tongguan Institute, whose qualifications, by contemporary standards, would merely amount to an undergraduate degree. His studies were primarily in English translation, rendering him far less knowledgeable about dragon lore than Ong. Consequently, this group of individuals, lacking even elementary education, remained utterly oblivious to the means of locating dragon veins. At this juncture, a suggestion arose. Though we may be devoid of scholarly prowess, we happen to have an intellectual among us. Thus, the archaeologist Friedrich, who possesses both a higher degree and an understanding of dragon lineage, became the sole candidate for the quest to uncover the dragon veins. Are you truly at ease in trusting a foreigner with this task? Some brothers are keeping a watchful eye on him, and besides, we have not explicitly disclosed our intentions to him. Chu Hao elucidated that, under his directive, the Society of Heaven and Earth discreetly conveyed information regarding the dragon veins, and indeed, Friedrich fell into their trap. After an intense period of relentless searching, Friedrich resolved to journey to Tongguan City, the location deemed most promising. Upon hearing this unfolding narrative, Ander could not help but exclaim, a lack of education is truly alarming. Chapter 22. Magic is not free in a Western-style parlor. Ong and Ander listened as Chu Hao recounted tales from the past. Upon hearing that Friedrich had ventured to Tongguan City in search of the dragon vein, he could not restrain his curiosity, asking, did you not attempt to stop him? No. We thought it prudent to let this foreigner scout the way first. After all, he is not one of us, so his demise would not weigh heavily on our hearts. At this, Ong could no longer contain himself. He believed that the annihilation of the secret society bore at least half the blame on the heavenly society. Do you know who I am? Ong inquired. You are a companion of Friedrich, one of those secret society individuals, Chu Hao replied candidly. In the next moment, Ong appeared before Chu Hao, a folding knife poised against his throat. Since you are aware, yet. Chu Hao held his head high, exuding a nonchalant defiance. Friedrich's quest for the dragon vein was voluntary. If you wish to kill me, then do so. The knife quivered against Chu Hao's skin, drawing forth a droplet of crimson blood. Ong remained silent for a prolonged moment, a flash of steel cutting through the air. The restraints binding Chu Hao were severed by Aang's blade. Chu Hao did not rise but continued to sit, flexing his wrists. I thought you intended to kill me. Ong shook his head and returned to his previous position. To slay Friedrich, I require assistance. A faint smile graced Chu Hao's poker face as he clapped his thigh, declaring, welcome aboard. Have you forgotten about me? Ander interjected, having observed the bewildering exchange. Aang's sudden intent to eliminate Chu Hao and their subsequent alliance left him utterly perplexed. Nonetheless, he recalled his purpose. Chu Xiong, I ask you, you seek my aid to obliterate the dragon vein, correct? Precisely, Chu Hao nodded vigorously, the joints in his neck cracking audibly. Is there any reward for such an endeavor? Chu Hao was taken aback by Ander's apparent self-interest and explained, Mr. Liu. Just call me Ander. Being addressed as Mr. Liu is somewhat disorienting. Ander is far more convenient. Ander, to destroy the dragon vein is the lifelong aspiration of Brother Liu. As his elder, do you not wish to inherit? He is he, and I am I. Do not burden me with familial grudges and national grievances. Chu Hao was astonished by Ander's shamelessness, dismissing the legacy of Lu Shanyan with indifference. Without the dragon vein, the Liu family can still flourish. I have yet to marry. Why do you speak of such matters? Ander was unconcerned with the Liu family's potential expansion. His sole focus was on whether the future protagonist could emerge. What exactly do you desire? Chu Hao began to doubt the veracity of the real person prophecies that foretold of life through sacrifice. Although Liu Ander possessed formidable strength, he seemed to be a self-serving individual. Listen, kid, just because Ong has agreed to your request does not imply my consent, Ander proclaimed, adopting a carefree demeanor. He understood that, even if his goals aligned with those of the Heavenly Society, he could not work for free, especially since it was the Heavenly Society seeking his aid. In your esteemed Tiandi Association, there must be an abundance of treasures, yet after the destruction of the dragon vein, it seems they will serve little purpose. Perhaps you could consider parting with them. Chu Hao displayed a look of discomfort. Only those ancestral alchemical artifacts could be deemed worthy by Elder Ander. Elder Ander. The demon-slaying hall in the Tiandi Association is not solely occupied by the Chu family. Those treasures are heirlooms belonging to other families. Elder Ander's countenance darkened, vexed at the thought of being employed without remuneration, as if he were merely a fool to be trifled with. However, I am willing to offer you all the treasures of my Chu family. The tension in Ander's brow eased. Having a single family would suffice. He recalled his time in Germany, where he learned of the immense wealth possessed by those mixed-blood families. Take, for example, the Castle family of Minnick Castle, whose ancestors hailed from the ancient Roman purple banners. With enough gold to pave their floors and an array of gems and antiques piled from the warehouse floor to the ceiling. Currently, Ander's spatial pouch contained a variety of sizable gemstones, all acquired from the castle treasury by Ang Lu. One family would suffice, he mused, for unlike those malevolent dragons, he preferred to earn his wealth through labor. If the Chu family possessed riches akin to those of the castles, or even a mere fraction, 1/10 would suffice, it would be enough to construct a comfortable dragon lair. Yet, blinded by the allure of wealth, Ander overlooked a critical truth. The Tiandi Association had been driven to the brink of destitution by the Qing dynasty, struggling to gather funds even for the destruction of dragon veins, let alone rivaling the wealth of the Castle family. Without dwelling on these thoughts, Ander smiled broadly, rising to stand beside Chu Hao, placing an arm around his shoulders. Brother Chu, you are being too formal. Since the destruction of the dragon vein is the wish of my dear nephew, how can I, as his uncle, turn a blind eye? He retrieved a grand coat from a nearby rack and handed it to Chu Hao. Come now, it's rather inappropriate to be bare in this frigid winter. Chu Hao, still adjusting to Ander's shift in demeanor, mechanically accepted the coat, explaining, my spirit word is radiant sun, which allows me to emit light from my skin. Hence I often forego wearing an upper garment. Ander then comprehended that Chu Hao was akin to a human flashbang. It was indeed remarkable for a man of his stature to possess such a spirit word. Very well, let us return to the matter of compensation. He tossed the coat back to Ong Lu, swiftly redirecting the conversation. Payment can wait until after the job is complete. But you must allow me to inspect the goods and indulge my curiosity. Recognizing Ander's intentions, Chu Hao readily replied, the treasures of my Chu family are located in the Shanghai market. If you have the time, I can take you there now. When Ander and Ong Lu arrived at the Shanghai market, it was still midday, yet now the moon shone dimly, nearing the midnight hour. Ander, however, paid little heed to the passage of time. After all, who does not toil from dawn till dusk in pursuit of wealth? He promptly pulled Chu Hao along, eager to behold the ancestral treasures of the Chu family. Ong Lu, my brother Chu and I shall go take a look. Remember to keep watch. Ong Lu regarded the dragon, now entranced by the prospect of riches, with a hint of exasperation. Previously, he had worried that Ander might attract trouble, but now it seemed he was even more engrossed in wealth than Lu Shan. What a peculiar dragon, Ong Lu mused, upon exiting the foreign mansion. Perhaps due to the local expatriate's penchant for hosting soirees in the evening, numerous rickshaw pullers lingered by the roadside, awaiting patrons. Andrew produced a green banknote, summoned a rickshaw, and, alongside Chu Hao, embarked on their journey towards the outskirts of the city. Your home is quite a distance away, Andrew remarked casually as the rickshaw ventured further from the city center. Chu Hao, however, remained silent, gazing at the fleeting houses as they passed by, until the rickshaw came to a halt before a narrow alleyway. After settling the fare, Andrew followed Chu Hao into the alley, arriving at the door of an unremarkable residence, where he rapped gently. A young woman's voice resonated from within, aromatic incense wafts from the Honghua pavilion. Chu Hao replied, Ajia, it's me. The wooden door swung open immediately, and a figure rushed forth, enveloping Chu Hao in an embrace. Brother, you have finally returned. Chapter 23. The family heirloom in the confines of a modest room. Chu Hao introduced to Ander a young girl, clad in male attire, who appeared to be around 15 or 16 years of age. This is my younger sister, Chu Jia. Ander, puzzled by the boyish name bestowed upon Chu Hao's sister, perceived the unspoken query in his gaze. Chu Hao, discerning his companion's thoughts, elaborated, my sister and I rely solely on each other. It is inconvenient for her to remain at home alone, hence she must disguise herself as a boy. Ander found this rather intolerable. Chu Jia, with her distinctly feminine features and curvaceous form, seemed implausibly convincing as a boy. Most notably, her long, lustrous black hair starkly contrasted with the contemporary norm of men sporting eccentric hairstyles. You jest, he stated incredulously. Your sister, at first glance, is clearly a girl. How could she possibly deceive anyone? Chu Hao hastily reassured him. Please, Senior Ander, remain calm. This pertains to the family heirloom of the Chu clan. As they settled down, Chu Jie lit an oil lamp, casting a warm, flickering glow throughout the modest chamber. Chu Hao turned to his sister and instructed, Jie, please fetch the items. Standing nearby, Chu Jie appeared somewhat reluctant. Her brother had returned from an errand visibly marked by the strains of hardship. Brother, where have you been? Why? Be a dear and retrieve our ancestral treasures for Mr. Ander to examine. Chu Hao coaxed, attempting to ease her distress. With no choice left, Chu Jie complied and ventured to the back of the room to gather the items. Before long, she returned, pouting, cradling 3 boxes, 2 larger ones beneath, and a smaller one on top. Chu Hao received the boxes and arranged them on the floor, addressing Ander. Please take a look, Senior. Meanwhile, Chu Jie crossed her arms, glaring at Ander with irritation. In her eyes, her brother's peculiar behavior was undoubtedly linked to him. Ander opened the first, slightly smaller wooden box, revealing a bronze mask reminiscent of artifacts unearthed from the Sengsingui site. The mask's eyes protruded, covering merely half of a face, and it was adorned with a patina of verdigris, faint patterns barely discernible beneath the surface. Intriguing. What purpose does this serve? Ander inquired. Chu Hao handed the mask to Chu Jie, signaling her to engage, yet she visibly recoiled. Brother, Mr. Ander is a guest. It is of no concern. He insisted. Observing the mask, the young girl pricked her fingertip, allowing a droplet of blood to stain the mask. In that very instant, flames erupted from the rusted bronze, engulfing Chu Jie. As the fire subsided, a slender, young man appeared before Ander. Where's the mask? The transformed Chu Jie raised her wrist, revealing a bronze bracelet that gleamed with metallic luster. Ander, captivated by the spectacle of transformation, found himself intrigued by the mask. Who wouldn't be fascinated by an artifact capable of such metamorphosis? Yet, the nature of this transformation seemed somewhat askew, while others became magical heroines. Here it resulted in a girl masquerading as a boy. Ander suppressed his desire to voice his thoughts and inquired, how intriguing. Is it true that one can transform into anything? How does one revert to their original form? Beside him, Chu Jie, now transformed into a man, interjected. To become someone else, one must acquire their blood. To return to one's original form, one must sever their wrist to allow the bracelet to absorb enough blood. With that, she swiftly found a pair of scissors and unhesitatingly cut her wrist. See, just like this, she said. Chu Jie seemed entirely unconcerned about the wound that had emerged on her wrist, even displaying it to Ander. This was rather interesting. Ander, being no stranger to the world, was not easily fazed by a mere trickle of blood. As the bracelet absorbed Chu Jie's blood, intricate red patterns quickly adorned its golden surface, followed by a burst of flames, and she transformed back into her female form. Chu Hao hurried over to tend to his sister's injury, but Chu Jie waved him off, indicating she was fine. Wiping away the remaining blood on her wrist, the cut from the scissors had already healed. Senior, this is one of the heirlooms of the Chu family, capable of endless transformations. My brother and I have relied on this to evade the pursuit of the Qing demons. Ander nodded. Although he possessed the ability to transform as well, an additional magical artifact was certainly welcome. Meanwhile, Chu Jie looked at her brother with trepidation and said, Brother, this is our family's treasure. Our parents left us only these 3 items. We cannot sell them. Chu Hao, wrapping his arm around his sister's shoulders, replied with a determined tone, Senior Ander is a vital asset to the Dragon Pulse project. I would brave fire and water for him. How could we cherish mere objects? Ander, observing Chu Jie cowering in her brother's embrace, felt like a villain forcing others into destitution, hastily turned his attention to the other 2 boxes and opened them both. Senior, these are swords and blades passed down through our ancestors, Chu Hao explained. One box contained a double-edged Han sword, while the other housed a ring-handled Tang saber. Chu Hao drew the Han sword from its sheath with a resounding clang, bringing it closer to the candlelight, allowing Ander to behold its entirety. In the dim flickering light, the ornate hilt appeared utterly devoid of embellishment. Ander reached out, tracing the hilt upwards, and felt something solid above the bronze sword's throat. This sword, Ander felt a surge of joy. He had indeed stumbled upon a treasure. Named Breaking the Enemy, it was as thin as a cicada's wing, invisible to the eye, yet invincible. Chu Hao placed a square-holed coin gently atop the blade, releasing it so that it fell like a feather. When the copper coin struck the ground, it was effortlessly cleaved in 2 by the transparent blade. What a remarkable weapon, Ander marveled, then shifted his gaze to the Tang saber beside him. The sword was impressive. What of this knife? At that moment, Chu Jie snatched the Tang saber and cradled it protectively. Brother, this cannot be given to him. It was left to us by mother. Without the pinko knife, how can I protect you? Chu Hao gently caressed his sister's head. Offering solace, brother has already promised Senior Ander. Once we shatter the dragon vein, we shall no longer need to flee. Nor will we require the services of pacifying bandits or subduing enemies. Ander, somewhat exasperated by the emotionally charged scene before him, pondered for a moment and inquired, Are these the only treasures your family possesses? What about gold, silver, and various jewels? Chu Jie, irritated, retorted sharply, Given our family's current state, how could we possibly possess gold or jewels? Are you blind? Ander relaxed, adopting a more casual posture, and replied in a measured tone, Then allow me to teach you the art of making money. When it comes to wealth, one must never seek to earn the pennies of the impoverished. Then from whom should we earn? He pressed. Who possesses wealth? Tell me, among all the demon-slaying clans within the Heavenly Earth Society, which one is the wealthiest? Chu Hao and Chu Jie exchanged glances, and after a prolonged silence, they replied, Senior, your family, the Liu family, is the wealthiest. Oh no, I've become a mere stand-in. Chapter 24, Journey to Minzhou a few days later. Ander gazed upon a portrait before him, meticulously comparing the likeness captured on the canvas to his own handsome visage. The portrait, rendered on pristine white Shan paper, depicted a half-dragon, half-human head in a deep crimson hue. The face bore a resemblance to Ander's, yet was adorned with a few scales, and a pair of elegantly curved horns formed a crown-like shape atop his head. As Ander contemplated the crown-like dragon horns, he could not help but marvel at the accuracy of the prophecy. As a brass dragon, his horns were traditionally akin to the frills of a triceratops. While striking on a dragon, they appeared somewhat foolish on a human form. Thus, each time he transformed into his semi-dragon state, he consciously altered the shape of his horns to resemble the resplendent appendages of a golden dragon. Indeed, this portrait was undeniably him. Previously, during his visit to the home of Chu Hao, Ander had encountered the ancestral treasure of the Chu family, and it dawned upon him that he had perhaps been somewhat intoxicated by wealth. Benevolent dragons may have an affinity for riches, yet they typically refrain from plundering. Instead, they acquire wealth through alternative means, such as ascending to kingship. Perhaps this was why the reputation of metallic dragons surpassed that of their chromatic counterparts. For the thief is punished, while the usurper is exalted. Ander pondered the tasks that lay ahead of him. Firstly, to eliminate as many of the false dragons as possible, converting their essence through magical arrays into his own power. Secondly, to cultivate his influence, for those false dragons were accompanied by a detestable entourage of zombies, and he too required a foundation of combatants. Thirdly, to remain aligned with the unfolding narrative, aiding Ong Leek in her advancement so that, in due course, Castle Academy would be under his dominion. Ultimately, these long-term objectives could not be divorced from one crucial matter, the Dragon Vein. By obliterating the Dragon Vein, he could gain the prestige of a hybrid from Huaxia, propelling Ong Leek further within the secretive faction. Most importantly, the affair of the Dragon Vein was shrouded in the shadows of those false dragons. Ander held no belief that the Tartar Qing could command Death's servants to hunt hybrids. Only one entity possessed the capacity for such feats, the deranged false dragons. While he remained uncertain of the contents dwelling within the Dragon Vein, Ander was resolute that this venture would not be without its complexities. At that moment, Ong Leek entered, seizing the portrait from the table. Is this you? She inquired. Indeed, he replied. Is this the image left behind by the prophet, the hybrid? Yes. I acquired it from Chu Hao. It captures a mere fraction of my handsomeness, yet it suffices. Upon learning that someone had foreseen his existence, Ander sought to uncover more about this prophecy. However, the sage had left behind only this portrait and a method to seek him out before ascending to a higher plane. Leaving Ander to examine the image. Did they not suspect you to be a servant of death? Ong Leek asked. Her curiosity piqued as she regarded the half-dragon, half-human Ander depicted in the portrait. I am the savior designated by the master. Besides, which hybrid is not a little dragon themselves. Through his recent interactions with the Chu siblings, Ander had begun to grasp the current state of hybrids in Huaxia. In a world devoid of both resources and companions, they found themselves tethered to the heavenly society, surviving like shadows in the darkness. Their existence revolved around two grim choices: to align themselves with the Qing forces, only to be sacrificed to the Dragon Vein at an opportune moment, or to remain hidden, ultimately facing the same fate of being captured and offered to the Dragon Vein. The glimmer of hope to end this plight lay in the destruction of the Dragon Vein, should the Qing's Dragon Vein be obliterated. These half-breeds were willing to relinquish all they had. At last, I could emerge as a savior, reminiscent of the tales my mother recounted in my youth. Ander retrieved a portrait from Ange, gazing at the likeness with a sense of nostalgia. Did you not demand compensation? I did, he replied. Did you not see the sword? Ander, unable to bring himself to strip the Chu family of their treasures, had only claimed the Han sword named Breaking the Enemy. With its transparent blade and razor-sharp edge, this short sword served as the ideal instrument for a backstab. In my estimation, you are worth far more than a mere alchemical weapon. Ange approached a nearby desk, perusing the intelligence he had compiled over the past few days. To communicate effectively with the Heavenly Society, his command of the spoken language had significantly improved. Indeed, he was worthy of being called a silver-tongued scion of the brass dragon. True, but these half-breeds of the Heavenly Society are impoverished. I intend to demand an alchemical weapon from each family, along with the privilege of selecting spoils first, he declared. Upon hearing this, Ange found a stack of written papers and began to skim through the information. There were 5 half-breed families within the Heavenly Society: Lu, Su, Chu, Chun, and Yi. Ange recounted the intelligence he had gathered. The Chun family fled a decade ago, reportedly to Europe, cowards. The Lu family is now left with orphans and widows. I suppose I am also counted among them. Ander gestured animatedly, sharing his plans. The Su family is said to be adept with flying daggers. They should possess some valuable items. As for the Yi family, according to Chu Hao, their bloodline is not particularly strong, but they do possess some reconnaissance abilities. So there may be something to extract. Ange observed the exuberant Ander, feeling that this individual was somewhat diminishing his perception of dragons. Ander, catching the disdainful look on Ange's face, retorted, "They want us to blow up the Dragon Vein. Surely, they cannot expect us to do so without some benefits?" While Ange was indifferent to the other half-breeds, he could not ignore Lu Shanyan, a member of the secretive faction. Your actions remind me of a Chinese proverb I recently learned. Cutting off the source of livelihood. Ander felt a twinge of embarrassment at Ange's words. Disguising himself as an elder of the Lu family to claim their resources in the wake of Lu Shanyan's sacrifice did seem a tad exploitative. However, now was not the time for such contemplations. He would have to wait until he encountered Lu Shanyan's widow to determine his course of action. Are you prepared? We are heading to Minzhou, Ange inquired, holding a stack of his organized materials. Following their rendezvous with the Heavenly Society in the Shanghai market, Chu Hao decided to accompany Ange and Ander southward to Minzhou. Firstly, Ander must inform his family about the sacrifice of Lu Shanyan. Secondly, a considerable number of the Heaven and Earth Society's members are currently in Yangqing. In light of the plan, Chu Hao has decided to gather in Minzhou first. Subsequently, the group will disguise themselves as Anger's subordinates and embark on boats to Pingjin in batches. Given that the foreign forces have recently secured a victory, the officials of the Qing dynasty dare not obstruct their vessels, making this approach the safest option. After assembling in Pingjin, the group will head west towards Tongwan City, located north of Qinzhou. This route may consume more time, yet it ensures greater security. We can set sail at any moment, Captain, Ander exclaimed gleefully, performing a somewhat unsteady military salute. However, Anger's mood was far from as lighthearted as Ander's. According to Chu Hao, Friedrich had long been aware of the Dragon Vein, while the secret society remained oblivious to its significance. Perhaps all of this was a part of Friedrich's meticulous plan. He might very well be waiting in Tongwan City, anticipating their arrival, leading them into a trap. Chapter 25. On the necessity of literacy upon the boundless expanse of the ocean, aboard a modest cargo vessel. Ander was engrossed in examining the broken Ru sword he had acquired from the Chu family, pondering its remarkable characteristics. It was truly astonishing. Light passed through it without any refraction. Placing his hand behind the transparent blade, he could distinctly feel the chill of the metal, yet his hand appeared unaffected, showing no signs of distortion. It was unlike any transparent glass or plastic. It resembled some form of extraordinary medium. Ander possessed the ability to render weapons invisible through magic, yet achieving an effect as flawless as this sword, without causing any distortion, was a formidable challenge. After all, that particular spell relied on the bending of light, and upon closer inspection, one could still discern some clues, unlike the unblemished nature of this sword. Thus, drawing from the science fiction novels he had perused in his past life, Ander speculated whether the hilt of this sword might function as a sort of field generator, maintaining a sword-shaped field. The most advanced technologies often bore a striking resemblance to magic. At this moment, Ander and his companions were aboard a vessel departing from the bustling city of Hu, en route to Minzhou, laden with armaments procured by Anger, gently swaying towards southeast China. They planned to disembark at a concealed harbor in Minzhou, where they would regroup with the main force before transferring to a larger ship bound for Pingjin. During this period, the enemy had yet to make an appearance, causing Ander some concern. Given his years of experience, he sensed that this unseen puppeteer was orchestrating something. Footsteps approached from behind, and Ander turned to find Chu Hao's sister, the girl with the masculine name, Chu Jie. Jie, what brings you here? During their travels over the past few days, Ander had grown quite familiar with the Chu siblings. In fact, he found Chu Jie to be far more approachable than her brother, who often wore a stoic expression. Uncle Da, are you studying our family's sword again? The familiarity in their address revealed the deepening bond between them. This camaraderie stemmed from the fact that Anger and Chu Hao were both preoccupied with preparations for their upcoming plans, leaving Ander to engage in conversation with Chu Jie. Do you resent me for taking your family heirloom? He inquired. The broken rue originally belonged to my brother, but he has little affection for swords. It would be better utilized in vanquishing a few demons than gathering dust. What about before Uncle Da? You clearly lack experience in the martial world. Isn't it acceptable to feign a bit of pity when selling something? Ander felt somewhat exasperated. Chu Jie, unlike her brother, was quite candid. Such matters were not typically discussed openly. Currently, the ship was filled with Chu Hao's men, and Chu Jie had not disguised herself, but instead wore a lightweight practice outfit. Despite the biting cold, both siblings seemed unperturbed, with one bare-chested and the other clad in a thin shirt. Uncle Da, have you made any discoveries? Chu Jie inquired with curiosity. I have indeed uncovered something. It appears that your ancestors from the Chu family were likely not scholars, Ander replied. How do you know that? My parents certainly did not receive an education, and my brother and I only know a few characters. Ander produced the broken rue sword, pointing to the two seal characters inscribed on the blade, and remarked, these two characters are likely the sword's name. The young girl nodded vigorously, asking, so these characters read broken rue? The two characters signify establishing a nation, a name that your ancestors have mistakenly called for generations. It was only after some time of possessing this sword that Ander discovered this. Had he not cast a spell upon himself to understand languages, he might not have recognized these abstract characters. Personally, I find breaking the enemy to be more melodious. Meanwhile, Chu Jie scratched her face, swiftly changing the subject. Uncle Da, you must be quite formidable. Shall we have a little contest? If I can defeat your brother, surely I can best you as well. Ander was unwilling to engage in a scuffle aboard this vessel, as the small boat was no match for the mighty ship. It rocked precariously, and should it take on water, the consequences would be dire. My brother cannot surpass me, perhaps out of sheer boredom from their monotonous voyage. Chu Jie's playful spirit surged. She darted into the cabin and shortly returned with two wooden sticks of similar size. Come, Uncle Da, let us have a contest. Ander observed the sticks in Chu Jie's hands, pondering that as a sorcerer, engaging in close combat was not his forte. Sparring with her would be akin to offering a feast to the hungry. However, the tedium of sitting on the boat was unbearable, especially since Anger and Chu Hao were continuously engaged in conversation, leaving him to entertain the child. Feeling a spark of mischief, Ander proposed, how about we alter the rules? If you can cut through my skin, I shall return this sword to you. Do not wager such a precious item as breaking the enemy. Chu Jie clearly valued the sword and did not wish for Ander to treat the Chu family's treasure with such disregard. Then you shall have no chance of obtaining it. After a moment's hesitation, perhaps bolstered by her confidence in her abilities, she replied, very well. Though my brother prefers an axe, the sword would suit him just as well. I accept the wager. Excellent. That is the spirit I admire. Upon concluding his statement, Ander shed his haphazard clothing. What are you doing, Uncle Da? Your brother is often bare-chested. What is there to be surprised about? As he spoke, Ander began to partially revert his transformation, his upper body taking on the appearance of dragon hide. See, I stand here. Strike at your leisure. If you break my skin, I will return your family's sword. Chu Jie, undeterred, displayed a hint of annoyance. Uncle Da, why do you employ word spirits? You can also use word spirits, along with your precious Pinko knife. The remaining blade from the Chu family rested in Chu Jie's grasp, aptly named Pinko, complementing the sword well. Concerned about the possibility of defeat, Ander reinforced himself with a stone skin spell and mage armor. In his estimation, even if the young girl employed a word spirit, she could not pierce his dragon hide. Observing Ander's preparations, Chu Jie retreated to the cabin and emerged wielding the curved Tang saber, followed by Chu Hao and Anger. "Senior Ander, why must you engage in conflict with my younger sister?" Chu Hao approached, repeatedly apologizing and urging Ander not to compete with Chu Jie. Yet, Ander had been exceedingly bored these past few days and was eager to witness the young girl's remarkable skills, resolute in testing the sharpness of her blade. Seeing that Ander was unyielding, Chu Hao stepped aside, joining Anger in watching this peculiar duel unfold. Ander sat cross-legged on the deck, his skin exhibiting a pallid gray hue, adorned with patches resembling dragon scales, akin to some exquisite sculpture. "Forgive me, Uncle he uttered. Chu Jie drew his sword, which initially appeared rather unremarkable. Yet in the next instant, it emanated a crimson glow, reminiscent of a heated branding iron. Ander could distinctly sense the heat radiating from the blade, akin to the molten swords he had once witnessed in a robotic animation. The power of this weapon exceeded Ander's wildest imagination. Dragons are inherently covetous, and Ander was loath to see the magical weapon he coveted fall into Chu Jie's hands. However, retreat was not an option, and he had no choice but to brace himself against Chu Jie's impending strike, stealthily bolstering his resistance to energy damage. Ander feigned an air of unwavering confidence and proclaimed to Chu Jie, "Come forth, let us see if you can shatter my absolute defense." Chapter 26. The youngster's unconventional approach. Upon the deck of a cargo ship, Ander sat upon the ground, his grayish-white torso exposed and vulnerable. To be candid, a twinge of regret gnawed at him. He had initially perceived Chu Jie as merely a young girl, incapable of any formidable combat prowess, which had emboldened him to indulge in a sense of playfulness. Little did he know that his skin's defensive capabilities were such that even Deadpool's claws would only graze the surface, and he believed that no ancestral blade wielded by Chu Jie could possibly breach his defenses. However, he was taken aback by her unconventional tactics. The famed Pinko knife from her family could inexplicably heat its blade like a soldering iron, defying all scientific rationale. It was akin to the legendary duel between Shimin Chue Shui and Yi Gucheng atop the Forbidden City, where Yi Gucheng brandished a Jedi's lightsaber. "Jie, is your hand burning?" Ander inquired, glancing at the Tang knife that radiated a red and white glow in Chu Jie's grasp. Hoping to ease his own mounting tension with conversation, "Uncle why not concede? I shall forego the spoils of war." Chu Jie did not respond directly to Ander's query, as if she could sense his apprehension. She understood that while he was willing to wager his precious sword, her brother had cautioned her that even in victory, the sword could not be claimed. It represented a reward for Ander's assistance in their endeavor to obliterate the dragon vein, and the Chu family could not be seen as fickle. Chu Jie was acutely aware of the dragon vein's significance, which is why she did not dwell on the matter, though the prospect of compelling the individual who had bested her brother to yield was undeniably enticing. "I shall never concede. Come at me." Ander feigned contemplation, yet in truth, he was fervently seeking various spells to bolster his defenses, sensing that underestimating his opponent could lead to his undoing. With her right hand raised, Chu Jie brought her blade down in a diagonal strike, eschewing the flamboyant flourishes typical of many martial arts forms, instead opting for a method reminiscent of soldiers engaged in close combat. Ander raised his left arm to deflect the blow, distinctly feeling the searing heat as the blade met his flesh. The temperature of the knife exceeded his expectations. Indeed, alchemical weaponry was extraordinary. Fortunately, this Pinko knife was not as keen as that sword, its purpose more aligned with inflicting harm through intense heat, thus failing to pierce Ander's skin. After the strike, a charred mark appeared on Ander's arm, prompting Chu Jie to boast, "How do you find it? The Pinko is truly formidable. Isn't that merely relying on the advantage of your weapon? What difference would it make if a child wielded it?" Ander countered, "In truth, my use of linguistic magic yields similar results." While Chu Jie's linguistic abilities were perilous, she felt confident that in the maritime environment, their destructive potential would be limited. With a flick of her wrist, Chu Jie diminished the fiery glow of her Tang knife, returning it to its blackened state. "Be cautious, Uncle My linguistic magic is quite potent." She raised her blade high, and Ander sensed the ambient air growing increasingly heated, a palpable force coalescing around them. Flash! A fan-shaped burst of flames erupted suddenly, propelled by extreme heat and a fierce shockwave, hurtling toward Ander. Ander was caught off guard and was sent flying by the impact. Ling of words, Lord Flame? Anger recognized Chujia's ling of words, although its power was considerably diminished due to the environmental conditions. The effect of creating a high-temperature atmosphere was akin to that of an explosion. As Anders soared through the air, feeling the searing sensation on his chest, he realized that if it were not for the magical protection against energy damage, his skin would have likely been scorched, if even dragon hide could be burned. This flame was surely comparable to the breath of a red dragon. While contemplating this, Ander was not idle. He cast Featherfall on himself and glided back onto the ship. Little girl, you lack martial ethics, deceiving and ambushing. I acted in a straightforward manner. Chujia was quite displeased with Ander's distortion of the facts, but upon seeing that he was unharmed, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. Often, she found it challenging to control her ling of words, and it was only due to the unfavorable circumstances at sea that she dared to attempt it. Just then, a robust arm seized Chujia, and she received a light smack on her head. Ouch! AJ, I've told you countless times not to misuse your ling of words. Chiheo, standing nearby, was nearly terrified. Their vessel was laden with explosives, and a slight miscalculation on his sister's part could spell disaster for them all. Brother, I can control my strength. I'm not a child anymore. I'm even stronger than you. Chujia dismissed her brother's concerns, knowing her ling of words surpassed that of her elder brother, who was a lower rank in their abilities. Nonsense. Just wait and see how I will teach you a lesson. Apologies, Senior Ander, my sister's ling of words is rather formidable. Ander waved his hand, having overheard Anger's earlier words, astonished to discover that the little girl possessed the ling of words, Lord Flame, which had shone brightly in the original tale. Coupled with their surnames, it was possible that the famed Lionheart president, Chu Zihong, was related to them. It's fine. After all, no harm was done. With that, Ander dispelled the magic surrounding him and returned to his human form. Wow, Uncle Da, you're amazing. Is this your ling of words? Chujia gazed at Ander, who was unscathed, her face alight with admiration. Don't ask. Who would divulge such secrets? Chiheo playfully admonished his sister not to pry into others' mysteries. Look, I'm completely unharmed. You, my young friend, still have much to learn. Train harder. Ander wore a smug expression, sending the two siblings away. Anger approached him, bringing clothes for the bare-chested Ander. Not bad, not bad. You're starting to resemble a steward. Perhaps I can elevate your status a bit? Anger tossed the garments into Ander's hands and stepped aside to wait for him to dress. How long until we arrive? In about 2 or 3 days. This ship is steam-powered, faster than an ordinary sailboat. That's not too shabby. I detest traveling by ship. Once we reach Qingzhou, it will be all Lust Plateaus. By the way, are you really unhurt? Anger turned to face Ander, gazing into his dark eyes, and inquired. Ander lifted the freshly donned garment, dispelling the concealment spell that had cloaked his chest moments before. This enchantment had the power to transform one's skin, form, or appearance through illusion. With the spell lifted, his true skin was revealed, charred and marred by a series of crimson streaks. The mingling of red and black eliciting a frown from Anger. It's nothing, merely a superficial wound, Ander reassured, lowering his attire. He intended to retreat to his chamber to administer a remedy for his minor injuries. After all, as a wandering minstrel, healing such trifling ailments was well within his capabilities. Indeed, one must never underestimate the dangers at hand. Chapter 27. The Liu family Minzhou is a region adorned with mountains. And it is through these continuous peaks that the Liu family has survived the grasp of the Daqing dynasty until this day. Andy and his companions trudged along the muddy path, yellow sludge splattering onto their polished shoes, marring them with unsightly stains. The atmosphere within the group was notably somber. Angeli clutched a small box, dressed in an impeccably formal suit, as though he were attending a funeral. Uncertain of how to convey the dreadful news to Liu Shanyan's family, Angeli envisioned himself appearing like a specter at the Liu residence, solemnly addressing the widow. Your husband was slain in the dragon-slaying endeavor. This is his keepsake. Please accept my condolences. Amidst the weeping of the woman and her children, Angeli would present the small box containing Liu Shanyan's belongings, delivering the heart-wrenching tidings to the grieving widow. It is indeed ironic that a hero, after his demise, must rest in a foreign land. At that moment, Angeli had not yet faced much in the way of life and death, and he felt a profound sense of bewilderment in confronting such a situation. In contrast, Andy appeared significantly more relaxed. Although he seemed to walk, he discreetly employed a levitation spell, ensuring his shoes remained untouched by the mud below. As he led the way, the others remained oblivious to his peculiarities. Though Andy wished to utter a few words, The weighty atmosphere stifled his voice. The Lu residence, located on the outskirts of Minzhou, was a modest structure with gray tiles and white walls, embodying the ancient charm of southern architecture. Though the house appeared small, it was evident that it had been meticulously cared for. Angeli approached and gently rapped on the door knocker. Meanwhile, Andy used his magical skills to cleanse Angeli of the dirt and grime that clung to him. Before long, the door swung open, revealing a young woman peering out. She appeared to be in her 20s, clad in simple attire with wide sleeves that concealed her slender limbs. Her hair was gathered and coiled into a bun, secured with a humble wooden hairpin. The woman regarded Angeli's distinctive visage with a hint of wariness, for foreigners did not enjoy a favorable reputation in such times. "May I inquire?" the young woman began, but Angeli interjected, adopting a mechanical tone and speaking in imperfect Mandarin. "May I ask if you are Mrs. Lu? I am Hilbert Jean Angeli, here to escort Mr. Lu Shanyan home." Angeli had rehearsed this moment countless times in his mind, yet when it truly arrived, he could only recite his lines like a robot, unable to muster even a trace of emotion. This cold demeanor, while appearing heartless, offered Angeli a semblance of comfort. The woman trembled slightly, her gaze fixated on the small box before Angeli. After what felt like an eternity, she accepted the box and clutched it tightly to her chest. "I am indeed of the Lu family. Please, come in," she said, her countenance betraying little emotion, as if she were unaffected by her husband's death. She led Andy and the others to the main hall, where they took their seats, and she offered a slight bow. "I must attend to some household matters. Please wait here," Mrs. Lu said before retreating to the back of the house. The four men waited for an extended period, but Mrs. Lu did not return, causing Andy to grow increasingly anxious. A faint sound of weeping wafted from the rear of the house, revealing that the Lu family was not as composed as they appeared. They merely refrained from displaying their emotions in front of outsiders. Anders, perched uneasily on a wooden chair, could no longer contain his curiosity and rose to investigate the backyard. But anger firmly restrained him. An unbearable silence enveloped the atmosphere, rendering any attempt at conversation futile. The Chu siblings seemed to be affected by the somber ambience, their spirits notably dampened. Meanwhile, Anger remained immobile in his chair, resembling a statue, fixated on the overhead beam as if seeking answers within the wood itself. At last Mrs. Lu returned, her head bowed, her gait unsteady as she trembled into the main seat. After a prolonged moment of silence, she finally inquired, "What has transpired with my husband, who was well just moments ago?" Anders nudged the seemingly dazed Anger, urging him to respond to Mrs. Lu's question. Gradually, Anger snapped back to reality and began recounting the tale he had long wished to forget: the lizard bone from China, the awakening of the Dragon King, the blood-soaked Lu Shanyan, and the tragic fate of Castle, who perished alongside the Dragon King. This tale was absurd, stemming from the blunders of an ordinary physician that led to the Dragon King's revival. Yet, it was also a grand narrative, depicting the relentless sacrifice of the mixed-blood members of the secret society, who boldly faced death in their quest to vanquish the Dragon King. Anger had been reflecting on the events, as Anders aptly noted. The secret society was a victim of its own shortcomings. A flawed system comprised of warriors who solely knew the art of battle, ultimately leading to devastating consequences. In Anger's recounting, the story culminated with the invocation of the name of Minute Castle, Rhine, while Mrs. Lu interjected with her own query, "Then why are you unharmed?" At that moment, Anger hardly resembled a man who had once hovered on the brink of death. The anguish of witnessing comrades emerge unscathed while one's own kin had perished was far more excruciating. In such a moment, a singular thought consumed one's mind. Why do you live, while he does not? Anger turned to Anders and replied, "I lost consciousness after the explosion. It was Anders who rescued me." He claimed to be a branch of the Lu family overseas, invited by Lu Shanyan to join the secret society. However, upon arriving at the castle estate, he found nothing but ruins and a barely surviving me. Mrs. Lu scrutinized the young Anders for a long moment before finally asking, "May I inquire which branch of the Lu family you belong to, that it may be recorded in the family tree?" Anders, invigorated by the question, responded promptly, "A lineage that ventured south a century ago, by generational reckoning. I am indeed the uncle of Lu Bopping." Mrs. Lu inhaled deeply, rising to bow to Anders. "As the uncle escorting my husband's belongings back home, it is only fitting that you be recorded in our family tree. Please, follow me." Anders sensed something amiss with Mrs. Lu, yet he obediently trailed behind her as they made their way to the rear of the house. Unlike many places, The Liu family ancestral hall was not shared by an entire village, but was a solitary small room filled with the tablets of their ancestors. Mrs. Liu handed Anders 3 sticks of incense, igniting them with a nearby fire starter, and declared, as descendants of the Liu family, "It is our duty to honor our ancestors with incense offerings." Ander was not one to dwell on such matters. Whether he could attain divinity in the future depended on the Liu family. He immediately bowed 3 times before the ancestral tablet and placed the incense in the burner. Just as Ander was bowing, Lady Liu closed the doors of the ancestral hall and drew a pistol from her skirt, aiming it directly at him. "Lady Liu, do you still know how to use a gun?" Ander inquired, observing the weapon aimed at him. Yet it was clear that Lady Liu had no intention of engaging in idle conversation. The Liu family had always been a direct lineage with no branches overseas. Ander raised his hands in a gesture of surrender and stated, "On what grounds do you point a gun at me? Just because you consider yourself a good person? A villain would not resort to such actions. Must a good person be threatened with a firearm? Lady Liu, let us have a conversation." Chapter 28. The debt of repayment. Ander had walked for quite some time, returning with an expression of ease. In the ancestral hall, he and Madame Liu engaged in a candid discussion, ultimately reaching an accord. The gist of their conversation was as follows. Ander expressed that he was not driven by greed. Rather, he sought the esteemed reputation of the Liu family to aid in his endeavors. As compensation, he offered to ensure the continuity of the Liu lineage, willing to serve as a guardian or protector. Madame Liu, relieved to find that Ander did not covet the family as heritage, acknowledged that the Liu family had long been a single line of descent, with few descendants. If Ander was inclined to leverage the family name for good, she would not stand in his way. Seizing the opportunity, Ander swiftly proposed that they commence the excavation of the dragon vein, which had been her husband's lifelong dream. Yet he required a suitable weapon. Given the Liu family's vast resources, he inquired if they might lend their assistance. In the end, Anger observed as Ander wielded a 2-handed hammer. Distinct from the massive versions depicted in games, this one bore a closer resemblance to historical models. Featuring a metallic handle with a hammerhead akin to a mace, one end designed for piercing armor and the other for striking. The Liu family's treasures proved to be scarcer than anticipated, as these hybrid families had suffered immensely at the hands of invaders, leaving behind little in terms of wealth. After perusing a selection of alchemical items, Ander chose the mace. Having previously damaged his staff in battle, he was reluctant to confront the grotesque undead with bare hands. "I had a conversation with Madame Liu. I appreciate your patience," he announced, waving to the others still seated. His recent acquisition of a weapon had imbued him with excitement. Madame Liu followed closely behind him, her demeanor remaining placid, concealing the nature of her earlier discourse with Ander. Anger, observing Madame Liu, retrieved a beautifully packaged set of toys from his backpack and remarked, "Liu Shanyan often speaks of having a child, so I procured some gifts for him." Ander was taken aback by Anger's meticulousness in certain matters, noting the German text on the packaging, suggesting it had been purchased in Germany and brought along to China. Madame Liu accepted Anger's gift, but felt no desire to engage further. The events of the day had been sufficiently overwhelming, necessitating a period of recuperation. "It is getting late. I urge everyone to take their leave. Henceforth, my uncle will represent the Liu family in matters concerning the dragon vein." This final statement was directed at Ander. Acknowledging that the destruction of the dragon vein was Liu Shanyan's aspiration, a venture in which the Liu family could not abstain, yet their remaining lineage was still maturing. Reliant on Ander, an outsider, to uphold the facade, the Liu family planned to gather their belongings and seek refuge elsewhere in a few days. As they possessed several properties in Minzhou, ample enough for mother and child to remain concealed from prying eyes. As they exited the Liu residence, they found themselves once more traversing the muddy dirt road. The Liu estate was not far from the city of Minzhou, and with their stamina, returning to the city would be effortless. Curious about the origins of the Liu family's wealth, Ander noticed the subdued mood among them and decided to initiate a conversation to lift their spirits. Unbeknownst to the elder, the Liu family had concealed themselves in the mountainous terrain of Minzhou in their early years, evading the harm wrought by the Tartars. Subsequently, they turned to the sea for sustenance, thriving as fishermen due to their robust physical prowess, and later ventured into commerce, thereby establishing a considerable family legacy. Chu Hao, possessing a fair understanding of the Liu family's history, elaborated on their rise to prosperity to Ander. Gazing at the stern visage of Chu Hao, Ander inquired, "How much wealth does the Liu family possess?" "The majority of the expenditures for the Dragon Vein project rely on Brother Liu's finances. Indeed, You sold over 600 antiques, yielding a substantial profit, I presume? Quite so. The foreigners are indeed generous with their funds. With a clap of his hands, Ander remarked. Then where has all the money for your Dragon Vein project gone, considering the lack of personnel and resources? Chu Hao lowered his head, calculating. In truth, he was uncertain where the funds had been allocated. As a wanderer, despite possessing mixed heritage abilities, he had not received much formal education. These matters had previously been managed by Lu Shanyin. Uncle De, please do not press my brother too hard. He excels in combat but struggles with finances, Chu Jie. Now transformed into a lean figure, interjected with a curious tone. Does that mean you know where the money is gone? Ander inquired, intrigued. Chu Jie smiled and nodded. Aware of some financial allocations through her brother's connections, despite her lowly status within the Tiandi society. I heard that the funds were used to purchase ships and explosives, and several routes were established, allowing travel beneath the Tartars' very noses. Chu Hao was privy to this information as well, but he understood that the Lu family's revenue from antique sales was more than sufficient to cover these expenses, which is why he had hesitated in responding to Ander, quietly calculating in his mind. Moreover, unbeknownst to my brother, a substantial portion of that money has been directed towards opposing the Tartars. Behind every rebel hero stands one of our supporters. At that moment, Ander comprehended that a significant portion of the funds had been allocated for insurrection. In these times, an uprising could not rely solely on swords and bows. It necessitated American rifles and German artillery to effectively confront the Tartars. Furthermore, the operation of these modern weapons was considerably complex. Thus, it was likely that a large portion of the funds had been invested in training personnel. I am not blind. I am aware they have taken the money, though I did not anticipate the extent. Chu Hao defended himself. In truth, the funds sent by Lu Shanyin are coveted by the commoners of the Tiandi society, who often seek various justifications to siphon off portions. Ander, however, had little desire to hear about the Tiandi society's pilfering, as such discussions regarding the loss of wealth made him, as a dragon, feel quite uncomfortable. When will the others arrive in Minzhou? The Tiandi society intends to gather in Minzhou, from where a group will sail northward, subsequently entering Qinzhou by land, ultimately reaching Tongwan City. The Su and Yu families are both in Yanqing. They should arrive shortly. Ander grew intrigued upon hearing about the remaining mixed heritage families. According to Chu Hao's introduction, among the 5 mixed heritage families in the Tiandi society, the Su family excels in flying daggers and hidden weapons, while the Yi family specializes in reconnaissance. Though their combat prowess may not be formidable, their supportive role should not be underestimated. What of the Qin family? I have heard they fled. The Qin family, the most enigmatic among the 5 clans, is reputed for their exceptional skills in lock-picking and deception, as noted by Chu Hao. Their ability to foresee danger is unparalleled. Indeed, several years ago, the Qin family departed from Huaxiao without leaving a trace. Were they truly so afraid that they fled? Not at all. My esteemed predecessor, it is said that a seer bestowed upon them a prophecy, urging them to venture to Europe. Once again, it is this troublesome half-breed with precognitive abilities. The Qin family still owes me an alchemical weapon, and I must devise a means to ensure they repay their debt in due time. Chapter 29. Su and Yu Ander and his companions currently reside in a stronghold of the Tiandi society in Minzhou, which, as expected, is yet another tea house. I inquired. Does the Tiandi society not engage in any illicit enterprises? Chu Hao appeared bewildered, evidently unfamiliar with the concept of such enterprises. Senior, what do you mean by illicit enterprises? Under-the-table dealings, gambling houses, do they exist? Only then did Chu Hao grasp Ander's intent, and he quickly waved his hands, saying, Senior, are you interested in visiting such places? The earnest Chu Hao clearly regarded Ander as an experienced patron, assuming he was merely eager to indulge. However, Ander had little interest in these establishments. They were dens of iniquity, where even a casual deployment of a detection array would reveal malevolence, darker than the depths of the abyss. He feared that entering such locales would provoke him to act against the vile acts he witnessed. In a previous world, Ander had ventured into such places, hoping to engage in light-hearted conversation with the ladies, but was inevitably compelled to intervene upon witnessing the wickedness, causing considerable turmoil. This behavior was quite uncharacteristic of a copper dragon. Typically, they would conceal their presence and resolve matters from the shadows. Yet, his excursions were merely to enjoy an evening of dialogue, a testament to his naive nature. No, I merely find it peculiar that we are convening in a tea house, he remarked. Chu Hao, somewhat exasperated by Ander's unconventional thought process, responded, Would meeting in such places be preferable? Senior, tea houses are bustling with patrons, making them ideal for clandestine meetings. You must understand, we are all men. It is entirely unremarkable for us to gather in such establishments. Chu Hao gazed at the increasingly animated Ander with a hint of resignation, recognizing that despite his formidable strength, this senior occasionally uttered rather eccentric remarks. Mr. Anger is. After all, a foreigner, Ander interrupted, recalling the oversight. Ah, I have forgotten about that. It is entirely Anger's fault for disrupting my flawless plan. When will those two families arrive? I find myself rather impatient. Ander had been cooped up in the tea house for several days. Though the lively conversations around him provided some amusement, yet the repetitive nature of their discussions was proving tedious. He awaited the arrival of the two families, eager for a diversion. Senior, the Su and Yi families are due to arrive tomorrow. Please remain patient. The door swung open as the unmasked Chu Jie burst in, wielding two wooden swords. Uncle Da, practice with me. After losing to Ander in a prior contest, Chu Jie had been seeking ways to persuade him to train with her, determined to teach him a lesson in swordsmanship. Ander naturally sought to evade Chu Jie's entreaties, knowing he possessed no martial skills of his own. His role as a sparring partner would merely render him a punching bag, a venture no dragon would willingly undertake. Chu Hao seized his sister, dragging her out of the room. Forgive my mischievous sister, esteemed senior. With a resounding slam, the door closed, muffling Chu Hao's reprimands. Reclining on the bed, Ander closed his eyes and entered a realm of memory, where a radiant red star continued to shimmer, connecting him to the unknown entities in the void. Perusing his ancestral memories, Ander meticulously selected spells that might prove useful in the future. The abilities to dominate and enchant humanity were indispensable. Furthermore, he deemed it essential to include defensive and offensive spells such as Stone Skin, Wall of Fire, and Disjunction for escape. He noted the importance of spells like Teleportation and the Gate. As he contemplated the spells at his disposal, a previously overlooked incantation sprang to mind, the third-tier transmutation spell. Lie Among Us Cabin. This spell is an essential companion for camping, capable of conjuring a hemispherical area that envelopes both himself and his companions, providing a temperate climate illumination, while simultaneously barring outside creatures from entry, truly a must-have for any journey. There exists a variant, the fifth-tier abjuration spell, Lie Among Us Secluded Cabin, which allows the protective hue to merge seamlessly with the surrounding environment. Reflecting on the tumultuous journey thus far, Ander committed this spell to memory without hesitation, preparing for its eventual use during camping. As Ander sifted through his recollections, he realized that his illustrious brass dragon ancestors would seize any opportunity to impart wisdom to a younger brass dragon. Consequently, Ander's ancestral memories were rich with the insights of elders. They included advice on how to serve as a mount for a lovely sorceress, strategies for retreating after succumbing to the temptations of the drow, and techniques for conversing with celestial beings from the heavenly realms. It must be said that the life experiences of these predecessors were remarkably extensive, often leading them to jestingly remark upon seeing Ander, "My current predicament is entirely your doing." Time slipped away as Ander immersed himself in these memories, and before he knew it, the dawn of a new day had arrived. No matter how many times he revisited these accounts, he could not help but marvel at the wealth of wisdom shared by his forebears, including the myriad uses of slime. Well, it seems Ander was not solely focused on learning spells, but a word of caution must be issued. Slime possesses a certain corrosive quality, so please exercise caution in its use. By now, the sun was high in the sky, yet Ander remained comfortably ensconced in bed, relishing the splendid winter morning. The Swais have arrived, he was informed. Stepping out, he spotted Chuji waiting at the door, discreetly employing his magical skills to tidy his attire. Ander followed Chiheo to a private room at the tea house. Once inside the room, Chiheo shut the door, took a seat, while Chuji stood by the entrance, arms crossed, guarding the threshold. It was then that Ander took stock of the two unfamiliar gentlemen in the room. One was clad in a long gown, his braid trailing down his back, embodying the traditional scholar's demeanor. The other, however, presented a more curious sight, dressed similarly to Angeli in a full suit, topped with an incongruous high hat that concealed his braid, lending him a rather comical appearance. Both gentlemen scrutinized Ander's short-cropped hair, nodding in cordial acknowledgement upon meeting his gaze. Chiheo introduced the gentleman in the suit, stating, "This is Yu Tao from the Yi family, alongside Yu Mingqi, responsible for the reconnaissance efforts ahead." The young man in the suit, though seemingly youthful, exuded a spirited energy, greeting the group with a cheerful smile. He then turned his gaze to another man clad in a long robe. This was Su Yu, courtesy named Zimming, responsible for combat support. The man in the robe appeared to be in his 30s or 40s. His mature visage paired with austere attire gave him the appearance of a stern schoolmaster. Su Yu rose and performed a formal bow, his demeanor somewhat amusing to Ander. After Su Yu completed his bow and took his seat, Chu Hao proceeded to introduce Ander and Anger to the group. Observing the expressions on their faces, it was evident that they were quite displeased with the inclusion of the foreigner, Anger, in their plans. At last, the lengthy introduction came to a close. Ander stood up, hands clasped behind his back, chest held high, and proclaimed, "This plan is led by my family, the Lu, who stands in support, and who in opposition." Chapter 30. Footprints in the ruins. Ander felt ensnared when he proclaimed, "Who supports, who opposes?" Following his declaration, Su Yu and Yi Tao promptly expressed their admiration for the esteemed Lu family, assuring him that with Lu Ander leading, they would feel entirely at ease as his subordinates. Pledging to serve merely as auxiliary supporters, waving flags in his favor, Ander regretted taking the initiative. He had intended to assert his authority over these two families, hoping to impress upon them his capabilities, yet they seemed to have deftly shifted the burden onto him. It is often said that only those who are familiar with rogues are truly aware of their nature. And Ander immediately discerned the essence of these two individuals concealed beneath their long robes and suits. They were nothing more than opportunistic scoundrels. Thus, he relinquished all responsibilities to the sole honest member of their group, Chu Jia. It was far more comfortable to be a mere bystander. Now, Ander and his companions, relying on the prestigious background of the foreigner Anger and the scholarly credentials of a history PhD from Cambridge, masqueraded as an archaeologist investigating in China. Accompanied by his Chinese entourage, they set forth from Pingjin, journeying westward, and had now reached the northern region of Qinzhou. At this juncture, the foreigners truly held the power. The officials dared not intervene in their affairs. Even though Ander and his party carried numerous goods, they faced no hindrance. Mounted on horses and leading two donkeys laden with cargo, their wares ostensibly consisted of inconspicuous items like sugar tablets and kitchen knives, yet beneath the surface, they concealed substantial quantities of explosives brought from Germany by Anger. The dynamite, wrapped in oil paper, might not withstand the test of time for a century, but it was certain to unleash chaos along the dragon vein, bringing it into alignment with the sun. Anger, donning a cowboy hat and sporting a beard, appeared as an incongruous American cowboy in a robust Chinese cotton jacket. Ander, on the other hand, wore spectacles and sported a slick-back hairstyle, resembling a progressive youth with aspirations for Western learning. Chu Jia, the young girl, had adopted a more masculine demeanor during this journey, wearing ordinary cotton clothing and trailing behind Ander, guiding the mule along with the others. If the scene were to be titled, it would aptly be named The Foreigner and His Interpreter with Four Accomplices. Of course, Ander would never admit to being the interpreter, yet his attire certainly conveyed such an impression. As they traveled, Ander engaged in casual conversation with his companions, occasionally breaking into song, weaving small enchantments through his melody to bestow minor blessings upon them. After all, Ander was still a bard, and such endeavors were second nature to him. Anger, when shall we arrive at Tongwan City? Ander mused, seated atop his horse, idly playing with a blade of grass, stroking its soft hairs to pass the time. Perhaps he should contemplate acquiring a magical pet for amusement, he thought to himself. Not long now. Did not the elder from the previous village say we would soon catch sight of it? Anger reassured him, pointing towards the mountain ahead. The journey had been uneventful thus far. While the landscapes of China were indeed picturesque, the monotony of their trek was beginning to wear on Ander. Gazing at the peculiar hills before him, he found it odd that such uneven mounds would arise on the Lus Plateau. Upon closer inspection, he realized these were not mere hills, but rather the ruins of a stone tower. The undulating hills ahead are not a product of nature, but rather the remnants of ancient city walls. "Behold, we have arrived," exclaimed Anger. "This is the final capital of the Huns, the grand city of the great Xia kingdom, Tongwan City." As Ander gazed at the imposing walls before him, he reflected on how this once majestic capital had been laid waste by the hands of Song Taizong Zhao Guangyi. Now deserted for nearly a millennium. How tall it is. It feels even higher than the walls of Qinzhou City, remarked Chu Jia as he touched the ancient structure, looking up at the uneven surface that seemed to stretch endlessly, allowing one to imagine the splendor it once possessed. It may not exceed the height of Qinzhou's walls by much, but it certainly is impressive, considering it was once a capital, Anger responded, comparing it to what he had seen in Qinzhou City. Ander, meanwhile, was exploring the wall, retrieving the Chu family's treasured sword, the broken ruined sword. With a swift motion, he unsheathed the blade and thrust it towards the long-abandoned walls of Tong'an City. The eight-sided Han sword pierced the stone effortlessly, startling the others. "Uncle Da, what are you doing?" Shu Jie exclaimed, jumping in alarm. This was a family heirloom. If it were to break, she would surely retaliate against Ander. "Haven't you heard the tale of Tong'an City?" Anger recalled, saying, "You mean the one about testing the walls with a sword? It is said that when the Huns constructed Tong'an City, they would strike the walls with newly forged swords. If the sword penetrated an inch, the builder would be executed. If the sword broke, the swordsmith would face the same fate." Ander withdrew his unharmed sword, remarking, "How could mere walls compare to an alchemical weapon? It appears the builder of this wall is in grave danger." He sheathed the sword and gestured to Anger. "I see a gap over there. Perhaps we can enter through that." As the group crossed the wall, the desolation of Tong'an City unfolded before their eyes. There was nothing left. The city had been razed during the Song dynasty, leaving behind only the resilient walls constructed from the toil of artisans. "It seems we have arrived several centuries too late." "How? Did Friedrich leave any clues?" Zhu Hao scratched his head, adjusting his braid, and replied, "Friedrich and his companions vanished upon reaching Tong'an City. We all assumed they met with misfortune on the road." Ander surveyed the vast expanse of barren land, pondering how it would have been ideal for wheat cultivation, lamenting that the common folk were disinclined to venture this far, as it was too remote. "Yi Tao, get to work and see if you can uncover anything," he instructed. Yi Tao of the Yi family, a linguist with the ability to control biological electrical currents like a serpent, was well suited for reconnaissance. Upon hearing this, excitement flickered across the young man's face. Under the urging of Longwen, an invisible current began to flow under Yi Tao's command, surveying the surroundings with keen awareness. As the serpent emerged, Yi Tao furrowed his brow. Beneath the crumbling walls lay countless human corpses, interred within the earth, their yellowed bones intertwined in disarray, allowing insects to make their nests among them. The legends surrounding Tong'an City seemed to hold a kernel of truth, indeed. The Xiongnu would execute the craftsmen who constructed the walls and bury them beneath their foundations. However, the serpent soon conveyed something altogether different, prompting Yi Tao to beckon the others to proceed in that direction. Footprints? How could that be? Ander gazed at a small indentation on the ground, which bore no resemblance to a footprint. The region of Qinzhou is known for its scant rainfall, becoming particularly arid in winter, allowing footprints to endure. Yet, the strong winds and shifting sands inevitably led to their erosion. Yi Tao pointed to the small depression and continued onward in another direction. This was the second. Not far ahead lay the third. Ander followed Yi Tao's gesture, recognizing that it pointed towards the heart of Tong'an City. Chapter 31. The Gate of Death. Ander observed as Yi Tao utilized the power of words to uncover traces, following these signs toward the heart of Tong'an City. The city's structure was predominantly square, encircled by ancient walls, while the center lay barren, overgrown with wild grasses. These rampant weeds concealed the remnants of what once were walls. With most of the wooden edifices consumed by the flames of destruction under Emperor Taizong of Song, leaving behind only the deep-buried bones of unknown souls, Tong'an City stood as a desolate ruin. Could the Tartars really be foolish enough to design a dragon vein in such a place? Shu Jie gazed at the desolation of Tong'an City and could not help but inquire. "Agia, this is the final destination of Friedrich. It must be connected to the dragon vein in some way," Ander replied, his hands clasped behind his back. "These traces were left months ago." Roughly aligning with the timeline of the Friedrich family's visit here, Yi Tao interjected, skillfully maneuvering the serpent. Meanwhile, Anger had already drawn a folding knife, his other hand resting on his waist, poised to unsheath his sidearm at a moment's notice. As the group pressed onward, the obstructive weeds thinned, and abandoned structures began to increase. These buildings were remnants of the city's past, with only these pitiful walls left to testify to its existence. Navigating around the hindering ruins, Ander and his companions discovered signs of human activity. The grasses on the ground had been deliberately cut back, revealing a clearing marked by various traces. Anger approached, examining the patterns etched into the earth, and after a prolonged silence, remarked, "Friedrich spent time here. These furrows were certainly excavated by him." He gestured toward the shapes of the depressions. "Observe the contours. These are not the work of an ordinary person. The depth of these lines indicates the use of superior equipment. The local populace would not idly dig here. It could only have been Friedrich. So, this individual resided here for a while?" "Indeed." And look further. Anger moved to another spot, clearing away the soil, revealing 4 small holes before the group. He camped here. These holes were for the support poles of a tent. You're quite impressive for a foreigner, Chu Jia muttered softly, only to be lightly reprimanded by her brother from behind. Anger, however, remained fixated on the 4 small depressions, lost in contemplation, as if he had overlooked something significant. Why did Friedrich inscribe marks on the ground? If they were meant as some form of indication, they seemed excessively large. May I borrow your hammer? It's a staff. Ander expressed his discontent with Anger's terminology, yet he retrieved the staff he had been carrying. He preferred not to utilize a spatial pouch in front of so many witnesses, thus he had been shouldering the staff acquired from the Luo family. The weight of the staff was far more substantial than Ander had anticipated, compelling him to employ magic to lighten its load to prevent his horse from being overburdened. Anger grasped his staff and meticulously recreated the patterns obscured on the ground. The hexagram, sun, moon, fire, water, earth, and wind, each intricate alchemical symbol was drawn by Anger, combining on this vacant plot into a complex array. Is this alchemy? Ander observed these symbols, both familiar and foreign, sensing that they represented an entirely distinct system, one that diverged from magic. At least with his current abilities, deciphering this formation was beyond his reach. We are in trouble. Anger slammed Ander's staff forcefully onto the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Ander glared reproachfully at Anger's careless demeanor, hurried over to retrieve the staff, and discreetly cleaned it with a wizard's trick before grasping it again. Scholar, what trouble are we in? Anger, unfazed by the nickname bestowed upon him by Chu Jia, pointed at the formation on the ground. Look at this prominent moon symbol. He indicated a massive crescent, which occupied a third of the array. The moon signifies the feminine aspect and also represents death. He gestured towards the lines converging around the symbol: prayer, sacrifice. Anger's fingers danced as he articulated the meanings and functions of each symbol. This is the gate symbol. All the lines converge towards it, indicating that this gate is the object to be transformed. With a steady breath, Anger pronounced his final conclusion. This array can resurrect a certain gate through the powers of the moon and the sacrifice of death. What lies beyond that door is likely related to the dragon vein. The group erupted into excitement. After so long, they had finally encountered something connected to the dragon vein. The Tartar has hidden it well. Scholar, what do you propose we do to open the door? Anger quickly sought to calm the exhilarated members of the Heavenly Society, hesitantly stating, alchemy is the process of killing the material of reality and then allowing it to be reborn. This array aims to revive a gate that has already met its demise. Ander, however, discerned the implication: dead matter. It sounded eerily reminiscent of. Anger continued. The gate of death naturally connects to the realm of the deceased, that is to say, Nibelungen. Here it was, what one thought could manifest. The gate to the dead led precisely to Nibelungen, which was composed of deceased matter. Yet the members of the Heavenly Society wore expressions of confusion. The mixed heritage of Huaxia had lost too much knowledge to comprehend such nuances. Scholar, stop prattling on about the living and the dead. Just tell us how to proceed and how many explosives we'll need. Yi Tao, ever forthright, cared little for the distinctions between life and death. As long as it could obliterate the dragon vein, it was favorable. Anger gazed at the bewildered expressions of those before him and resolved for the first time to establish a school after this matter concluded, to thoroughly educate this group of illiterates before reintroducing them to society. Let us wait. We shall proceed once the moon rises. With that, Anger instructed the members of the Heavenly Society to set up camp and rest, while he approached Ander, who was still scrutinizing the array, and squatted beside him, asking, "Do you have any ideas?" Ander sifted through the freshly drawn ravine by Ong Leek, picking up a dark red clod of earth. "Have you noticed that this substance requires human blood?" he inquired, holding the crimson soil before Ong Leek. "Indeed, given the consumption dictated by this alchemical array, it seems we few will hardly suffice to meet its demands." As Ander contemplated the spells lodged within his memory, he realized he possessed a particular incantation capable of fulfilling such a requirement. The spell, Rift of the Plains, a 5th-level conjuration, could disturb the seams between 2 realms, creating a fissure. Ong Leek nodded in agreement. He had no desire to utilize his own blood to activate the array. "I will take charge of diverting the attention of others," he added. Ander looked at the array etched upon the ground, excitement gleaming in his eyes as he nodded in affirmation. Chapter 32. The White City under the moonlight. As dusk descended, Anger diligently reinforced the alchemical array left by Friedrich, while Ander, accompanied by a few companions, erected a tent, quietly awaiting the arrival of night. Anger surmised that only when the moon graced the sky would the gates of Nibelungen draw near to the realm of reality, marking the opportune moment to unlock the portal. Having completed the tent, Ander felt little inclination to rest. Instead, he yearned to explore the ancient city, despite its mere assemblage of crumbling stones. Strolling through the desolate expanse, the sun began to set, casting an ambiguous crimson glow upon the withered blades of grass, presenting a unique aesthetic. With each step upon the parched grass, a satisfying crunch echoed beneath his feet, reminiscent of the sound of bones fracturing when he had once incapacitated a human trafficker. Wait, that sound seems amiss. Ander glanced down to discover a yellowish-white femur had been unceremoniously crushed beneath his foot. It was indeed a bone, not mere grass as he had assumed. He offered an apology to the owner of the leg bone, regretting his inability to employ any necromantic spells to converse with the unfortunate soul, a grave oversight, indeed. This bone appeared peculiar. It did not resemble those ancient, weathered remnants long buried. Instead, it bore the characteristics of a more recently deceased individual. Recalling Anger's words about the vast amounts of blood required to activate the alchemical array, Ander began to formulate a hypothesis. This was likely the sacrifice made by Friedrich. Silently, he placed the femur back in its original position, utilizing the mage hand spell to excavate a small patch of earth, granting this unfortunate soul a final resting place. Forgive me, dear brother. I shall ensure that the one responsible for your fate meets his end, and I shall shatter his legs as well. Upon returning to the camp, Ander found a suitable object to cushion his remaining leg and reclined beside the campfire. Uncle Da, where have you been? Chu Jie approached, clutching his knife with curiosity. I sought conversation with an individual who suggested I break Friedrich's leg. Who is this person? There are few living souls, yet many dead. Chu Jie responded. Startled by Ander's words, his tone laced with apprehension. Uncle Da, please don't frighten me. You simply overthink matters. Now, get back to work. Ander dismissed Chu Jie, turning his gaze towards the distant stone wall, lost in contemplation. He realized he was still too feeble, lacking personal strength, such as loyal subordinates, a cadre of willing allies, and a few helpful friends. The situation for mixed bloods in China was precarious. Perhaps he should consider establishing his own influence here. The Chu siblings seemed promising. Once their adventures concluded, he could devise a means to convert them into his own. Producing a glass bead, he utilized it as a medium to cast the three-ring energy manipulation spell, Leomon's Cottage. A hemispherical dome enveloped the small camp, enhancing the comfort of the climate while discreetly shielding his companions from harm. Ander shed his cotton clothing, leaning back to admire the silhouette of Tongwan City beneath the night sky. The walls of Tongwan City exhibit a peculiar shade of white, becoming increasingly radiant as the sun sets and the moon ascends in the sky. Bathed in the moonlight, the ancient fortress takes on a silvery veneer, which has led the local populace to affectionately refer to this locale as White City. Were it to be named by the Japanese, it might well be dubbed the sacred white domain of the empire. As time flows onward, the white walls of Tongwan City grow ever more luminous beneath the moon's glow, exuding a marvelous, metallic sheen reminiscent of silver. Approaching midnight, several members of the Heaven and Earth Society emerge from their tents and join Andy at the alchemical array drawn by Anha. This ritual bears great significance. You must not look or listen. Blindfold your eyes and cover your ears. Anha, assuming the guise of a learned scholar, persuades the ill-educated members of the Heaven and Earth Society to close their eyes. Reaching An's side, Anha grasps his hand and declares, I shall attempt to summon the gate, employing every arcane method at my disposal. Andy raises an eyebrow and replies calmly, Do not worry. This fragile door cannot withstand my ferocious assault. Without hesitation, Anha stands at the center of the array and slices open his wrist. If a sacrifice must be made, let it begin with me. Crimson droplets cascade, while beams of moonlight illuminate the array, and under the influence of an unknown alchemical force, Anha's blood takes on a hint of silver. No, it is not sufficient. He murmurs, maneuvering the blade to cut deeper into his arm, allowing blood to surge forth and fill the majority of the array. The blood rides like serpents, as the immense white city channels the moonlight into a singular point, heralding the imminent return of the ancient gate. The silvery red blood coils together, intertwining like vines to form a portal, as if a skilled artisan were weaving a door from these very strands. Now, Anha exclaims, his voice weakening. The ritual has drained him of too much blood, causing every muscle to ache with pain. Andy channels the magical energy within his body, seeking the resonance point between the two realms. Let the vibrations of space shatter this accursed door. As Andy adjusts the energies, the space surrounding the gate trembles, drawing the realm of the dead perilously close to reality, revealing that now is the most vulnerable moment for Nibelungen. Open for me. Andy fervently expels his magical force. And under the resonance of the two planes, the summoned gate groans under the strain. Crack, crack. The sound of something splitting resonates. And a fissure wide enough for a person appears upon the gate, through which Andy glimpses the other side, revealing an ancient city styled after the grandeur of China. Nibelungen has finally manifested. Andy limps forward, singing a melodious tune, while he presses several healing spells into Anna's hand, staunching the bleeding just enough. It seems you can no longer wield a firearm. No matter, Anna replies, I have always preferred the blade. Ander hoisted Anger onto his back, while the remaining members of the team removed their blindfolds. Upon witnessing Anger's blood-soaked left arm, expressions of sympathy emerged on their faces. Anger waved his hand at them and calmly remarked, See, I told you it was perilous. Young scholar you. The door swung open, and he interjected, Let us proceed inside. Anger interrupted their attempts to express gratitude, applying the medicinal ointment to his arm, which had rendered his left hand unusable for some time. Now, let him enter the realm of the dead and discover what Friedrich had truly encountered in this land of Nibelungen. Chapter 33. The Gap Beneath the Silvery Moonlight. A grand silver door stood resolutely in the desolate expanse, bestowing a touch of enigma upon the crumbling ruins. It was now merely a matter of stepping inside. Anger, cradling his arm, gazed at this portal woven from his own blood, reflecting on the mysteries of the land of Huaxia. The silver door was adorned with dark crimson patterns, formed from Anger's own lifeblood. Conventional methods would require transforming the entire door into a vivid red. Anger contemplated the intricate designs upon the door, explaining their significance. The members of the Heavenly Earth Society rummaged through their bags, attempting to hurl explosives into the Nibelungen. Do not act recklessly. We still need to explore within, Anger cautioned, trembling as he was supported by Ander, approaching the grand entrance. Anger placed his fingers upon the door, feeling its unique texture, akin to a peculiar rubber, both elastic and resilient. This door was not merely summoned by a simple array, it had always existed here, with the array serving only to reveal its presence. Ander, intrigued, poked the door with his fingers, creating an indentation under his touch, his fingers sinking deeply into the material. Do you sense that the door has softened? Ander inquired. Perhaps the time has arrived. We must hasten inside. Before Anger could finish, the silver door began to collapse and melt as if crafted from wax, a silvery liquid seeping forth, transforming into a luminous, viscous pool. Oh no! It seems something has gone awry. The moon was shrouded by dark clouds, leaving only the liquid on the ground to emit an eerie glow. As everything around them grew increasingly indistinct, rustling sounds began to emerge in the vicinity, and a series of strange yellow lights floated in the distance. With the keen eyesight of a dragon, Ander discerned the true nature of those yellow lanterns, countless death servants. Most were clad in official uniforms adorned with various beasts, with slender braids trailing behind, save for a small tuft of hair at the nape of their necks. Anger, what is happening? The situation is bizarre. The door has clearly collapsed, yet our positions remain unchanged, and there are now multitudes of death servants surrounding us. We have likely entered the confines of Nibelungen, Anger said. Gripping his blade tightly, his gaze fixed on the suddenly materialized death servants, who moved sluggishly and showed no signs of aggression. What of the dragon vein? Where is Friedrich? Do not tell me they have come merely for a heap of wretched corpses. The death servants lingered around Ander and his companions, maintaining a distance. Yet they needed to devise a means of escape swiftly. Ander reflected on the previous circumstances. He possessed a certain aptitude for spells that manipulated time and space, having studied them extensively. After all, these spells were quite convenient for evasion. Taking a few deep breaths, he allowed his magical energy to overflow, attuning himself to the conditions of this space. In Ant's perception, the structure of this space is profoundly distorted, akin to two slices of bread pressed together, where two distinct realms are violently amalgamated, and feels the tremors induced by this unstable expanse, already drawing conclusions in his mind. We find ourselves caught between Nibelungen and the mortal realm. This is the juncture where Nibelungen meets the world of the living, belonging both to the land of the deceased and yet not fully part of it, and attempts to touch the drifting specters, and indeed, his hand passes through one of the spectral figures dressed as a Tatar officer, as if it were nothing more than an illusion. Do you see? We are not occupying the same space as they do. Chu Jie steps forward, boldly waving his arms in an attempt to make contact with the phantoms. He truly passes through. Uncle Duh, how astonishing. How did you know? It's a gift. And smiles as he elucidates the nature of this space as he perceives it, seeking to showcase his prowess to the group. However, the effect is not particularly striking, as the members of the Heaven and Earth Society tilt their heads, seemingly pondering the concept of space. Anger quickly realizes that they must devise a way to leave this place and journey to Nibelungen. So what shall we do now? And shrugs, displaying a look of helplessness. I do not know. This should be your task as a dragon historian. Anger furrows his brow, recalling that their original plan was to enter Nibelungen through that door, but it has suddenly melted and collapsed. This perhaps indicates that their means of entering Nibelungen were flawed from the outset. Anger reflects on the tales of Nibelungen and the research of secret societies over the years, stories of the land of the dead, Avalon, Helheim from Norse mythology. A series of myths associated with the underworld emerge in Anger's mind. As a young hybrid who has obtained a Ph.D. in history from Cambridge, these tales are well ingrained in his memory. Deep in thought, Anger suddenly notices the silvery liquid beneath his feet. In mythology, water often symbolizes a division, the living above and the dead below. It is water. Look at the ground. The others turn their gaze to the liquid below, which exhibits properties akin to mercury, forming a circular pool at their feet. We need to pass through this water to enter Nibelungen. Anger's explanation is succinct yet lacks persuasive power. But we are already standing on this water, or whatever it is, and lifts his foot, the viscous liquid stretching like a long thread between his shoe and the ground, then falling onto his pant leg under the force of gravity. A droplet rolls on Anne's trousers before returning to the pool, appearing rather amusing. Perhaps we need to get a little closer. Chuhao crouches down, seemingly attempting to immerse himself in the liquid, but to no avail. Scholar Yang, this isn't working. Anger frowns, as if he has overlooked something crucial. Must we die once? I certainly cannot perform necromancy. And murmurs softly. This revelation provided Ong Ran with a sudden epiphany. Indeed, it was akin to experiencing death once. Are you insane? Andy thought his companion had been driven mad by the current circumstances. If this was the case, he might as well have Ong Ran campaign for the presidency of the United States rather than the principalship of Castle. Do you know what sleep is referred to in many religions? He queried. It is called a little death. In slumber, the human body relinquishes control, resembling a state of death. Hence, many faiths draw parallels between death and sleep. Devotees often beseech the divine for protection against perishing during their dreams. Ong Ran recalled the sleep incantation Andy had imparted to him, and without hesitation, he unleashed magic upon the 4 members of the Heavenly Society before him. A fan-shaped shockwave surged forth, catching the unprepared quartet off guard, and they succumbed to slumber upon the water's surface. In the next moment, their bodies gradually submerged beneath the waves. It was a success. Yet Andy, covering his face, inquired, "Have you considered how to awaken them once we reach the other side?" "Ah, then let us hurry." A flash of light illuminated the scene, and in an instant, the place was devoid of presence, save for the silvery liquid, gently rippling. Chapter 34. Nibelungen amidst a dense fog. Andy in anger staggered and fell onto a water surface, which miraculously cradled them as if it were solid ground. Shouldn't we be in a state of slumber? Andy pondered, gazing at the water beneath his feet, taking a moment to grasp the astonishing reality of walking upon its surface. According to his understanding, he ought to have traversed into this Nibelungen realm while in a sleep state, only to awaken surrounded by the reapers of death. Yet, here, there was nothing. He walked upon the water like a prophet from some ancient faith. No, I comprehend now. We are in a state of slumber in the external world, and naturally awaken upon arrival here. This is Nibelungen, the realm of the deceased, where those who perish in the outer world surely rise here. Andy, having been magically forced into slumber in the external realm, found his state inverted upon entering Nibelungen, thus awakening spontaneously, savoring the peculiar marvels of this world. Andy in anger casually chose a direction to advance. In this milky white fog, there were no landmarks, only the lifeless water beneath their feet and the impenetrable mist before them. This world appeared even more terrifying than the Nibelungen of the Dragon Kings, devoid of change or end, filled only with an endless void. Amidst the fog, flickers of light faintly emerged ahead, igniting a spark of energy in Andy. Anger. It must be those fellows. Regardless of the circumstances, any sign of change within the oppressive mist was a cause for joy. As Andy cast protective spells upon himself in anger, he sprinted towards the source of the firelight. As he drew closer to the glow, the mist gradually thinned, revealing a patch of land that abruptly appeared before him, as though some mysterious force had carved out a section of earth, depositing him into a square pit. Before Andy, members of the Heavenly Society were struggling against a horde of reapers. These reapers seemed to be of the lowest tier, their bodies exhibiting traits of dragons yet lacking wings. Resembling nothing more than emaciated cadavers, employing a singular method of attack with their claws and hardened forms against the members of the Heavenly Society. Among them, Chu Hao, as one of the primary damage dealers, stood firm at the forefront, wielding an axe with precision, relying on his strength and agility to evade and counter the reapers. Meanwhile, Chu Jia, more ferocious in nature, had unsheathed the ancestral blade of the Chu family, enhanced by alchemical weaponry, its crimson edge capable of inflicting deep lacerations upon the reapers, eliciting wretched howls of despair. The two supports in the rear were not idle either. Yi Tao, armed with a handgun, skillfully targeted the reapers, utilizing mercury-infused alchemical bullets as the finest poison. The seemingly aged Siyu employed throwing knives, each one soaring through an unusual arc, striking a reaper in the back of the head from a peculiar angle, thereby alleviating some of the pressure on the Chu siblings at the front. Flash. With Chu Jia's furious shout, a fan-shaped shockwave of flames erupted among the ranks of the death pool, sending several of them soaring through the air. They writhed helplessly on the ground, wailing in agony, powerless to prevent the flames from consuming their blood. It appeared that these shambling deadpools posed little threat to the four, as their combined abilities were more than sufficient to handle the situation. "You seem to be holding up well," said Ander, raising his hand to unleash a collective might of bull-like ferocity, augmenting the attack power of his companions. In an instant, the tide of battle began to turn, shifting decisively in favor of the four. With Ngu joining the fray, the scales of victory tipped even more prominently. The formidable spell, Time Zero, allowed Ngu to breach the defenses of the death pools in a heartbeat, delivering a relentless barrage that sent several heads soaring into the sky. Ngu had grown stronger, which was Ander's first thought upon witnessing his prowess. Under the relentless assault of the four, the last of the death pools soon succumbed, collapsing into a pool of viscous black blood. Ander cautiously sidestepped the corrosive liquid as he approached his companions from the Heavenly Society, noting the myriad wounds adorning their bodies. He furrowed his brow and cast a spell to heal their minor injuries, alleviating their pain somewhat. The members of the Heavenly Society, being the elite of their respective clans, possessed a lineage of considerable standing and inherent regenerative abilities, allowing them to swiftly regain their mobility under the influence of the spell. It appears this is the dragon vein, Ander mused, feeling the solid ground beneath his feet. Although traversing the surface of water felt peculiar, as a brass dragon accustomed to the inland, he found solace in standing on solid earth. Concealing the dragon vein within a separate dimension, those Tartars were indeed clever. Ander had never anticipated that the dragon vein would manifest in such a manner. Initially, he had assumed it to be some kind of buried apparatus, but now, the very essence that governed the prosperity of empires lay within an alternate space. This revelation sparked his curiosity about the Tartar forces, who could harness the dragon vein to such an extent. Their strength was undeniably formidable. As Ander pondered these matters, his companions from the earlier skirmish had regained their strength and were tending to their gear. They did not blame Ngu for previously hypnotizing them, but rather seemed somewhat exhilarated. "Scholar Yang, how did you bring us here?" one inquired. "You don't remember?" "I only recall something flashing," was Nji's response. Hearing their replies, Ngu breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that his magic had activated swiftly enough to spare him the need for elaborate explanations. "You wouldn't understand even if I told you." "Never mind that. Are you all ready?" Ander approached, assisting Ngu in his preparations. The group organized their supplies, which included scant rations alongside an abundance of explosives and weaponry. The plan of the Heavenly Society was straightforward and audacious: locate the dragon vein and obliterate it, ensuring a resounding success. As part of their strategy, they intended to supply local bandits with a portion of their weapons, prompting them to attack Yuan City, a stronghold associated with Tongwan City, thereby diverting the attention of the Tartars during Ander's expedition, relying on the German munitions provided by Angers. Even when confronted by the most elite soldiers, those bandits could still maneuver with some degree of agility. Concurrently, a contingent of mixed-blood individuals infiltrated the bandit ranks to assist in the siege, striving to divert the attention of the Dragon Vein Guardians within Tongwan City. Presently, this stratagem appears to yield some success, as the majority of adversaries encountered thus far are of a lower caliber, lacking significant power, with no higher-tier entities emerging. A few individuals prepared their belongings and continued onward, the fog having dissipated somewhat, allowing for a vague glimpse of a towering structure in the distance, reminiscent of a spire. However, as they delved deeper, white filaments began to emerge from the ground beneath their feet, and the tower-like edifice finally revealed its true form. It resembled a grotesque structure akin to the Zerg hive from StarCraft, with a pyramid shape that tapered at the top and broadened at the base. Its surface cloaked in an abundance of white, filamentous material, presenting a distorted appearance. Upon the surface of this construction, beneath the dense web of white threads, curled human figures lay ensnared, their cheeks gaunt, eyes tightly shut, with the majority of their bodies entangled in the net woven from the threads. Akin to insects caught in a spider's web, unable to escape. From a distance, it resembled a grotesque assemblage of human heads forming an eerie tableau. Chapter 35. There are forces at play. Ander gazed upon the terrifying edifice crafted from threads and human forms, feeling a tumult in his stomach. As a young dragon, he had yet to venture into the abyss or hell, yet this white pyramid, constructed by humankind, would undoubtedly draw admiration from the demons lurking in the bottomless depths. The members of the Celestial Society stood in a daze, their eyes fixed upon the white pyramid. They had envisioned numerous possibilities for the dragon veins, most believing they represented a sanctuary for some draconic lineage. However, the sight before them exceeded their wildest imaginings. This pyramid, white and riddled with human forms, might indeed be the essence of the dragon veins. Angie cautiously approached, and to his surprise, the white tendrils exhibited no stickiness. Instead, they possessed a texture akin to rock, as if the most skilled artisans had sculpted pristine marble into delicate filaments. Placing his hand upon the face of a man ensnared within the silken strands, Angie could distinctly feel the desiccated flesh, reminiscent of the mummies collected by secretive sects in Egypt. Those who were bound remained utterly still, having long since succumbed to the passage of time, transformed into mere husks. Was this truly the dragon veins? Ander contemplated the imposing white structure before him. Though its appearance was grotesque, relying on such a creation to secure the throne of the Daqing dynasty seemed inadequate. Grasping a slender thread, Ander attempted to snap the white filament, no thicker than a strand of spaghetti. However, its resilience surpassed his expectations, and he found himself exerting all his strength to finally break it. Observing the indentation left on his hand, he began to gauge the pyramid's formidable strength, realizing that to obliterate this repellent structure, even the entirety of his explosives would prove insufficient. Suppressing their nausea, the group circled the pyramid, which loomed unexpectedly tall. If the 10-meter-high walls of Tongwan City had already evoked a sense of insignificance, the height of this pyramid was at least tenfold that of the city walls. Standing beneath the tower, Ander looked up at the countless heads and threads above, truly experiencing a profound sense of oppression, a weightiness felt in the presence of something far greater than oneself. As they circled the colossal white pyramid, withered figures emerged before them. These human forms were deeply embedded within the pyramid structure, their exposed heads resembling the most horrifying of mummies, teeth bared, with yellowed hair entwined with the white threads. Gritting his teeth against the revulsion, Ander turned one head to examine it closely. The poor soul had a largely bald crown, with only a small patch of hair at the back, tied together into a slender braid. This hairstyle was typically seen among individuals from the early Qing dynasty. And as time progressed, the hair at the nape of the neck had increased until, by the late Qing period, it was common for the majority of the head to be covered in hair. If the knowledge Ander possessed was accurate, this individual might have been hanging here for 2 centuries. As several individuals ventured deeper, the hair on the corpses suspended from the pyramid's apex began to increase, indicating that the initial sacrifices witnessed by Ander were of those who had been offered long ago. Now, as they progressed further into the Nibelungen, the sacrifices appeared to be more recent. An eerie silence enveloped the group, and even Ander found it difficult to utter a word in such an atmosphere. After an indeterminate time, a sudden cry shattered the uncanny stillness. Father, Mother. Xu Jie beheld the faces of 2 individuals entwined in the middle of the pyramid. Despite their desiccated state, she recognized them instantly, her long-lost parents. Unable to contain her emotions upon seeing them, Xu Jie grasped the white web-like structure of the pyramid and began to climb, eager to reach her parents. Jie, Xu Hao shouted from below, having also spotted their bound and now lifeless parents. Yet he refrained from recklessly separating from the group like his sister. Father, Mother, I have finally found you. Xu Jie climbed desperately, reaching the side of the withered heads and gently placing her hand on her mother's parched face. Once rosy cheeks now bore a ghastly yellow-black hue, the dehydrated muscles revealing her mother's uneven teeth. Mother. Chu Jie realized that her parents were indeed deceased, yet she yearned to liberate them, to grant their bodies a peaceful resting place. She struck the threads binding her parents with fervor. Under the influence of her hybrid strength, white fragments scattered. Yet mere flesh and blood were insufficient for the task at hand. Observing the fissures on the white web, Chu Jie gasped and unsheathed the tang knife from her back, the crimson blade exuding a dreadful heat as it severed the white strands. Father, mother, I shall rescue you at once. Meanwhile, beneath the pyramid, Yi Tao and Su Yu discovered members of the Su and Yi families among the lifeless figures. Those hybrids once captured by the Daqing now became part of the macabre tableau. Uncle, third uncle? The trio from the Tiandi Society began to search the pyramid for their long-missing friends and relatives, some lost for ages, others taken by the invaders without a trace. It appeared that this indeed was the dragon vein. Ander recalled the rumors he had heard about the Daqing sacrificing hybrids to sustain the dragon vein's vitality. This pyramid, whether or not it was the dragon vein, was certainly linked to them. On another note, atop the pyramid, Chu Jie wielded her knife and, utilizing the abilities of the alchemical weapon, swiftly severed the threads binding her parents, their desiccated bodies plummeting under the force of gravity. Without a thought for her own safety, Chu Jie instinctively embraced them, intending to cushion their fall with her own body. Be careful. Chu Hao, seeing his sister fall from above, rushed forward to catch her, while Ander hurriedly invoked a feather fall spell to soften Chu Jie's descent. Are you all right, Jie? Chu Hao carefully laid down the remains of his parents and turned to glance at the red-eyed Chu Jie. It's all right, brother. We have finally found our parents. Yes, they can finally rest in peace. While the group remained engulfed in their sorrow, none noticed a figure materializing behind Anger. Suddenly, a sickening sound pierced the air as a sharp claw punctured Anger's chest, staining his front with crimson. The claw, adorned with dragon scales, violently flung Anger aside. And a hoarse voice echoed, "Long time no see, Hilbert Jean Anger." Chapter 36. Friedrich beneath the immense pyramid, laden with corpses, Angela Askew. Blood seeping from beneath him like a serpentine stream, staining this white world with a striking hue. A grotesque humanoid creature stood nearby, its body adorned with blue dragon scales. Twisted bat-like wings extending from its back, covered in a membrane riddled with holes, while its face bore abnormal growths, laden with unsightly bony protrusions. The distorted visage grinned, seemingly relishing the scrutiny of a few onlookers. Ander regarded this warped being, discreetly gripping his staff, several spells already woven into his being, awaiting the opportune moment to shatter the creature's skull with the hammerhead of his weapon. This hideous dragon-winged reaper appeared to possess a semblance of self-awareness. It bowed its head and executed a European noble's greeting towards Ander. Seizing the moment, Ander charged forward, swinging his hammer towards the reaper's head. As the hammer descended, Ander simultaneously unleashed a pre-prepared acid arrow with one hand. The reaper was quick to react, exerting all its strength to evade the deadly blow, though it still suffered a glancing strike from the potent acid on its left arm. Hiss. Such a magnificent being, why do you consort with these yellow-skinned monkeys? The reaper tumbled aside in a disheveled manner, groaning as it crawled upon the ground, rasping its voice to inquire of Ander. A rare expression of anger crossed Ander's face, not merely due to the derogatory term, but also because this reaper had unearthed a deeper truth of his identity. So, those creatures aboard were sent by you? Indeed. How else could I behold your grand form? The four members of the Heavenly Society observed Ander with curiosity, perplexed by the reaper's address. And who might you be? Ander pointed his warhammer at the prostrate reaper, his mind already resolved, awaiting the creature's own admission. The secret party, Lionheart Society, Friedrich von Long. In the presence of the illustrious entity. Indeed, the once spirited German noble Friedrich had now transformed into a fearsome reaper, surrendering his dignity as a human to become a mere lackey of those false dragons. Ander gazed upon the prostrate Friedrich, emanating the glow of transformation magic. As the light dissipated, a colossal brass dragon materialized upon the ground. Uncle W. The members of the Heavenly Society struggled to comprehend their former comrade's sudden metamorphosis into a dragon. Yet, before they could fully grasp the situation, a cloud of yellow mist enveloped their bodies. It was the sleep breath exhaled by Ander. Under the influence of the potent sleeping gas, they succumbed, one after another, into unconsciousness. A spell flickered, and under the effect of petrification, the solid rocky ground sank, entombing the four members of the Heavenly Society. Now that the troublesome individuals are out of the way, Let us converse. What a decisive resolution. You truly are the supreme entity. Friedrich pressed his forehead firmly against the ground, vociferously extolling the grandeur of Ander. A being such as yourself deserves a more distinguished vassal, such as I. As he crawled closer to Ander's formidable claws, Friedrich boasted of his own strength. Ander, swaying his massive head, appeared to revel in Friedrich's flattery. Indeed. I have long desired a new servant. You are quite commendable. A delighted grin spread across the enormous dragon's visage. And he even sang a melodious tune in the dragon tongue, prompting Friedrich, prostrate on the ground, to reveal his grotesquely elongated fangs with a grin. He managed to rise, gesturing courteously towards Ander, and said, "Please, this way, allow me to showcase the marvels crafted by the barbaric folk who emulate the great dragons, the dragon veins." Ander nodded. The space here was ample enough to accommodate a dragon of his size. As they conversed while walking, Friedrich, absorbed in Ander, was oblivious to the subtle tremor of the mass behind him. The deathly metamorphosed Friedrich exhibited an abnormal fervor towards Ander, resembling not the reverence of a vassal, but rather the frenzied awe of an archaeologist encountering primitive man. From Friedrich, Ander gleaned a more comprehensive narrative. Friedrich von Lung, descended from Prussian nobility, could trace his lineage back to the era of the Frankish kingdom. This ancestral history, seemingly venerable, paled in comparison to the illustrious bloodlines of the mixed-blood elite. Friedrich's family held a modest status in Prussia, and as the European feudal system gradually disintegrated alongside advancements in productivity, such lesser nobles found themselves unable to maintain their standing. Their lands were appropriated by the state, and knights were dispersed, forcing them to sell off ancestral possessions to preserve their dignity. This plight only worsened after Prussia unified Germany, exacerbated by the obstinacy typical of many mixed-blood families, which refused to deign to undertake what they deemed menial tasks. The family's decline continued until Friedrich's birth, where the only vestige of noble identity lay in the prefix of his name. Friedrich harbored a deep-seated disdain for his circumstances, navigating through various mixed-blood factions in search of a glimmer of hope for his family's revival. When the secret society, through the study of ancient dragon lineage, distilled a technique to enhance bloodlines, Friedrich unhesitatingly became a member. However, he lamentably lacked combat prowess. A life steeped in aristocracy had rendered him a pale, bookish figure, and he had no inclination to alter his habits, believing that the world should adapt to him, rather than the other way around. Within the secret society, Friedrich emerged as one of the most distinguished dragon slayers of the younger generation, a member of the Lionheart Guild, tasked with various clerical duties, including artifact appraisal, documentation organization, and deciphering ancient scripts. Friedrich's word spirit was winter, a feudal and pitiable entity, which plunged him into a state of false death. It is precisely for this reason that he cannot effortlessly vanquish his foes with the power of words, as anger does, and is instead relegated to the solitude of the library, accompanied solely by ancient tomes. Were it merely this, Friedrich might have endured. However, after the arrival of Liu Shanyin into the secret society, he found himself utterly unable to contain his emotions. As a noble of white lineage, how could he possibly associate with this yellow-skinned monkey? Subsequently, the woman Liu Shanyin brought back, an indigenous woman possessing the same power of words as he, became the catalyst for Friedrich's betrayal. He chose to venture to Huaxia, where at least he could assume the role of a boisterous foreign gentleman, far removed from those accursed Waxians. Just when he believed he would spend his life in such a manner, the dragon vein emerged. Chapter 37. The traitor. While Friedrich languished in his life in the East, members of the Heaven and Earth Society inadvertently revealed information regarding the dragon vein. This legendary alchemical formation, said to protect a dynasty, instantly captivated his attention. Harnessing his profound historical knowledge and the insights he had gathered during his time in the East, he pinpointed a target, the former Xiongnu capital, Tongwaching. Few were aware of his family's proficiency in alchemy, although the family's extensive library garnered no interest from others. This ancestral talent manifested in Friedrich. Upon arriving at Tongwaching and determining its coordinates, he concluded that a hidden door existed, leading to the ideal realm coveted by alchemists, the land of the dead, Nibelungen. Even in his grotesque transformation into a fearsome monster, he could still recall the exhilaration and thrill of that day. With his extraordinary alchemical prowess, he sacrificed those who had been tracking him within the Heaven and Earth Society, using their blood to activate the existing alchemical array of Tongwaching and unlock the gateway to the dragon vein. In that moment, he finally entered the domain of the divine. However, he was immediately besieged by countless undead guardians. While many envisioned treasures concealed behind the door of Alibaba, few realized that it might instead hide 40 formidable warriors. Unfortunately for Friedrich, this door concealed a multitude of undead, who sent him fleeing in terror. At the brink of death, the very spirit he had long despised, the word Spirit of Winter, intervened and granted him a reprieve, allowing him to escape the pursuit of the undead by feigning death. Yet, this ruse could deceive only the lesser undead. It failed to fool the sentient hybrids that resided within the dragon vein. And he was ultimately discovered and brought before a woman, much like a slave. In that moment, he believed his fate was sealed. However, gazing upon the woman garbed in the attire of a Qing dynasty official and reflecting on the path that had led him here, he made a decision that could echo through eternity. Are you familiar with the secret society? To Friedrich's astonishment, the decayed imperial officials conjured a plan with remarkable swiftness. With his assistance, a grand gift, specifically tailored for the secret society, was dispatched to Europe, and Friedrich was duly rewarded with an opportunity for evolution. Andrew, the colossal dragon, ambled beside the White Pyramid, casting Friedrich in stark contrast, rendering him diminutive and grotesque. He listened to Friedrich's tale, discarding this cliché narrative into the recesses of his mind. Despite the mediocrity of Friedrich's story, Andrew found particular intrigue in one aspect: the evolution Friedrich had mentioned. Transformed back into his draconic form, Andrew moved swiftly, circumventing the massive White Pyramid, until another structure emerged before them. It was a 9-storied pagoda, linked to the pyramid by a straight path of cobblestones, upon which Andrew and Friedrich now walked. You are unaware of the sheer brutality with which these primitive savages approach alchemy. They have modified the ancient alchemical array of the dragonkin. Friedrich continued his narration, revealing that the dragon vein itself was not independently constructed by the Tatar Qing, but rather relied upon an existing array at Nibelungen. The master of Nibelungen had long since vanished, yet the array he left behind is extraordinary. According to Friedrich, it can utilize the blood of hybrids as a material to concoct a unique evolutionary elixir. He pointed to the bluestone slab beneath Anders' feet, stating that within it lay a conduit responsible for transporting the blood of hybrids to this tower. This 9-story edifice, styled in the essence of Huaxia, is not merely ornamental, but rather a device for processing evolutionary potions. As Ander gazed at the resplendent pagoda before him and the pyramid behind, he couldn't help but marvel at the prowess of the Tatar Qing in establishing a dragon vein within the Dragon King's Nibelungen, an endeavor beyond the wildest dreams of hybrids. The potions capable of facilitating hybrid evolution are intrinsically tied to the dragon vein. Friedrich, fixated on the towering behemoth, fervently recounted his discoveries. After delivering a grand offering to the secret faction in collaboration with the Tatar Qing, he was brought here, where those death servants presented him with a viscous black substance that seemed to pulsate. Subsequently, his chest was opened, and as the monsters gazed upon his still beating heart, they revealed sinister smiles. Friedrich succumbed to unconsciousness amidst excruciating pain, only to awaken with his chest wound miraculously healed. His body appeared unchanged, yet he felt fundamentally different within. The word spirit that he most abhorred, positioned at the forefront of the lexicon of word spirits, Winter, had vanished, replaced by a more formidable spirit, Netherlight. As Friedrich spoke, he invoked the word spirit, causing light to twist and contort around him until he ultimately vanished from Anders' sight. Quite intriguing. Do continue. Our conversation is far from over. As you wish, Great One. There are indeed many hybrids under the auspices of the Qing government, yet only one person oversees the dragon vein, namely, the aforementioned female official of the Qing court. However, to wholly eradicate the secret faction, she departed for Europe along with that offering, leaving behind a few sentient death servants with Friedrich amidst the dragon vein. I owe my gratitude to the secret faction. Had they not dealt with that woman, I would never have been able to evolve again. A chilling smile crept across Friedrich's face. After the woman and the elders of the secret faction perished in a mutual destruction, he gained a semblance of freedom, even acquiring the ability to command a few lesser death servants, as if the evolutionary potion had elevated him above those mindless entities. Yet, upon discovering that his former colleague, Angeli, was indeed alive and had even journeyed to Huaxia, Friedrich was utterly thrown into disarray. The prospect of Angeli seeking me instills fear and excitement, he whispered, as if reluctant for Ander to perceive his trepidation. Angeli's survival should not invoke fear. Plans invariably have their oversights, yet his unscathed state after such an assault speaks volumes. Thus, he commanded Deadpool to assault the cargo ship where Ander and Ange were located. Although he did not succeed in vanquishing Ange, he stumbled upon an unexpected revelation. Much like myself, he recognized the magnificence of the dragon and consequently betrayed the Lionheart Society. Upon discovering that a dragon accompanied Ange, Friedrich abandoned his intent to continue the attack and instead sought to guide Ander and his companions to this very place, solely to meet with Ander. The narrative has nearly reached its conclusion. What do you wish to discuss with me? Ander stood before the tower, which was constructed with human proportions in mind, rendering his colossal dragon form unable to enter. Friedrich diverted the conversation, deeply bowing and speaking in a tone that bordered on supplication. I implore you to endure a moment of discomfort. Once inside, you shall comprehend everything. Chapter 38. Take this blow. Ander's colossal form swiftly diminished, transforming back into human shape amidst a radiant glow. The wooden nine-tiered pagoda appeared remarkably out of place in the expansive stone courtyard, standing solitary as an ancient Eastern edifice. The structure, crafted from timber and employing the traditional mortise and tenon technique, showcased an exquisite ease through the interlocking wooden joints. Stepping over the elevated threshold, Ander entered the pagoda, where the interior space was modest. On the stone floor, a small fountain gushed forth, a dark substance swirling within its confines. Friedrich approached, delicately caressing the erupting waters. The viscous black matter clung to his fingers, dripping onto the smooth stone surface and forming droplets that cascaded back into the fountain. Countless bronze chains dangled from the ceiling, their ends adorned with glinting barbed hooks, and Ander felt akin to a fish ensnared in a pond, confronted by an array of fishermen's hooks. This was the dragon vein, a miraculous entity said to safeguard a nation. Friedrich extended his forked tongue, ravenously licking the viscous substance from his fingers as if it were some divine nectar. Ander gazed at the small pool of black goo, utterly astonished that the longed-for dragon vein could be contained within such a humble fountain. This minuscule reservoir of dragon vein had been extracted from the blood of thousands of hybrids. Friedrich, having cleaned his fingers of the unseemly liquid, spoke to Ander. Observing his grotesque visage, Ander inquired, "Is this repulsive appearance a result of that substance?" Friedrich grimaced, seemingly attempting a smile, yet he refrained from answering Ander's question. Instead remarking, "Do you know how they manufacture so many death servants? Just a single drop of this dragon vein can transform an ordinary person into one of them. What a glorious fate! These wretched beings are fortunate to have such an opportunity." Friedrich spoke nonchalantly, as if becoming a mindless servant were a mark of honor. "These lowly creatures lack a strong will, yet I have consumed hundreds of times the dosage of the dragon vein and still retain my sanity." He straightened, revealing his current state: sharp claws, a body riddled with dragon scales, and what appeared to be underdeveloped, deformed dragon horns atop his head, along with ragged, fleshy wings protruding from his back. His once lustrous golden hair had completely fallen away, exposing his scalp and the burgeoning dragon horns, while his countenance, marred with growths and interspersed with scales, depicted Friedrich as a hideous monster, a far cry from the handsome young German he once was. "Do you know, Mr. Ander, the alchemical array of the dragon vein once served as the execution ground for the ancient dragon clan, where they imprisoned their guilty kin, extracting their blood to refine new elixirs in a continuous cycle. A single drop of dragon's essence, a mere droplet, has catalyzed the evolution of my linguistic spirit. And now, with the aid of these dragon veins, I am no less formidable than a true dragon," Friedrich roared, as the door of the wooden tower slammed shut in an instant, plunging the interior into darkness. Friedrich's figure vanished from Ander's sight, transforming into a shadow, his linguistic spirit having evolved into a form of dark illumination, rendering his presence undetectable amidst the warped light. "I detest these lurking specters, for no mage or sorcerer would wish for a dagger to suddenly materialize at their back. This is what you desire, to eliminate me and then consume my essence. Are you not, after all, subservient to the dragon lineage?" Ander remained composed, acutely aware that rash actions in such a predicament would be folly. Voices echoed from all directions. Friedrich's tone clashed like two pieces of hardened metal, producing a dissonant screech. Betraying one's master and devouring kin is, indeed, the nature of dragons. The Black King was betrayed by his 4 great vassals and perished in a conflict against the traitors, lying dormant to this day. The dragon race once enslaved the half-breeds, only to be ultimately betrayed by them. Friedrich spoke the truth. The bonds of dragon blood are not unbreakable. Only power can quell the dragon's insatiable hunger for one another. It is through mutual consumption that strength is attained. In Friedrich's eyes, Ander was but a diluted fifth or sixth generation, for in the battle aboard the cruise ship, Ander had relied solely on physical prowess, casting only a firewall spell. Thus, Friedrich regarded Ander as an ordinary dragon with a weak linguistic spirit, believing that with the alchemical array within the tower and his own elusive spirit, vanquishing Ander would pose little challenge. Once he eliminated him, true evolution into a noble dragon would be his. Should Ander become aware of Friedrich's narrow-minded thoughts, he would likely be amused, for it was merely a matter of utilizing the power of the elements more effectively. Who stated that sorcerers must engage from a distance? Is it not permissible to prefer close combat? The thought was vexing. When would close combat ever stand tall? Yet, at this moment, Ander remained indifferent to such musings. Steadfast in his position, an embodiment of the philosophy, if the enemy does not move, I shall not move. If the enemy stirs, I shall act. He understood that Friedrich, as a stealthy rogue, possessed speed that he, as a spellcaster, could not match. With the might of the bull, the patience of the bear, the insight of the owl, the cunning of the fox, the strength of the giant, and the fortitude of stone, Ander's form gradually enlarged, manifesting into a dragonborn figure over 2 meters tall, possessing the head of a dragon and the body of a man. This form lacked the wings of a colossal dragon, but compensated with greater strength. Just wait until I enhance my abilities. Your demise will be inevitable. As Friedrich dissipated into a wisp of black smoke, a crimson alchemical circle unfurled upon the stone floor. The bronze chains suspended from the ceiling seemed to be infused with life, hurtling towards Ander with a ferocious roar. Mr. Ander, do you know the name of this tower? He is known as the Demon Ceiling Tower. Friedrich's voice echoed once more, this time more indistinct, resembling the sound of flesh writhing. Those chains were specifically designed for beings like you. The Demon Ceiling Tower? A copyright warning from the legend of Sword and Fairy. Andre spoke in cryptic phrases. Yet his movements remained swift, his staff traced an arc, deflecting the approaching chains. Do you know how a spellcaster should allocate their points? Andre inquired. To which Friedrich remained silent. Flash. A brilliant light surged forth, illuminating the dark room in an instant. Even though Friedrich's body had undergone mutation, he still relied on his vision for reconnaissance. The intense brightness elicited a painful scream from him. Meanwhile, Andre had long been poised for action. He raised the staff acquired from the Liu family and struck at the indistinct shadow. Take my mighty hammer. Chapter 39. An opportunity given, yet you prove inept. Amidst a resounding roar, the ancestral alchemical weapon of the Liu family surged towards Friedrich with unrelenting force. Today, let you truly experience the ferocity of close combat. This warhammer, long shrouded in dust within the confines of the Liu family's warehouse, seemed to sense the fervor of battle. Crimson patterns emerged upon its head. With a thunderous explosion, a conical flame materialized, propelling the hammer like a rocket, crashing down upon Friedrich with tremendous might. It must be said, this rocket hammer pleased Ander immensely. A smile of exhilaration spreading across his face as he anticipated the gratifying sound of bone shattering. The hammer struck the distorted figure with a mighty thud, producing a resounding clash of metal. Ander felt as though his hammer had collided with solid steel, rather than demolishing it as he had envisioned. Friedrich let out a pained howl. Ander's strike had landed squarely upon his shoulder, now visibly caved in, dark blood dripping from his fingers to the ground, corroding it into a series of depressions. Next time, I shall aim more precisely. The chains above coalesced once more into a serpentine form, launching yet another assault upon Ander. He was compelled to momentarily abandon Friedrich, focusing instead on these vexatious chains. A breath of fiery dragon-esque breath erupted, scorching the bronze chains until they glowed an ominous red, yet their assault persisted. As Ander dodged the chains, he pondered how to eliminate these troublesome foes. Seizing the opportunity, Friedrich once again concealed himself, dissipating into a wisp of black smoke. I can no longer afford to wait. If Angeli were here, he might decipher this alchemical array. But for Ander, he perhaps preferred to turn the table. Channeling his magical energy, he resolved that if he could not unravel the alchemical formation, he would simply obliterate the entire array. Earthquake spell. This sixth circle transmutation spell could create mountains upon the ground, altering the terrain. As a violent tremor coursed through the air, the foundation of the ancient wooden tower began to quake, its base becoming riddled with pits. Rather than transforming the landscape broadly, Ander chose to focus on dismantling the tower's foundation, maximizing structural damage. If I cannot best you within your tower, can I not dismantle it entirely? Perhaps from the inception of its construction, no one considered the possibility of its foundation being compromised. The ancient wooden tower proved more fragile than Ander had anticipated. With the effects of the earthquake spell, the tower swayed violently, as though it might topple at any moment. What have you done? Friedrich suddenly materialized behind Ander, brandishing a bronze chain and lunging towards him. Without looking back, Ander evaded the chain and unleashed a prepared acid arrow from his crossbow, striking Friedrich squarely in the chest. Would you like to learn? Even if you did, I would not teach you. The potency of the acid arrow was somewhat less than anticipated upon striking the beast. It merely emitted a cloud of white smoke, revealing that the scales upon Friedrich's body possessed remarkable anti-corrosive properties. However, the impact left Friedrich's chest wide open. Andy raised his hand, the tail of the warhammer striking forcefully against Friedrich's abdomen, attempting to push him away. Ignoring the weapon pressed against his vulnerable midsection, Friedrich surged forward, the warhammer's tail piercing deeply into his body due to his overwhelming strength. I will consume you. I will kill you. He emitted a monstrous roar, his garbled words resonating with an unsettling menace. He opened his mouth, revealing 3 rows of dagger-like teeth that glimmered ominously, lunging towards N's neck. Damn it, madman! N's weapon became ensnared by Friedrich's body. As Friedrich's gaping maw drew nearer, Andy relinquished the warhammer, unleashing a potent displacement spell from his hand, the force propelling Friedrich away. As the battle raged on, Friedrich's aberration appeared to intensify. Even after N's warhammer had pierced his abdomen, his frenzied action showed no sign of abating. The tower continued to sway violently as Friedrich staggered to his feet, forcefully extracting the embedded warhammer from his midsection. He stood beside the ley line, seemingly entranced by it. Gazing vacantly at the pool of black viscous fluid, his eyes filled with a morbid yearning. More I need more, Andy observed as Friedrich seemed intent on absorbing the ley line's power. There was no way he would grant him such an opportunity. The most potent offensive spell at his disposal, the 6th circle transmutation spell, Disintegration, was poised and ready. Farewell, Friedrich. The tower swayed more violently, and since earlier, the alchemical array on the ground had been compromised. Those frenzied bronze chains that had attacked Andy had long since fallen silent. Debris and timber continued to rain down as the green light emanating from Andy struck Friedrich, his body rapidly dissolving. The grotesque scales, dragon horns, and tattered wings crumbled under the disintegration spell. The foundation of the tower, now destroyed by Andy, emitted a dreadful creaking sound. The ancient wooden structure could no longer withstand the strain. Grasping the warhammer with his magical hand, Andy swiftly dashed towards the exit. With a thunderous roar, the ancient wooden tower collapsed entirely, a massive cloud of dust erupting behind Andy, enveloping his figure in a shroud of smoke. Is it finally over? Amidst the thick dust, beneath the intricately adorned timber, something even more terrifying began to gestate. The trembling of the ground had not ceased. Rather, it intensified. A repulsive, nauseating mass emerged from the ruins of the wooden tower, its body entwined with countless bronze chains and spears, and within that writhing form, the faint outlines of human organs could be discerned. A grotesque, hideous face crowned the mass, surrounded by innumerable eyes. It was none other than Friedrich, who had not been slain by the disintegration spell but had instead merged with more ley line energy, transforming into this abominable creature. The grotesque mass writhed, emitting a harrowing scream as it swung the chains embedded in its flesh towards Ander. Yet, Ander seemed to sense something, standing utterly still, a peculiar smile adorning his face. I grant you the opportunity to end me. He did not flinch, uttering words steeped in audacity. The chains whistled as they lashed out at him. But in the blink of an eye, Ander's figure vanished, while the creature, a manifestation of Friedrich, let out a tormented shriek. Suddenly, a silhouette materialized upon the battlefield. It was the very Ong who had been fatally pierced by Friedrich, now miraculously revived. He had come to save Ander and launched an assault against Friedrich. Ander gazed at Friedrich, whose body had been torn by Ong in the realm of time, and mockingly remarked, I gave you a chance, yet you proved to be ineffectual. Chapter 40. The ugly villain is doomed. Previously, Friedrich's appearance was not an illusion conjured by Ander. In truth, it had been a meticulously orchestrated plan directed against Friedrich from the very outset. In Friedrich's estimation, the only individual within this squad capable of posing a genuine threat was the swift Ong, prompting him to ruthlessly eliminate Ong before entering negotiations with Ander. He understood that Ander was no ordinary human but rather a dragon, and as a member of the dragonkind, he held little regard for the lives of humans. Following the demise of his subordinate, Ander found no further need to conceal his identity. It was likely that he would eliminate the 4 hindrances from the heavenly society nearby and thereafter accept Friedrich's submission as a reaper. I am a dragon of this world. Such actions are entirely plausible. However, he did not anticipate that Ander was not of this world's dragonkind, and his mindset differed significantly from that of the false dragons. Upon witnessing Friedrich's ambush on Ong and hearing Friedrich unveil his identity, Ander swiftly deduced that Friedrich's true target was indeed himself. At that moment, Friedrich operated from the shadows while Ander remained in the light. The initiative was not within his grasp, and reclaiming it was the only prudent course of action. Ander was acutely aware that Ong had not perished. As Aang's nominal master, he could sense that Aang's life had yet to reach its conclusion. Being a swift one, it was unlikely that Ong could be so easily overcome by Friedrich's surprise attack. If he were to slightly slow down time with his abilities, Ong would have ample opportunity to evade Friedrich's strike. Thus, Ander and Ong, sharing an unspoken understanding, devised a plan. Ander would deal with the 4 encumbering members of the Heavenly Society while simultaneously using his song to bestow a healing spell upon Ong, restoring him to peak condition. Afterward, Ander sought to extract information from Friedrich while Ong rescued the 4 members of the Heavenly Society and pressed onward until they arrived at the collapsed Demon Lock Tower. You've arrived too late. I was on the verge of resolving it myself. Ander, wielding his warhammer, beamed with a radiant smile. This was the narrative that was meant to unfold. An ugly monster and a band of dashing adventurers, a tale worthy of song. You buried them too deeply, Ong remarked. Recalling how Ander had previously incapacitated several individuals with his anesthetic breath, creating a pit with fossilized mud that appeared to entomb the 4 alive. In reality, he had merely placed a stone slab over the pit with magic. Upon regaining consciousness, Ong, despite his injuries, forcefully broke through the ground to rescue the members of the Heavenly Society. Very well, I shall exercise more caution next time. The 2 engaged in light-hearted conversation, entirely unperturbed by the writhing mass nearby. The grotesque figure of Friedrich contorted as if witnessing some unfathomable creation. I clearly tear apart. The mass emitted garbled words accompanied by a nauseating cadence. You pierced my heart, did you not? Ong gazed upon the face twisted in terror, feeling an immense sense of satisfaction. Do you wish to know? I shan't tell you. In truth, Ong Leek was indeed injured by Friedrich, yet at the final moment, she employed a spell to evade a critical blow. Perhaps due to Friedrich's overwhelming excitement, he neglected to examine Ong Leek's body, instead falling prey to the illusionary spell she cast. This deceptive mirage concealed her original wounds, creating the false impression that her heart had been pierced. Ong Leek's form vanished only to reappear abruptly, a massive orb of flesh bursting forth with a sudden explosion, releasing a mixture of red and white liquid. Now was the time for vengeance. Ander, now at ease in his supportive role, bestowed various enhancements upon Ong Leek, allowing her to focus solely on her retribution. As per their prior agreement, the creature screamed in agony. The chains that penetrated its body thrummed with muscle, frantically lashing out at Ander and Ong Leek. You've learned well, Ong Leek, Ander remarked, as he fended off the incoming chains, creating opportunities for Ong Leek the assassin to strike, while simultaneously mocking Friedrich's grotesque visage. Who do you think I learned from? A smile of revenge graced Ong Leek's face as she prepared to slice away the flesh from this traitor with the dagger of Minute Carousel. The good news was that there was plenty of flesh to spare on this traitor. The wounds on the mass of flesh multiplied, its resistance growing stronger, while the chains howled as they lunged towards Ander, who intercepted them one by one. Do you know where you went wrong? Rule number 1 for villains. Never transform into an ugly monster, or your demise is inevitable, Ander taunted loudly, indifferent to whether Friedrich comprehended his words. After all, Friedrich now resembled a creature that had emerged from a nightmare, his massive form adorned with bronze chains, reminiscent of the brain suspended in a tower from a cursed realm. Do you understand the value of appearance? In a story, the villain's attractiveness often determines whether they survive the climactic battle. Should a villain possess striking looks, they are likely to escape death, potentially joining the protagonists as allies. However, if a villain resembles Friedrich, a grotesque mass of flesh, their best fate is to be reduced to a puddle of muck. Even a handsome and formidable antagonist like Aizen from Bleach met his end when transformed into a hideous monster by Ichigo's Zangetsu. On Leek leapt atop the tendrils Friedrich sent forth, soaring above that ugly face, and struck down fiercely. The creature emitted a chilling howl, raising all its tendrils in a panic, waving them frantically, causing the bronze chains to crash against the surrounding ruins. It is time to end this. The blade, forged from the remnants of Minute Carousel's sword, plunged deeply into Friedrich's body, the venom capable of slaying a dragon now spreading through his repugnant flesh. Ander harbored no desire to interfere with Ange's quest for vengeance. In truth, the outcome of this confrontation had been predetermined once Friedrich relinquished his greatest advantage. The dragon veins extracted from the blood of the hybrid descendants of Hua Xia bestowed upon Friedrich formidable power, yet simultaneously obliterated his sanity. When a man becomes indistinguishable from a beast, the cunning plots he once took pride in lose all significance. Friedrich's resistance waned, and Ange, with a blade poised against him, remained unfazed by the tendrils and chains that lashed out at him. At long last, a segment of his retribution was poised to be fulfilled. Ange exhibited neither elation nor madness. Rather, he maintained an unexpected calm, for his quest for revenge would not cease here. With a fierce blow, Ander shattered a tendril that lunged at him into a pulpy mass. Surveying the surroundings, he noted that the once resplendent wooden tower had been reduced to mere ruins. The pitiable traitor Friedrich lay as a heap of flesh amidst the debris, utterly motionless. Chapter 41. Waiting for the Dragon Clan in the ruins of Eastern-style architecture. Tendrils lay scattered across the ground, along with chunks of flesh and chains, and a panting man stood alongside a breathless dragon. Should a person from the 21st century witness this scene, they might assume it was a filming of a superhero movie or an excessively risky adult film. Yet, all of this was devoid of special effects. It was merely the aftermath of the battle that Andy and Anha had recently endured. In this realm inhabited by dragons, the emergence of bizarre and grotesque aberrations is hardly surprising, in stark contrast to the more harmonious draconic beings of Anne's world. The dragons here appeared to be enthusiasts of the Cthulhu mythos. Friedrich, having absorbed vast amounts of dragon veins, had undergone a grotesque transformation, sprouting numerous tentacles and eyes. Perhaps the so-called pseudo-dragons concealed similarly strange appendages beneath their forms. Andy shuddered at the thought, and resolved to refrain from contemplating the anatomical structure of those dragons. Friedrich's twisted, mutated body began to exude a dark substance, markedly different from the dragon veins he had previously absorbed. This viscous black matter emitted a foul odor, reminiscent of a putrid blend of decaying meat and fish, carrying the stench of rot intertwined with the briny scent of the sea. Anha crawled out from the ruins. Stepping over the rotting flesh, his body smeared with the foul black ichor, and a broad grin revealing his pristine white teeth. Something has seeped in, Andy cautioned, as the dark liquid trickled down on his cheek, precisely landing at the corner of his gaping mouth. Anha's previously charming smile abruptly froze, as a repugnant stench erupted within his mouth. Anha promptly retched, the jerky and flatbread he had consumed earlier mixed with gastric fluids spilling forth. How disgusting, Andy murmured, casting a cleansing spell upon himself to rid his body of the filth. He cautiously navigated around the pools of black liquid, positioning himself to the side while awaiting Anha to rid himself of the vile slime. As he surveyed the detritus, Andy felt a pang of nostalgia. This tale deserved to be etched in his memory and recited at some point. A vengeful human wanderer and a magnificent brass dragon had successfully vanquished a warped monstrosity. Though the creature was unsightly, it only served to accentuate the protagonist's handsomeness. Had fate followed its original course, Friedrich would have opened an antique shop in the city of Sigio, living under the alias Lin Fo Long until the 21st century. According to the narrative, his body would not have undergone such a mutation, nor would he have met his demise at Anna's hands. However, Andy's arrival, akin to the flutter of a butterfly, disrupted the threads of destiny. Anna's rapid healing and Anne's dragon form aboard the cruise led Friedrich to abandon his concealed plans, ultimately consuming vast amounts of dragon veins, resulting in his current fate. With the sound of footsteps echoing, Anha approached, having considerably cleaned himself, for he was still capable of employing such minor magical tricks. "What are the four?" he inquired. "I did not awaken them. I deemed one of us sufficient." Anger shrugged, unwilling to involve the members of the Heaven and Earth Society in his quest for vengeance against Friedrich. Just his presence alone sufficed. "Well, do as you please. After all, we have already confronted him," he remarked. Ander paid little heed to this, as Friedrich had merely been a desk-bound official, lacking any notable combat prowess. "Are you preparing to devour him?" Anger inquired. Absolutely not. That is utterly repugnant. Besides, I have a far superior alternative, Ander replied, dismissively waving his hand, repulsed by the thought of consuming a creature composed of tentacles and flesh. A suspicion arose in Anger's mind, yet he hesitated to articulate it. I previously perused the tomes of your secret society. Nibelungen is indeed the realm of the Dragon King. So where do you suppose this Dragon King resides? Anger remained silent, for he had already deduced the answer within himself. Such an expansive territory of Nibelungen could only have been forged by a monarch. But where had this king vanished to? Anger surmised that this Nibelungen was likely the domain of the Dragon King, Li Wuiyue, who had previously raided the castle manor. However, this past sovereign had been wielded as a weapon to annihilate the enemies of the Qing, and the fate that befell the king was all too apparent. Li Wuiyue was no longer the king of old. He had been confined within a coffin, bound by alchemical bronze nails, and ensconced in a slumber beneath a shroud of mercury. The Qing had usurped his dominion, transforming it into a factory capable of producing death servants. I have been pondering. The Qing seem excessively formidable. Ander continued to expound upon his conjectures. Anger, however, realized the inconsistency. The Qing, originally barbarians from northeast Huaxia, had somehow come to command the Nibelungen of the Dragon King, which was inherently illogical. This implies that from the very beginning, the Dragon Vein was not under the control of the Qing. The true master here was someone else, likely a false dragon. Rather than succumbing to the hands of a hybrid, Ander preferred to believe that Li Wuiyue had perished due to the treachery of another dragon clan. After all, even the profoundly rooted secret society possessed no remains of the Dragon King. With a sense of pride, Ander lifted his chin, reveling in his astute deductions. Otherwise, how could the Qing command the death servants? Those entities would never heed the commands of an ordinary hybrid. Anger reflected on the clues he had gathered. Recognizing the truth in Ander's assertion, death servants would instinctively pledge allegiance to the dragon lineage and could not be directed by hybrids or even ordinary humans. Now, it was merely a matter of awaiting the rightful master to engage in discourse with them. However, prior to that, they needed to gather more allies. Ander's form swelled, transforming once again into a brass dragon as he coiled his tail around Anger and soared toward the location of the previous members of the Heaven and Earth Society. The exploration of the instance was nearing its conclusion. It was time to unite their forces for a splendid team battle. With a flourish of his magnificent dragon wings, Ander felt a wave of exhilaration. It had been far too long since he had flown as a dragon, and this long-missed sensation lifted his spirits further. The sensation of being in Anger's was far from pleasant. He found himself ensnared by Ander's tail, swinging through the air, his lungs filled with the ethereal air of Nibelungen. He yearned to protest vocally, yet his voice was swiftly drowned by the winds generated by Ander's flight. This torment did not last long, merely a few minutes, before Ander returned to the spot where he had previously encountered Friedrich. The Chu siblings, Yi Tao and Siyu lay side by side, their appearance remarkably serene. Admittedly, such a description may seem somewhat inappropriate, yet it was evident that, with Ander's assistance, the four had enjoyed a restful slumber. Ander took a deep breath and exclaimed, "Awaken! It is time for the battle." Chapter 42. The dragon in the sewers. Chu Jie dreamed of the quaint town where she once lived, nestled by mountains and water, adorned with the quintessential white walls and black-tiled roofs of Soviet-style architecture. A river meandered through the town, where fishermen would glide in their small boats each day, hawking the morning's catch. At the heart of the town stood a modest tavern, renowned for its steamed fish garnished with delicate green onions and inexpensive yellow wine. The only private school in the town was centrally located, and in her childhood, Chu Jie would watch her brother depart each day with his small bag for lessons, though he often shirked his studies to frolic instead, returning home to face their mother's ire. The Chu family were considered outsiders in this small town, having moved there only a few years prior. Her parents opened a small grocery store, selling essentials like oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar, occasionally stocking whimsical toys that became the envy of her brother at school. At that time, Chu Jie was but a little girl, whose daily pursuits revolved around play and her mother's insistence on learning martial arts from her father. She often pondered why a grocery store owner would require such skills, believing that this life would continue indefinitely. However, that illusion shattered one fateful day when peculiar individuals approached their home. Her mother appeared frantic as her father hastily brandished a machete, attempting to drive them away. The details of what followed were hazy in her memory. She recalled her mother thrusting something into her hands before her brother whisked her away from their home, now engulfed in flames. Clinging to her brother's back, Tears blurred her vision, and through the haze, she glimpsed pairs of golden eyes ablaze. In her dream, those golden eyes re-emerged, burning brightly until they filled the entire sky. A deep voice echoed within her slumber. Awake, the team is gathering. Team? What team? Let me sleep a little longer, Chujie thought. And then she felt herself soaring, an exhilarating sense of freedom enveloping her, soon reaching the pinnacle of liberation, free fall. Ah, ah, ah. Chujie screamed as she jolted awake, confronted by a magnificent dragon adorned with golden scales and a regal crown, its long, scaly tail coiling around her feet and tossing her playfully. Finally awake? Ander chose to employ some physical means to rouse the slumbering individuals. For his magical energy was rather limited, and they might soon face a battle. Upon noticing that Chujie had finally awakened, Ander ceased his playful antics and gently set her down. Chujie, still shaken, gazed at the colossal dragon before her, instinctively reaching for her weapon, only to realize that it had already been removed. How is it that you no longer recognize me, simply because I've donned a different guise? A familiar voice emanated from the mouth of the colossal dragon, and Chujie immediately recognized it as Ander, with whom she had spent the past few days. Kill me, she thought. Chujie was acutely aware of the irreconcilable enmity between the dragon kin and humanity. Realizing she had but two choices, to become a servant of death or to perish at the hands of this great dragon. Reluctant to embrace the former, she would rather be consumed by dragon fire. Ander regarded the vigilant young maiden before him with a bemused expression, reminiscent of tales where a dragon captures a fair knight. Turning to Anger, who stood with crossed arms, Ander decided to have him extol his reputation as a benevolent dragon. Explain this to him, Anger, he instructed. With that, Ander set about rousing the others, and as the wind swirled, members of the Heavenly Society began to awaken one by one. Upon glancing back, Ander noticed Chujie observing him with a peculiar expression, a blend of skepticism, anger, surprise, and a hint of joy. The girl possessed an appealing countenance, reminiscent of a pie chart. So, Uncle Da, you are actually a dragon from another realm? Chujie, unfamiliar with the concepts of alternate dimensions or other worlds, merely surmised that the dragons from Ander's homeland might differ from those of Huaxia. You could say that, but I am a true dragon. Unlike the false dragons of this land, Ander replied, choosing not to elaborate further, as the complexities of such matters were far too convoluted. Yet, he felt compelled to emphasize that he was not of the same species as those dragons. I believe you, Uncle Da. You are a good dragon, Chujie remarked, offering no further inquiries before hastily rushing to her brother's side. Ander scratched his neck with a hind leg, contemplating how to navigate the intricacies of his identity. Perhaps he could remain in Huaxia for a while longer, compared to the mixed blood factions of Europe, where his kind faced greater scrutiny. The relatively sparse talent pool in Huaxia seemed more conducive to his concealment. The discussion among the 4 members of the Heavenly Society was shorter than anticipated. After listening to Anger's explanation, they resolved to temporarily trust Ander, for there were no better alternatives at that moment. They gathered the bodies affiliated with the Heavenly Society, including those of Chujie and her brother's parents, deciding to address the issue of the dragon vein before laying these sacrifices to rest. Ander then recounted the tale of Friedrich and the dragon vein, though they all understood that Friedrich was not the true mastermind. The real puppet master lay dormant somewhere within Nibelungen. Under Ander's guidance, the group climbed onto his scaled back, gripping his dragon-ornamented legs as he soared towards the other side of the pyramid. Ander had initially believed that the dragon would be concealed within the Tower of Sealing. Yet the structure proved unexpectedly fragile. With a single spell, its foundation and integrity were compromised. Furthermore, given the tower's incongruous design with the other edifices within Nibelungen, Ander deduced that it had not been constructed by the dragon kin, but rather rebuilt later by the Tartars utilizing dragon technology. Where might that dragon be concealed? As Ander gazed upon the colossal white tower, rivaling the grandeur of the Great Pyramid of Khufu, an answer had long since formed in his mind. The pyramid serves as the tomb of a king. What could possibly thrill a traitor more than to slumber within the resting place of royalty? It is akin to vanquishing one's enemy, only to find oneself entwined in the sheets with the enemy's wife. Not only do I intend to eliminate you, but I shall also inhabit your abode, share your bed, and torment your offspring. Merely contemplating it brings a sense of exhilaration. With the winds stirred by the dragon's wings, Ander descended upon the stone-paved path leading to the Tower of Sorcery. He tapped his claws against the slate stones, listening to the deep reverberation beneath, an indication that the path below was hollow. The sewers harbor more than just rats. Perhaps they also conceal a fearsome dragon. Chapter 43, 80. 5 individuals descended from Anders, gazing at the stone pathway that connected the ruins of the Demon Lock Tower to the White Pyramid, their expressions filled with perplexity. Anders elucidated. I overheard Friedrich mention that the blood extracted by the pyramid is transported through the conduits beneath us to the Demon Lock Tower. Hence, if we wish to access the interior of the pyramid, we might consider traversing this route. The explosives they had brought were rather limited, and the outer shell of the White Pyramid proved unexpectedly resilient. To breach its confines, they were left with no choice but to explore alternative methods. Anders retrieved his spatial pouch from the gaps between the scales on his chest, using his robust dragon claws to rummage through it. He extracted several iron hammers, which served as his backup staff, a precaution for when his primary weapon was compromised. The thick stone slabs that paved the pathway were firmly bonded at the seams, rendering any attempts to pry them apart nearly futile. Thus, they had to resort to more rudimentary and forceful means to create an entrance to the pyramid's interior. Having recently engaged in a battle, Anders and Angeli required rest, making the freshly invigorated companions the ideal labor force. The members of the Heavenly Society each grasped an iron hammer, raising them high before bringing them down with tremendous gravitational potential upon the stone slabs. Meanwhile, Anders lay nearby, muttering softly, 80. Curious, Angeli inquired, what are you chanting? Nothing much, Anders replied. There is a miserly dwarf blacksmith in our land who charges not by the piece, but by the hammer, demanding 80 gold coins for each strike. Of course, Anders could not elaborate to Angeli that this was a line from a skit that would emerge a century later. He offered a vague explanation to divert the conversation. Angeli, seemingly intrigued, continued, and what became of that dwarf? I've heard he was robbed by a red dragon while forging in a volcano, and the gold he amassed has since vanished into unknown hands. Anders continued this discussion, feeling a twinge of anxiety as he prepared to confront the dragons of this world. Engaging in conversation with Angeli helped alleviate his trepidation. They meandered from topics about peculiar pirates from distant islands to the bald-headed mages of the city-states, and from dwarves forging in the mountains to the burly drow in the underworld. Observing the diligent efforts of his companions swinging the heavy hammers, Anders felt a sense of relief wash over him. Indeed, sometimes joy is derived from the toil of others. When one basks in leisure while others labor, an immense happiness ensues. With each resounding strike of the hammer upon the stone pathway, the surface gradually shattered, revealing a gaping, dark passage beneath. In a short while, a downward tunnel had been excavated by their efforts. Anders approached the opening and cast a light spell within, illuminating the path below. To his surprise, the corridor was even more spacious than he had anticipated, resembling the renowned sewers of London, approximately 2 men in height, allowing 2 or 3 individuals to walk side by side. Upon witnessing this scene, a frown creased his brow. It diverged somewhat from his expectations. He had anticipated that the passage designed for transporting blood would be more constricted, yet it was evident that this conduit served purposes beyond mere blood transit. Andy transformed into his humanoid form and leapt into the interior of the passageway, which was roughly square in cross-section, revealing a groove at the bottom that appeared to be the true channel for blood transport. Observing the dark residue within the groove, Andy realized that his initial assumptions had indeed been flawed. The sound of footsteps echoed behind him as Anger and the others entered the passage in succession, joining Andy at his side to examine the black remnants within the groove. Turning his head, Andy's expression grew somber. We are in trouble. This channel is not for transporting the blood of hybrids, but rather for conveying dragon veins. Upon hearing this, Anger extracted a small fragment of the black residue and scrutinized it closely, discovering that it bore no resemblance to blood, exuding an odd fishy odor and possessing a gel-like consistency. I had thought that the Tower of Demon Sealing was the facility responsible for creating dragon veins, but it seems the true source lies within the Great Pyramid, Andy reflected, having previously thought the dragon veins were merely inferior concoctions of the Tartars, now realizing they were intertwined with the true dragon lineage. Anger took out a handkerchief and meticulously wiped his hands, volunteering to take the lead. As a swift individual, he could easily evade danger, thus assuming the role of scout. The group pressed onward, with Andy willingly taking the rear while Anger scouted ahead. The journey revealed no peculiar traps. After all, the real world is not akin to a survival horror game, and no one would place bizarre mechanisms within their abode. In the darkness, Andy illuminated the path with a glowing orb conjured by his magic, slowly advancing until he discerned that the way ahead was obstructed by something. Before him stood a door crafted of bronze, approximately the height of a person, adorned with a grotesque visage. The expression on this face vividly conveyed the essence of constipation. This was Andy's initial impression upon seeing it. The moment anger laid eyes on the face, he recognized its nature, a living spirit, an alchemical creation that fused human souls with metal to forge animated puppets. Such living spirits could be found among the creations of various dragon clans. And the only means to appease this guardian spirit was through the application of high-purity bloodlines. These living spirits functioned as living bloodline identification machines, permitting passage through their guarded doors solely upon the anointment with the pure blood of dragons. Anger turned to Andy and elucidated the significance of living spirits. Among the 6 of them, excluding Andy as an outsider, Anger possessed the highest bloodline, making him the only one capable of unlocking this door. Andy smirked, dismissively retorting, "Is that all there is to a living spirit? Watch me." Recalling the definition of living spirits, he suddenly remembered a particularly useful spell, the 5th ring transformation spell, Summon Servant. When it comes to the most invaluable magic in the realm of adventure, Anderson would undoubtedly cast his vote for this particular spell. He possesses the ability to animate certain objects, bestowing a semblance of arcane consciousness upon the lifeless, inorganic matter. Encountering a treasure chest and wondering what it conceals? Or facing a trap and uncertain of how to navigate it? Fear not, with this magic. You can animate the treasure chest, and it shall reveal its contents to you. Similarly, animating the trap will provide guidance on how to bypass it. But what happens if this spell is cast upon an object that already possesses consciousness? Anderson concentrated his magical energies and invoked the spell of Summon Servant upon the door. To his astonishment, the magic unfolded seamlessly. The visage engraved upon the door began to quiver, its eyes fluttering open as the bronze-carved mouth exclaimed, "What's going on? Can't you see I was sleeping?" It appears that the animated entity did not exhibit the agony he had anticipated. Chapter 44, The Animated Guardian to Anders' Surprise. His magic triggered a remarkable chemical reaction with the animated guardian, granting it the ability to speak. Accompanied by the vibrations of the bronze visage, a thick, northeastern dialect echoed through the corridor. "What are you doing? Can't you see someone is sleeping?" With a dark expression, Ander regarded the whimsical bronze face. Having envisioned numerous scenarios of animated guardians awakening, yet he never anticipated that this particular guardian seemed to be quite content behind the door. "I thought you were suffering?" Ander began to develop an interest in this animated guardian. To be precise, the brass dragon was intrigued by any magical creature capable of conversation. He yearned to engage in a meaningful dialogue with this guardian, even if the magic would not last long. The bronze face scrunched its nose as if wishing to scratch it, though it lacked hands, and then with a pout remarked, "It's all an act. Merely here to annoy you humans." The guardian, sealed within the door, appeared remarkably chatty, perhaps due to the long absence of conversation with others, displaying a level of excitement. Contrary to the imaginations of some alchemists, the guardians, encased in metal, had long since lost their sense of humanity. They resembled phantoms that had forfeited their 5 senses while retaining a fragment of their former selves. Their sole purpose was to fulfill the tasks assigned by the dragonkin, such as opening the door upon detecting a certain concentration of blood or manipulating mechanisms to eliminate intruders. However, this particular guardian had not been activated for over a century, thus resorting to slumber to pass the time. "I'm so bored, it's driving me mad," the guardian summarized, its visage transforming into that of a simple, honest Huaxia individual, smiling contentedly as if satisfied with their earlier exchange. Seeing Ander engrossed in conversation with the guardian, with no intention of pausing, Anger felt compelled to interrupt their dialogue. "Dear guardian, might you allow us to enter first?" The guardian frowned, twisting its mouth, displaying a reluctant expression, hesitating to respond. That won't do. We must adhere to the rules." After some contemplation, the guardian declined Anger's request, as the task was deeply ingrained in its mind by the dragonkin, making it impossible to defy. Noticing the guardian's hesitation, Ander quickly deduced there was a loophole. The expressions reminiscent of those corrupt officials seeking bribes flashed in his mind, their stammering and feigned righteousness while secretly guiding one along a path. "Do you wish to leave this place?" The guardian's previously contorted features suddenly relaxed, and Ander realized he had made the right gamble. "Isn't it terribly dull spending each day in the sewer? My treasury is in dire need of a grand entrance." The guardian felt a flicker of desire, while other guardians were either utilized as weapons for the dragonkin or as gates to Nibelungen. This one was confined to a small bronze door, gazing out at the sewer before it. I was promised the role of the Grand Gate to Nibelungen. Yet now I find myself reduced to a mere barrier in a sewer. It's intolerable. Ling gazed upon the figure of Ander before him, contemplating a bold gamble. After all, the prospect of lingering in this sewer for several centuries paled in comparison to his desire to unlock the treasury store. Ling pressed his lips, shaped in the form of bronze, and abruptly spoke in a markedly refined Huaxia dialect. Considering the prolonged absence of visitors, you may offer a lesser amount of blood. While Ling was bound by the constraints of the Dragon Clan's rules, he could make slight modifications within those confines, such as reducing the volume of blood required or lowering the threshold for entry. Upon hearing this, Ran produced a small knife, slicing open his finger to let a few drops of blood fall onto Ling's lips. The crimson liquid seeped into the bronze, leaving a faint imprint. Ling's bronze-carved eyes glimmered with interest. You, foreigner, possess a noteworthy lineage. Your bloodline density is commendable, thus I may grant you access. However, Ling's brow furrowed once more, revealing a visage reminiscent of constipation. Alas, it has been ages since I last opened the door, and I seem to be somewhat stuck. Just a moment. Ling's visage split in twain, opening inward from the center of his nose, as the disordered bronze door emitted a cacophonous creak. Clouds of dust cascaded down, signifying the long abandonment of this place. What a laborious endeavor. It truly drains me, he lamented, his face drooping as if the exertion had taken a considerable toll on him. Well then, you may enter. Oh, and do remember to scratch that serpent behind the door. It itches quite a bit. Ling advised Ander, who stood at the forefront, resembling a retired elder in demeanor. As Ander ventured behind the door, he noticed the carvings depicting the 12 zodiac animals: the rat, ox, tiger, rabbit, dragon, snake, horse, goat, monkey, rooster, dog, and pig. These 12 distinct creatures formed a circular arrangement. Ander reached out to scratch the serpent, only to have the bronze carving of the snake unexpectedly fall into his hand. Before he could inquire about this occurrence, he observed that the face on the bronze door had vanished, while the bronze serpent in his grasp sparkled with a glimmer of intelligence. Ander smiled silently, stowing the bronze serpent into his spatial pouch. This journey had yielded a magical artifact capable of conversation, thus proving worthwhile. With poor company benefits, one cannot blame others for seeking new horizons. As Ander continued his conversation with Ling, Ran and his companions had already ventured into the interior. The bronze door led to a corridor, its walls adorned with torches, though they had long since succumbed to decay. As they progressed deeper, the presence of white, filamentous strands increased, causing Ander to feel as if he were ensnared in a spider's web. Fortunately, these threads lacked adhesive properties, allowing their movements to remain unimpeded. In the dark corridor, only the luminescent light conjured by Ander illuminated their path ahead. The passage appeared to widen, with the walls increasingly embellished with exquisite patterns. Ahead lay a vast pit, reminiscent of an ancient Roman amphitheater, encircled by tiered seating, where Ander and his companions found themselves amidst one of the tiers. At the bottom of the deep pit, something circular appeared to stand resolutely. With the aid of the dim light, Ander discerned it to be an enormous egg, within which a humanoid figure was faintly visible. Deciding to concentrate his magical energy, Ander conjured a sphere of white light and cast it forth. Illumination spell. The brilliance illuminated the entire structure. Goodness, this is astonishing. Accompanied by the gasps of several onlookers, they finally beheld the configuration at the bottom of the abyss, a dense web of white silk ensconced an oval-shaped colossal egg, secured by the gossamer threads. The egg possessed a semi-transparent shell, reminiscent of glass in its texture. Under the luminous radiance, they could distinctly see that within the egg was ensconced a gaunt man, towering at a height equivalent to 3 stories. Chapter 45. The slumbering giant gazing upon the colossal egg at the bottom of the great pit. Ander felt an inexplicable familiarity with the scene, reminiscent of certain films from his past life where monstrous creatures often chose to lay their eggs in stadiums. This enormous egg, too, was nestled within a pit that bore a striking resemblance to an arena. Could this be a cocoon? Ander turned to look at the astonished Anha, who, despite his vast knowledge, seemed at a loss to define the object before them, as it deviated greatly from the ordinary conception of a cocoon. This is truly astonishing. I never anticipated it would be so grand, Anha remarked. Although he had encountered dragon cocoons before, most were concealed within intricately decorated metallic boxes, varying in size from those that could fit into a suitcase to those comparable to a wooden crate. The group decided to descend into the pit to observe the giant egg more closely. Ander pondered whether to cast the Featherfall spell on them for a more energy-efficient descent or to transform into his dragon form, which would offer greater utility. Ultimately, he chose to assume his dragon form, bringing Anha and the others down into the depths of the pit, for his draconic shape possessed superior combat capabilities, allowing him to better handle any unforeseen circumstances. Approaching the edge of the pit, Ander stepped forward and executed a free fall, the brilliance of magic illuminating the air as a great dragon materialized above. He noted that the air in this space felt unexpectedly dense. Flying as a dragon relied not solely on the flapping of his wings but significantly on magic. Yet, in this realm, he found he could soar using only his wings. Circumnavigating the giant egg twice, Ander observed that no other creatures inhabited the ground. Only a network of white, thread-like substances blanketed the entire floor. He ascended above Anha and the others, extending his limbs and allowing his tail to dangle. "Climb aboard," he beckoned. Ander was reluctant to permit them to mount his back, for not everyone was fit to ride a dragon. The group clung to his limbs, with Anha hanging from his tail and Ander dove, delivering them safely to the pit's depths. He transformed back into his human form, not out of desire to relinquish his dragon state, but for the convenience of movement. Transforming back and forth is rather cumbersome. "Perhaps I should consider simply kicking you down here," he quipped with a teasing smile as he observed the others organizing their gear. They now stood adjacent to the colossal egg, and despite the commotion they had just caused, the figure within the egg remained utterly still. Ander approached the giant egg, gently placing his hand upon the translucent shell. It felt akin to a unique type of glass. Though smooth in appearance, the shell was composed of countless hexagonal cells. This distinctive structure caused the light to refract upon it, creating a blurred effect rather than allowing it to pass through directly. Within the shell, it appeared as though a liquid filled the interior, and a figure floated in a state of anti-gravity inside the egg. Ander raised the luminous orb of magic in his hand, meticulously observing the shadowy figure within the egg. It appeared to be approximately 10 meters tall, with a slender physique that exhibited an almost unnatural pallor, reminiscent of the heavily made-up cheeks of a Japanese geisha. This giant bore an ordinary visage, characterized by a pair of almond-shaped eyes, perhaps more bluntly described as slanted, and a square, plump face that seemed somewhat juvenile, creating a stark contrast with his imposing stature. Ander discerned a braid at the back of his head, akin to that of many contemporary Han Chinese. More accurately, his hairstyle resembled that of early Qing Manchurians, where much of the hair was shorn to evade flea bites, leaving only a small tuft at the back, fashioned into a braid. Such a hairstyle was prevalent among nomadic tribes, as their environment did not permit regular bathing or hair washing, necessitating the shaving of most of their hair to fend off parasites, while a small lock remained hanging at the rear. This giant possessed a physique markedly different from that of an ordinary human. Ander noted two knee joints on his legs, one resembling the reverse joint structure of felines. The arms appeared relatively normal, albeit with numerous bony protrusions emerging from the forearms, and the hands had transformed into claw-like appendages. Interestingly, this giant was not entirely unclothed. He wore a fitted garment, albeit tattered and worn. Yet, even in its dilapidated state, Ander could discern intricate floral patterns embroidered with gold thread upon the fabric. It was a royal robe, much like those Qing dynasty dramas he had watched in his past life. The yellow garment was adorned with golden dragons and intricate motifs, though the colors had faded and the designs lost their clarity over time. Nevertheless, Ander recognized the somewhat foolish, bulging-eyed dragon emblazoned across the chest. As Ander continued to gaze at this peculiar being, he heard a voice nearby. "Ti Tian. Long Yun. Ding Tong Jian Ji. Ing Rui Qin Wan. Xian Wu de Hong Gong. Ji Ren Chun Xiao." Emperor Zhang? Turning his head, he discovered Ange laboriously deciphering a series of inscriptions etched into the ground, covered by white silk threads. If not for Ange's diligent scrutiny, the others would have remained oblivious to the existence of the writing. "What are you reading, scholar?" Chu Jia inquired, gazing at the cryptic symbols on the ground. As a combatant with only a primary school education, she was utterly perplexed by the esoteric recitations of Ange, the learned scholar. However, her brother, Chu Hao, quickly grasped the situation, glancing at the inscriptions and asking, "Is this a posthumous title?" The most seasoned among them, Su Yu, approached with interest. A member of the retro faction within the Tiandahui, Su Yu had a profound understanding of classical Chinese culture and was a true scholar in every sense. He spoke sparingly, always quietly fulfilling the tasks assigned by Ander. Now, leaning in to examine the writing on the ground, he remarked, Titian Long Yun Ding Tong Jian Jiing Rui Qin Wen Xian Wu de Hong Gong Ji Ren Chun Xiaozhang Huang Di. This is the posthumous title conferred upon Emperor Xuanji during the reign of Emperor Qianlong. Ander furrowed his brow, pondering the figure of Emperor Xuanji, one of the earliest sovereigns of the Qing dynasty and the heir of the wild boar skin. In comparison to his descendants, he remained rather inconspicuous in the annals of history, having passed away at the tender age of merely 24. It seemed he was indeed an emperor. As Ander gazed upon this colossal figure before him, he contemplated the clues he had unearthed. If this giant truly embodied Emperor Xuanji, then as a member of the dragon lineage, why had he not accomplished great feats like his dragon kin, but instead succumbed to an early demise, ultimately materializing in this place? However, Ander held little interest in the clandestine histories of the Qing court. Observing the excited and eager expressions of the members of the Heaven and Earth Society beside him, he understood that they would not let go of an unguarded Manchu emperor so easily. The vendetta of 10 generations still lingered, and retribution was indeed a possibility. Chapter 46. Introducing the elephant into the refrigerator in the depths of the dark pit, Ander gazed upon the colossal figure before him. The members of the Heaven and Earth Society were already contemplating how to deal with this former emperor. For them, the enmity with the Tartars was profound, while these individuals from the Demon Slayer Hall harbored a deep-seated grudge against the Dragon clan. Now, confronted with a being that might very well be a dragon emperor in Nibelungen, their eyes burned with a mix of fresh and old animosities as they stared at the floating giant. Uncle Da, do we still have explosives? Using explosives underground? Are you eager to hasten your demise? Ander retorted, halting Chu Jie's actions decisively. He understood that the young girl wished to obliterate the creature with explosives. But considering the circumstances, such an approach would likely entomb them all. Ander surveyed the enormous being, momentarily at a loss. He neither wished to awaken the creature nor let the opportunity to eliminate it slip away. If the cocoon were sufficiently small, he could extract it from Nibelungen. But given its current size, the thought of transporting it through the tunnel they had traversed was utterly fanciful. The only feasible solution lay in eliminating the creature within the cocoon at the least possible cost. Do you have any ideas? Ander decided to consult Anger, the most knowledgeable among them regarding dragons. Anger furrowed his brow, pondering a solution. He recognized that explosives alone would not suffice. They would merely provoke the creature into emerging prematurely. Furthermore, detonating explosives could compromise the structure of the pyramid, potentially burying them within and incapacitating their ability to fight. Anger understood that the optimal strategy was to keep the creature in slumber, returning only when they were adequately prepared. Such a being was beyond their current capacity to confront. Yet, Anger was reluctant to abandon the situation. As a vengeful adversary of the Dragon clan, his aspiration was to perish in the charge against them. Quickly, he conceived another approach, the magical formation that Ander had previously demonstrated. In Anger's view, this formation possessed a potency far surpassing that of alchemical weaponry. The robust flesh of the dragon would be disassembled into a mere gemstone upon entering. Can your formation be utilized? You mean? Ander immediately grasped Anger's intent. While the creature remained dormant, they could cast it into the formation he had acquired, akin to the slumbering red dragon hatchling, and directly refine it. Ander scrutinized the dimly lit area, finding it more spacious than he had anticipated. Even if his true form were to manifest here, it would not feel cramped. Gazing upward, he observed the narrowing apex, resembling a pointed hat atop the pit. Estimating the size of the formation, he prepared to inscribe it directly onto the ground. For the dragons, their awakening time is predetermined. Until that moment arrives, no matter the commotion surrounding them, they shall remain undisturbed. Only when the dragon within the cocoon encounters dire peril or is summoned by the bloodline outside will it awaken. Following Aang's affirmation, Ander began to estimate the general design of the magical array, fully aware that this creature was far more than a mere dragon hatchling. To eliminate it stealthily, greater efforts were required. The array provided by Bahamut was not simplistic. It encompassed multiple distinct spells, and altering even one could lead to entirely unforeseen consequences. Given the enormous size of the creature, Ander needed to inscribe a larger array, yet each increment in size diminished the efficiency of magical transmission, implying that more nodes would be necessary to resolve this issue. Using fossils to soften the ground, Ander inscribed the array's symbols upon the earth with his staff. The process of engraving the array proved to be more intricate than Ander had anticipated. To outline the entirety of the array, he transformed into a dragon once again, soaring in midair, using his claws to sketch the design. Meanwhile, Ong observed the colossal structure, noting that the massive egg was secured to the ground by white, filamentous strands. The base of the egg connected to a groove, suggesting that the dragon's vein emerged from within it. Perhaps they could consider severing the strands, allowing Ander to cradle the egg and place it within the array. If executed with sufficient delicacy, the creature should remain undisturbed. Meanwhile, under the influence of his meticulous control, the array was nearing completion, adorned with various symbols that exuded a sense of harmonious beauty. Ander blinked his dry eyes. Without the aid of magic, he would not have been able to complete the array in such a brief span. A pressing question loomed: how to place this monster within the array? Much like the classic joke about fitting an elephant into a refrigerator, Ander's proposed solution was rather crude, imbued with the brute strength of dragons. Simply lift it, toss it in, and activate the array. On the other side, Ong had begun to examine the thick white chains binding the giant egg. These chains were composed of intertwined strands, affixed to the eggshell, ensuring its stability. When Ander returned after finishing the array, he found Ong struggling against one of the robust white chains, its strength exceeding her expectations. "This will do," Ander exclaimed, drawing forth the sword he had acquired from the Chu family, the famed Broken Ruins sword. Nay, now referred to as the Sword of National Stability, razor-sharp and perfectly suited for this task. "My apologies, young lady." After apologizing to the Chu siblings, Ong wielded the Sword of National Stability, and with a gentle sweep, one of the chains shattered under the influence of the invisible blade. It was as if a word spirit commanded the severed object to break asunder. Anger marveled at the sharpness of the sword, while Ander cradled the upper half of the colossal egg. To him, this giant egg resembled an oversized, oval cushion, requiring both hands and feet to grasp it adequately. Through the collaborative efforts of several individuals, the enormous egg was successfully retrieved, yet the creature within exhibited no inclination to awaken, continuing to float serenely within its shell. To his astonishment, as Ander lifted the egg using every limb, he found it surprisingly light. He could soar with it effortlessly, as if he were not holding a 3-story high egg, but rather a balloon filled with air. With great determination, he positioned the egg at the center of the magical array, employing enchantments to ensure its stability. Taking a deep breath, Ander resolutely activated the array. In the next moment, amidst a flurry of dancing electric arcs, the egg shattered, and the creature tumbled into the center of the array, its slimy form quivering slightly. It yearned to awaken, but it was too late. The magic gradually stripped away its flesh, subjecting it to a myriad of agonizing dismemberments. Chapter 47. The Surgery of Cerebral Calculi. A colossal beast writhed within the confines of the magical formation. The slumbering dragon clan had yet to awaken, yet they were thrust into the merciless jaws of sorcery. Its muscles tensed as its once tightly shut eyes fluttered open, revealing dim golden vertical pupils. Its mouth gaped wide, emitting a soundless wail of despair. In stark contrast to the red dragon hatchling that had vanished within the formation, this creature struggled for a prolonged duration, instinctively yearning to consume the human before it to satiate its parched and weakened body due to slumber, yet was rendered immobile by excruciating pain. The monster raised its emaciated arms to shield its forehead, releasing a harrowing howl. Andre noticed a protrusion forming at the center of its square face, gradually swelling in size. The bulge at its brow expanded as the giant knelt at the heart of the formation, desperately clutching its head as if attempting to force back whatever was emerging from its mind. The giant's eyes bulged, black veins creeping over the irises, its mouth gaping wide, revealing a set of sharp teeth. Something was indeed erupting from its brain, and it felt an unprecedented weakness. It yearned to act, yet found itself utterly powerless. That entity pierced through its hardened skull, emerging from the muscle at its brow, its sharp surface slicing through the skin of its forehead. Andre observed a fragment resembling a gem protruding from the creature's forehead, realizing that this must be the power wielded by the false dragon. No wonder its mind was troubled. It had developed stones within its brain. As Andre lamented, he channeled his magical energy with all his might, feeling akin to a physician performing a challenging surgery on this grotesque patient. A procedure to excise the cerebral calculi. Perhaps sensing the imminent danger, the creature, despite enduring immense agony, lunged toward Andre. One hand pressed against its forehead while it crawled on its knees, the other extending with razor-sharp claws aimed at Andre's draconic head. Yet this battle was not solely Andre's to fight. The remaining 5 comrades would not stand idly by. Although they could not vanquish the beast alone, they were more than capable of intercepting its assaults. Chujia bellowed, drawing forth her treasured blade to meet the oncoming threat. The crimson edge collided with the creature's grayish-white arm, black mist billowing forth from the wound. The monster's strength surpassed Chujia's expectations as she found her legs deeply embedded in the stone floor under the tremendous force. With a fierce shout, she declared, "Slash!" An explosive flash erupted, propelling the monster's hand upward, leaving its chest wide open. Chujia braced herself against the ground, straining to extract herself from the floor. Her knees drenched in blood, several white bone spurs protruding grotesquely from her flesh. Chuhao rushed forward to support his sister, shielding her as they retreated. Several flying daggers were launched towards the beast's chest. Meanwhile, Suyu had long drawn forth the family heirloom of flying daggers, crafted with alchemical techniques, effortlessly controlling their trajectory with the aid of a manipulating spell, achieving precision akin to shooting a bird at 100 paces. The flying dagger struck the monster's chest with unerring precision. Its grayish-white exterior absorbed most of the damage, leaving only a shallow wound from which a few drops of black blood trickled down, corroding the floor beneath it into a series of pits. Such an attack failed to harm the creature. Instead, it incited its wrath. The monster lowered the hand that had been shielding its face and launched a dual-handed assault toward Ander. Even in its dazed state, it recognized that its greatest adversary was not the irritating hybrid creatures akin to insects, but rather the formidable dragon before it. However, a larger attack motion also created a wider opening. Suddenly, a resounding gunshot reverberated through the air, dislodging dust from the pyramid. It was Anjing who had taken action, unleashing a barrage of rounds from his revolver in an instant. The ground was littered with gleaming yellow shell casings, a testament to the power of that strike. Bullets, propelled with terrifying speed, repeatedly struck the monster's chest, colliding and generating increased penetrative force. A jet of black blood erupted from the wound, corroding the earth with a nauseating, sizzling sound. Clearly, Anjing's attack had inflicted significant damage upon the creature. The gem embedded in its forehead began to protrude more prominently, the black blood clouding the monster's vision. In a grotesque contortion, it attempted to crawl away from the confines of the magic circle, driven by an unknown terror to flee this place. Do not let it escape. Shoot its legs. Chuhao, having secured his sister, recognized the monster's intent and hurriedly instructed Yi Tao, who also wielded a firearm. Empowered by the spell Serpent, Yi Tao's aim proved infallible, sending several bullets towards the creature's distorted joints. The mercury-infused bullets penetrated the monster's skin, causing minimal harm but effectively thwarting its escape attempt. The creature doubled over in pain, the gem on its head swelling larger still. Desperately, it clutched the wound atop its head, but it was too late. Bring it forth. Ander concentrated the remnants of his magical energy, conjuring a mage's hand to extract the crystal embedded in the creature's crown. The gem, a captivating teal-green and roughly rhomboid in shape, was marred by the monster's corrosive black blood, which emitted wisps of white smoke as it fell into Ander's grasp. Enduring the agony of his corroded scales, Ander unhesitatingly stowed the acquired gem in his spatial pouch. Meanwhile, the monster, now bereft of the gem, began to emit dense black smoke, its form shrinking as it curled up motionless within the magic circle. At last, it was over. Though the identity of this creature, descendant of some dragon king or another, remained uncertain, its lineage was undoubtedly noble. The prospect of consuming it to gain further strength made the arduous journey worthwhile. Observing the immobile creature enveloped in black mist, Dr. Ander deemed the extraction of the stone a resounding success, with the patient's condition stabilizing. Was it truly that simple? This is akin to tofu being pierced by brine. One substance overcomes another. The members of the Heavenly Earth Society exchanged remarks, while Chu Jie's legs, now bandaged, would soon be restored to their former state. Thanks to the hybrid's remarkable regenerative abilities, they were not surprised that Ander had utilized a formation to vanquish the monstrous creature. After all, during their recent adventures, they had encountered an abundance of peculiar phenomena. What was so astonishing about a formation capable of slaying a dragon? After a brief respite, Ander dispelled the black smoke emanating from the creature's corpse. The enormous figure had transformed into a puddle of muck, within which lay a gaunt, human-like form, an ordinary individual, resembling a diminutive version of the giant. He lay face down in the inky sludge, his eyes wide with terror, his body completely bare, the dark mire enveloping his lower half. Just as Ander intended to approach, the silhouette ensconced in the black mud trembled abruptly. In the dim light, Ander perceived the bulging eyes shifting unexpectedly. Caution! It is not over yet. In the next moment, the white thread strewn across the ground writhed as if alive, lunging towards Ander and his companions. Chapter 48. As a mortal, standing beside the divine in the vast expanse of Nibelungen, the towering white pyramid trembled, its surface quaking as the corpses affixed to its structure shuddered. White silken threads, reminiscent of serpents, ensnared the desiccated bodies, drawing them into the divine pit within the pyramid. The white edifice began to sink, a dragon's roar slicing through the sky as a golden dragon burst forth from the apex, 5 humans clinging to its form. Hadn't it been vanquished? Andre recalled the events, his magical array having seemingly slain the creature, yet it had inexplicably returned to life. In the next heartbeat, the sinuous white threads surged towards the creature, intertwining the long-accumulated corpses with the monster in an unholy fusion. Observing the creature's body enveloped by the white threads, Andre recognized the peril of lingering in this place. He hastily seized a few individuals and smashed through the wall to escape. The corpses upon the pyramid had all been drawn into its depths, over 10,000 desiccated bodies coalescing with the creature to form a colossal cocoon. The pyramid shuddered, stones cascading down as its structure cracked and sank, merging with the cocoon under the influence of the white threads. What manner of beast have we unleashed? Anger found himself ensnared by Andre's tale, gazing at the descending pyramid, murmuring in disbelief. He had assumed Andre's magical array would eradicate the peculiar creature, yet it now appeared to have awakened a fraction of its power. Andre touched down. The former pyramid vanished, replaced by an enormous cocoon. The white threads coalesced into a vast sphere, lying quietly in the divine pit, exuding a disquieting aura. As the group contemplated a solution to this calamity, a grating sound reverberated through the empty spaces of Nibelungen. In the next instant, a colossal tentacle emerged from the cocoon, adorned with countless patterns resembling human faces. As if the appendage were composed of innumerable corpses, the dragon soared into the sky, Anger and the others clinging to Andre's back, who was now unperturbed by the notion of riding. Vanquishing the creature emerging from the cocoon was the paramount concern. Soaring through the air, Andre beheld the black viscous liquid surging from the pure white cocoon, as numerous grotesque, twisted tentacles, adorned with human-like patterns, flailed wildly. The dark fluid erupted, and a terrifying beast extricated itself from the fissures of the cocoon, its form a grotesque amalgamation between a slime and an octopus, its nebulous black body covered in facial patterns. Upon its dark frame rested a jarring white point, the very person previously enveloped in the black mire. The Xuanji emperor of the Manchu Qing dynasty. His head hung low, his lower half fused with the beast's muddy form, appearing merely as an inconsequential ornament upon the creature's body. Cursed be it, he has absorbed those individuals. Anger discerned the source of the creature's mass, recognizing it as the very corpses bound to the pyramid. According to the records of the secret society, the dragon race requires a substantial amount of sustenance upon rebirth from its cocoon, and this creature has devoured an astonishing number of corpses. Anger explained that he had never anticipated that a next-generation breed could possess such a colossal physique, nearly 150 meters in length. Such a size could easily befit a dragon king. Ander narrowly evaded a tentacle that lunged towards the group, keenly observing the creature's movements below. This mass of black, gelatinous monstrosity seemed to have just emerged from its cocoon, displaying a comparatively subdued desire to attack, making it relatively easy to evade. Did you notice? Anger inquired. What? It hasn't utilized any verbal spells, not even once. Anger also realized that, regardless of how young a dragon might be, their methods of combat typically involve physical attacks supplemented by verbal spells. The absence of such spells in this creature indicated that your magical array is effective. Indeed. So what we face is merely a brute of a monster. A visible joy spread across Ander's draconic visage. His greatest fear was those peculiar verbal spells, which were nearly impossible to defend against. However, confronting a creature that relied solely on physical attacks would provide an opportunity to demonstrate the dignity of a spellcaster. Ander dove down, unleashing a torrent of fiery breath that seared the monster's flesh, releasing a nauseating stench. Yet, this minor injury was inconsequential to the creature's immense bulk. As the black sludge writhed, and the wounds ignited by the flames healed almost instantaneously. Do not strike its body. Aim for that emperor. Anger clung tightly to the prominent spines on Ander's back, fixated on the pale figure. Got it, Ander replied, deftly evading 2 colossal tentacles as he charged towards the pallid human, raising his clawed hand, poised to deliver a devastating blow. In the next moment, a viscous liquid intercepted Ander's strike. Behind the shield formed of black sludge, the skeletal figure finally raised its head to regard Ander, its raspy voice echoing within the confines of Nibelungen. I have finally transformed into a dragon. Ander flapped his wings and swiftly retreated, releasing a long-cherished breath of flame upon the shield to buy himself some time for escape. Transformed into a dragon? Do you not realize you resemble a piece of rotting meat? Ander taunted, increasing the distance between them. The man disregarded Ander's mockery, muttering to himself in a peculiar tone, a century-long plan. The power of the dragons. Now, I have finally awaited this day. He raised his gaze to the colossal dragons soaring in the sky and calmly stated, had Garuda not perished at your hands, my success would not have come so easily. He smiled, revealing a chilling grin, and in the next instant, countless tentacles erupted from the viscous mass, surging towards Ander and the others. Damn it. Hold on tight. Ander deftly evaded the tentacles, executing a myriad of aerial maneuvers that vividly illustrated the swiftness of the dragon race, all the while incessantly taunting his adversary. I have heard that the Tatar Qing royal family lacks the bloodline of dragons. From whence do you, a mere mongrel, presume to address me as your majesty? This remark appeared to provoke the prematurely departed emperor, as tentacles surged forth from all directions, sealing off Ander's escape route. Suddenly, a man materialized before Ander, a triumphant smile adorning his face. Who decreed that only you aberrations could transform into dragons? I too possess the ability to assume the form of a dragon. On Ander's back, Anger's eyes widened in astonishment. The man before him had once been an ordinary human? Chapter 49. The feeble deity evolving into a dragon is the aspiration of many hybrids, and now, before Ander, this terrifying behemoth may be the closest to achieving that dream. Even before its transformation, this creature was merely a young and unremarkable human, devoid of any trace of draconic lineage. Suspended in the air, Ander deftly evaded the surrounding tentacles. Acutely aware that he could no longer afford to linger, a swift resolution was imperative. Angi, can you still wield your divine words? Yes, I can still endure. The advantage of Time Zero, compared to its contemporaries, lies in its ability to propel one's companions into a state of rapid acceleration. Ander intended to exploit this advantage to swiftly eliminate the monstrous entity. So, you are the Xuanji Emperor? Ander kept his words flowing, discerning the creature's unstable psyche, hoping to elicit further revelations. How familiar. Yes, during my reign, my era was indeed known as Xuanji. Yet now, I am a prince of the dragonkin. He paused, unleashing a bone-chilling shriek, a name echoing through the space. Garuda? Angi's expression turned grave. A prince among dragons is only second to the Dragon King, possessing the cataclysmic power to obliterate worlds. A mere gelatinous abomination that cannot even summon divine words dares to call itself a prince? I feel pity for you. Did your royal father not teach you the meaning of honor? Oh, how foolish of me. What need have you, a barbarian, for decorum and dignity? Ander continued to mock the Xuanji Emperor, or rather, Garuda, as it was evident that Garuda was struggling to maintain control, having completely lost its reason under Ander's derision. What do you understand? I strive for the eternal glory of the Qing dynasty, to uphold the legacy passed down by my ancestors. I have transformed into a dragon, consuming that demonic dragon's cocoon, imprisoning it for over a century. Garuda's attacks surged in a chaotic frenzy, an uncoordinated onslaught wreaking havoc in every direction. Why should those monsters reign supreme? Why should you, vile beings, be omnipotent? I am the true dragon's son, the supreme ruler. I too shall transform into a dragon. I am the dragon. Black ichor began to creep up Garuda's waist, the once normal form undergoing a grotesque transformation, gradually resembling that of a crawling creature. Do you know why that demonic dragon sought me? It sealed its own king, fearing that one day he would awaken to exact vengeance. Thus it turned to me. This treacherous rebel, it wishes for my assistance to gather the demons within the Qing realm, seeking to ascend through the power of those abominations. Ander slipped through the encirclement of two tentacles, recognizing a significant opening in Garuda's ramblings. Amidst the chaos, he cast an acceleration spell upon himself, charging towards Garuda's human form with heightened speed. Ander refrained from using teleportation. He was still burdened with a human tether, and any misstep could lead to irreparable consequences. I shall turn the tables, having altered the formation here, continuously drawing his lifeblood, transforming this demonic dragon into the dragon vein of our great Qing. While Garuda continues to boast of his cunning, Ander comprehends the true nature of the black liquid. It is not a potion extracted from the blood of the hybrids. but rather the processed blood of this false dragon. The hybrids who perished within the pyramid served merely as sustenance for this abomination. Now, the claws of the Emperor, reborn as Garuda, begin to manifest as sharp, twisted talons, while black tendrils emerge from his muscular arms. As he gazes at the approaching Ander, he does not summon the black viscous substance to form a shield as before. Instead, he confidently raises his newly sprouted claws to confront Ander. The war of the dragonkind has always been a brutal clash of close combat, with the spoken word serving only as an ineffective aid. And now, draw us all into the void of time. The surging black water on the ground suddenly halts, and everything becomes remarkably slow, and stands upon Anders's back, emanating white steam. Once again transforming into his draconic form, his golden eyes ablaze, exuding an aura of undeniable majesty, to envelop everyone within the realm of zero time. Ange ignites his own blood once more. Under the potent influence of his third surge of blood, his spoken power reaches unprecedented heights. Hurry, I cannot sustain this for long. Golden blood spills from the corner of Ange's mouth, his body irrevocably shifting towards that of the dragonkind. Ander observes Garuda entering slow motion before him, and without hesitation, he rakes his claws across Garuda's chest, unleashing a spell of disintegration, the green light ravaging the lamentable physique of this monster. In the next moment, two figures rush forward, the Chu siblings, evidently employing a similar sacrificial technique, their golden eyes ablaze. Chu Hao wields a simple axe, striking at Garuda's outstretched arm, while Chu Jie draws his blade midair, the crimson edge crashing down upon Garuda's chest. The flying knives and bullets strike first. The members of the Tian Di Hui will not let this creature escape. The two ranged supporters, unyielding, launch their attacks from Ander's back. Ander witnesses the expression of terror upon Garuda's face. If he still possessed the ability to wield spoken power and the authority of a prince, then Ange's spoken magic would merely be a trivial display. Yet now, his power resides within Ander, rendering him a mere gelatinous monster that can only strike with its tendrils. With Garuda's resistance to spoken magic even weaker than that of an ordinary hybrid, Garuda's chest is torn open by Ander's disintegration spell, and Chu Jie's slash carves a deep red-black gash upon it. Bullets and knives pierce through Garuda's ribcage, penetrating his shattered innards. He opens his mouth, not to roar, but to gasp for breath. In the next instant, time abruptly returns to normal, the black waters below commencing their flow once more, utilizing the descent of the others. A figure darts towards the severely wounded Garuda with astonishing speed. It is Anger, who is unable to sustain the incantations cast upon and the others. Yet the residual power still enables him to approach the monstrous creature and fulfill his vengeance. A flash of cold light streaks through the air as Anger severes the haughty head of Garuda with his own dagger, the visage still bearing an expression of terror, evidently oblivious to its own frailty, and swoops down to intercept Anger, appearing quite wretched, yet still alive. You have stolen my limelight, by my standards. This is but a demigod. Anger opens his eyes and remarks with a smile, indeed, such a feeble deity. Chapter 50. The conclusion of the dragon vein. The headless corpse trembled, swiftly being assimilated into a pool of black water by the viscous black liquid below. With the demise of Garuda, the interior of Nibelungen had transformed into a marshy expanse. The black waters churned, occasionally revealing the bleached skulls of humans, mere remnants consumed by the abyss. Ander soared above this murky realm with a few companions, the mighty dragon surveying the devastation wrought by Garuda. The once viscous form had begun to disintegrate into the black currents as the human essence faded away, morphing into flowing black water. The colossal body, now transformed into liquid, stirred a tsunami within Nibelungen, submerging the remnants of structures beneath endless waves. At last it was over. Ander exhaled a sigh of relief, feeling an unprecedented sense of fulfillment from this adventure. To embark on a journey that existed solely in tales was a dream cherished by most bards. After all, many quests merely involved battling goblins or ridding sewers of vermin. A confrontation with a malevolent dragon was an accomplishment worthy of lifelong bragging rights. Even if it was as simple as loosing an arrow from a few hundred meters away, Ander navigated his way back, flying towards the path they had originally taken. Below, the black tide surged and swelled, the waves growing increasingly formidable. He narrowly avoided a massive wave, only to suddenly discover a gigantic whirlpool forming where Garuda had perished, drawing in the surrounding waters and creating a vast vortex on the ebony lake surface. Is it never-ending? The golden dragon flitted about as Ander endeavored to find an escape route from Nibelungen. He flapped his wings, hovering in the air, sensing the spatial changes around him with his magical essence. His magic radiated outward, enveloping him. If previously the space felt like a solid egg, now its shell was riddled with cracks, precariously teetering under repeated tremors. This place is about to collapse. Ander ascended higher, the surface of the black waters rising once more, as if the creature harbored an inexhaustible reservoir within. Where? He strained to perceive the spatial fluctuations around him, sensing vulnerabilities everywhere. Yet none led to the desired path to the outside world. A gentle breeze wafted by, and Ander's keen sense of smell detected an aroma entirely distinct from the surrounding air, fresh air from the outside, imbued with the scent of spring rain. Suddenly, he turned sharply, tracing the wind's source, and realized it was emanating from the vortex below. How can it be here? Gazing down at the immense whirlpool, Ander understood that the air was indeed flowing in through its eye. Within his perception, there was indeed a spatial rift at the core of this massive whirlpool. Though its destination remained uncertain, at least it did not seem to lead to a perilous locale. Gathering his 5 companions close to his chest, he tightened his wings and dove directly toward the mouth of the whirlpool. Hold on tight. The journey ahead may be a bumpy one. As he plunged into the eye of the vortex, the inky waves brushed against Ander's skin, the corrosive liquid altering the hue of his scales. He aimed directly at the fissure at the center of the whirlpool and surged forward. In the next moment, he felt the world spin chaotically, merging with the dark waters as he was swept away to an unknown destination. The sensation of rotation was akin to swimming in a washing machine or being a cockroach flushed down a toilet, clinging tightly to the few individuals in his embrace. He braced his body and closed his eyes, waiting for the tumult to cease. After enduring a brief yet arduous journey, Anders sensed his head break through a thin membrane, allowing him to breathe the fresh air outside. His massive form wriggled forward, struggling against the force of the water as it pressed against the fragile barrier. With the sound of something shattering, he felt a lightness in his body, accompanied by torrents of black water cascading to the ground. Steadying himself, he realized he had not returned to Tongwan City, but had instead emerged in a desolate wilderness. The bright stars above suggested he was still on Earth, yet he could not discern his precise location. Gently placing Ong and the others on the ground, he noticed that the spatial rift had vanished unnoticed, and the realm of the deceased had ultimately transformed into a barren wasteland. He hoped that Li Weiyue would not be angered upon discovering that her home had been flooded. Using magic, he collected the surrounding black liquid, as it was intricately linked to the dragon kin and, by contemporary standards, could be deemed a level 5 hazardous material, not to be discarded carelessly. Anders glanced at the 5 individuals sprawled on the ground. Their conditions were far from favorable, each bearing wounds and appearing utterly wretched due to the black water that clung to them during their passage through the vortex. Employing his magic, he cleansed them of the liquid, then settled onto the ground with his wings folded, resting his chin upon the earth as he hummed a gentle melody through his nostrils. The deep tones and trills of the dragon language intertwined with a simple tune, as he softly sang a lullaby his mother had sung to him in his youth. Several magical luminescences enveloped Ong and the others, mending their severe injuries and replenishing their strength. A small glass orb was dislodged from the crevices of his scales by Anders' tail, and in an instant, the orb shattered, casting a semicircular shield around the group. The surface of the shield shifted continuously until both Anders' colossal form and Aang's party vanished without a trace. The protective dwelling of Leoman, a most useful enchantment. Feeling the need for respite, Anders acknowledged his exhaustion from the ordeal, and as the gentle spring breeze caressed him, he closed his eyes. 2 days later, within a courtyard in Beiping City, Ong was roused from slumber by the enticing aroma of food. Discovering himself reclining on a large bed alongside the similarly unconscious Chu Hao and others, Anders sat at an octagonal table before the bed, a copper pot resting upon it. With deftness, he wielded chopsticks to retrieve a generous portion of cooked lamb, which he then mixed into a prepared sesame sauce before promptly savoring it. As Ander observed that Anha had awakened, he savored a few bites. The succulent lamb, interspersed with fat, released a creamy aroma upon his palate. Harmonizing with the fragrance of the soy sauce, the freshness of fermented tofu, and the spiciness of chive blossom sauce, collectively composing a delightful culinary symphony. Awake at last. Would you care to sample the authentic copper pot lamb hot pot from Old Beiping? It is truly exquisite. Ander waved his chopsticks enthusiastically, inviting Anha to partake in the feast. Anha, feeling the back of his head, discovered that he had sprouted a pair of dragon horns unbeknownst to him. What is this? My bloodline has awakened. From this moment on, you shall be a true dragon descendant, one who cannot revert. As Anha examined his body, he noted the brass-colored dragon scales, sharp claws, and the horns upon his head. He had transformed into a monster. Have I become a Deadpool? What are you saying? You are still you, Monsieur Hilbert Jean Anha. Ander waved his hand, unconcerned with Anha's internal turmoil, knowing that the forced enhancement of his bloodline during their previous battle had irrevocably altered him into a diminutive dragonkin. Anha's mind was in disarray. He was uncertain if he could continue to exist within human society in this form. Any hybrid who beheld him would undoubtedly regard him as a Deadpool. I have both good news and bad news for you. Ander picked up a pristine white porcelain plate and submerged the vivid red slices of hand-cut lamb into the boiling copper pot. What is the good news? The transformation spell can resolve your current predicament, so stop frowning and come eat something. Ander retrieved a piece of lamb, still tender, which had barely touched the water for a few seconds. Yet for Anha, even consuming raw meat was acceptable. He placed the succulent lamb slices into a bowl, drizzled with a hint of prepared sesame sauce, and presented the porcelain bowl to Anha. Anha approached, cradling the bowl, and eagerly stuffed the meat into his mouth. The slightly bloody lamb evoked memories of a medium-rare steak, the sweet juices flowing down his throat, prompting him to exhale a breath imbued with the flavor of sesame sauce. It dawned on him just how feeble he had become, struggling to steady the chopsticks. And what is the bad news? Anha inquired, setting down the bowl. It is now March 11th, 1912. The Qing dynasty has fallen. What? The bowl and chopsticks slipped from Anha's hands, crashing to the ground. We entered the Dragon Vein on January 1st, 1901, and now. Ander continued to add meat to the copper pot nonchalantly. Having procured enough meat for an entire day's consumption from a local eatery, stored in his spatial pouch for indulgence. The Dragon Vein and the Qing are one and the same. By destroying it, the Qing has also perished. It is rather logical, is it not, Anha? Logical, my foot. Anha, who had maintained his gentlemanly demeanor, could no longer contain himself and uttered a curse. Do not fret, your word magic can still manipulate time. It is merely time travel. There is no need for such alarm. Ander, having experienced enough, was indifferent to the notion of time travel. Although we have lost a decade, on the bright side, you are now 10 years younger than others. Anger inhaled deeply, defiantly grasping the meat from the pot and shoving it into his mouth. The scorching slices seared his palate, yet they posed no substantial harm to him at that moment. There was, however, a notion lingering unspoken in Ander's mind. How would the narrative unfold in his absence? Without Ander's intervention, Anger would not have arrived in Huaxiao at this juncture. Friedrich would have lived on into the 21st century, and the Dragon Vein would have been obliterated by the Tiandi Society in early 1912. Now, with Anders present in this world, he had instigated countless transformations. Logically, the world should be in disarray due to the flutter of Anders' metaphorical butterfly wings. Yet, despite variances in minutiae, significant events continued to transpire at the same intervals. The emperor of the Daqing dynasty still abdicated in 1912, and the Dragon Vein was similarly destroyed at that time, as though an unseen hand were orchestrating everything to keep the narrative on its rightful path. What of the others? Having finished the meat from the copper pot, Anger now wielded his chopsticks, probing for any remaining morsels, stirring the broth as he inquired. They have been tainted by dragon blood. The dark waters are laden with its essence, and they are irreversibly transforming into death's hand. Anger's heart sank. Having spent considerable time with the members of the Tiandi Society, they had forged a camaraderie, and he harbored no desire to personally end their lives as they succumbed to this fate. Thus, I have transformed them into my kin, the dragon descendants. Since there exists a force manipulating history, let me unleash chaos upon it.